Hey guys, just bear with me there while I fire the rest of this up. All right, I think we got this working, right? Yeah, looks like all systems are go. Hello everyone. Great to see you. I did have some trouble firing up my all these systems at one time. It looks like we got it going on. So we're gonna push this system to see what its limits are, because this is where now things start to get overloaded. I'm just gonna be chilling out playing video games. You guys can chat, and I will also read out the comments if there's some good stuff. Always remember to put in at Avidon or Avidon. I think it just lights up if you put my name in. If you'd like to ask a question or comment or want me to read something. And I want to welcome, we have Chi in there, Brittany as well. We have Mouse, Chris Jones, Teehee Candor. I think I got everyone so far. And welcome to everybody that's kind of chilling. If you'd like to give a like, I'm going to be building, trying to make a nice looking realistic city, just relaxing a little bit. Not everything has to be crazy. So, and I got a little bit of tunes, and we'll watch that and chill out. I think I'm starting to recognize how to do this properly. I might be still a little bit off at times, but bear with me. It's gonna get better. And hold on, let's see if I can get a little bit of face loving here. Okay. All right. Hey guys, how you doing? It's good to see you. Run to Christ. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. It's great to see you. So I don't know if the music is too loud. Let me know. But yeah, we're gonna build this city. Just kind of chill out. If you're over on D Live, I started this city, I guess, from scratch. There's just this road coming in, and you just keep building from there. My major problem right now is having to do this. This is a disaster, because I did not plan that properly. But, you know, it's still... We're getting there. We're getting there. So I think I'm going to be fixing that today. And, yeah. We can have a chat, read some stuff. I still don't have the overlay thing yet, but I'll be shifting back and forth. So I'll be with you in just a moment or so. And I'm going to turn off my camera just for the moment because I want to make sure that my cat is all... Do we not have music here at the moment? I feel like... Did I build this city on rock and roll? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. No, just trying to test the system, see how well it can live stream with different things. This is a pretty heavy game, but it gets heavy gradually. So it's kind of good to monitor things with it as like a benchmark. But we're also going to make the place look a little bit prettier than just like all this open stuff and then big fake city. You know, we're going to start making this look real nice. Maybe add like a cool park in here somewhere to give it like a futuristic look. But kind of keep this Brooklyn feel to it maybe. Seal this up, maybe start densifying this area. And basically just try and make it look like some sort of, I don't know, kind of coastal Florida kind of place. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Figure it out. This is a pretty fun game. It's kind of like a little bit of an art form in a way. But you got to be ready to deal with this stuff. So that's going to be first on the priority. I'm going to turn off my camera because I got to go off and turn off my mic for a moment. But I got some... Did you say that there's no music here? Nobody can hear it? Let me see. Oh, this game is called City Skylines. So it's kind of like SimCity. I gotta make sure this is off. But I think what I'm seeing here, it should transmit. Oh my goodness, look at all those people walking over this bridge. I gotta figure something out for them. What if I did that? Okay, well, yeah, so we'll just give it one moment. And I'll be right back, okay? Hey guys, as you can see, I am back there. I think what I'll do is put on some news as well that I was looking at. Just give me one moment. Maybe I shouldn't have that second browser up. Well, while I'm waiting for that to load anyways, I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. You're gonna get a lot of the same sounds and stuff like that because I didn't just downloading it for stock, so I could redo some of them. But there's gonna be like a bigger playlist. There's about 3 hours there now, so let me know if it's cutting up for you. Yeah, it can really take up a lot of performance, that's for sure. It takes a lot of performance to start getting deep into the game. I've gotten, like, I don't know, over 100,000 people right now. There's only 22, so we should be able to push this a little bit further. Do you want me to turn up the music a little more? I couldn't do that. I just didn't want it to overload, like if I'm playing a video of like some news or something like that, I didn't want it to overtake that. So just give me one moment. Oh. To swallow. This seems interesting. Just 1 second. Just give me one moment. This to work, I'll be happy. Yeah, I've been playing with the microphone to make sure it doesn't mess up like it was before. I'm still not very good at it, but I'm realizing certain things that can help it. Okay, just give me one moment to pull this up because apparently this just came out. It's a full-length internal Facebook Q&A. In just a second.
everyone. I hope you are all staying healthy and good. And welcome to what I think feels like the first Q&A of a new year. We've got a lot to cover today, so I'll get right to it. Now, I want to start by saying that yesterday was truly a historic day. The past few weeks have certainly been a very difficult time in our nation, but we now have a new president. We also have the first woman and the first person of color as our vice president in the history of our country. And, you know, I think that the peaceful transition of power really is an amazing thing to see, especially in such a time of tension. And, you know, that and the swearing in of Vice President Harris, you know, really stands as a reminder that despite the challenges that we are facing as a country, we all have so much to be proud of. So I also found Amanda Gorman, her poem, to be really moving. For those of you who didn't watch it, she's the youngest inaugural poet in U.S. history. And I watched the poem. I thought it was great, and I watched it again with my daughters when I put them to bed last night. But I also have to say that I thought that President Biden's inaugural address was very good. And I appreciate both what he said about unity and the challenges ahead, but also his plain-spoken style. It just felt very real to me, and you know I thought that it was powerful. And you know, as someone who's running a company with the mission of bringing the world together, you know, I think that his focus on unity is basically exactly what we need to hear. And you know, I'm optimistic, especially from the early
Thank
actions
you
that he's
for your
taken so far,
opinions, Mr.
that he will help
Zuckerberg.
bring the country together and help move us forward. And I hope that regardless of where you are, you know, on the political spectrum, you know, I hope that we can all be rooting for his success. And indeed, in his first day, President Biden already issued a number of executive orders on areas that we as a company really care quite deeply about and have for some time, in areas like immigration, preserving DACA, and ending restrictions on travel from Muslim-majority countries, as well as other executive orders on climate and advancing racial justice and equity. And I think that these were all important and positive steps. And I am looking forward to opportunities where Facebook is going to be able to work together with this new administration on some of their top priorities, starting with the COVID response. Now, in other news, this morning we made an announcement related to our oversight board, and I am going to turn it over to Nick Clegg, our head of global affairs, to talk about this in some more detail. So Nick, are you on the line?
Yeah, I am, Mark. Thanks, Mark. Hi, everybody. So, as you may have seen, we've announced this morning, as Mark just said, that the decision we took on January 7th to suspend Donald Trump's access to his Facebook and Instagram accounts, that decision's indefinitely suspended. We're referring it to the Oversight Board. The Oversight Board, as you know, was established last year. It's a very significant institutional innovation. This has never happened before. It's completely independent of us. It can issue binding rulings that no one can contradict in Facebook. It is populated by very accomplished, credible figures, ex-political leaders, jurists, scholars, human rights activists, and so on. And we have referred to the Oversight Board, because I know there are already a number of questions which have been coming in internally. We've referred, it comes in two parts. Firstly, we're asking the Oversight Board, which is the way the Oversight Board is designed, a bit like a court, to decide whether the decision that we took on January the 7th is something that they agree with or not. And we expect they will uphold our decision, because it was a well-justified decision. We took that action very much in line with our policies, which apply to everybody, politicians or non-politicians. We can't incite violence on our platform. But they have a right to issue a binding decision on whether to uphold or reject the action we took on January the 7th. And then separately, we've asked them for any wider observations or recommendations they might have about how we should handle this really fraught issue of when and in what way we take action against political leaders, both here and abroad. And the reason why that is important is because, as many of you may have seen, any decision that Facebook takes, we get lots of different reactions, often sort of polar opposite reactions some people saying that we should have acted earlier, and others saying that it was an abuse of private corporate power that we did so. But there has been quite a lot of disquiet expressed by many leaders around the world, from the president of Mexico to Alexander Navalny in Russia and Chancellor Angela Merkel, and others saying, well, this shows that private companies have got too much power and they should be only making these decisions in a way that is framed by democratically agreed rules. We agree with that. Mark has been very clear about that ideally we wouldn't be taking these decisions on our own. We would be taking these decisions in line with and in conformity with democratically agreed rules and principles. And at the moment, those democratically agreed rules don't exist. We still have to take decisions in real time. We cannot duck these decisions altogether. And that's why the Oversight Board is such an important innovation, because it enforces accountability and transparency on the decisions we've taken, and hopefully gives us some guidance on how we should be dealing with similar situations in the future. I hope that's helpful. Over to you, Mark.
All right, yeah, thanks, Nick. That was. And before we go to the other top questions of the week, there are a couple of other items I want to cover up front. The first is that
contrived.
I know that there are a number of the questions this week are about the WhatsApp privacy policy news from last week. So before I jump in and answer those, we have Will Cathcart, who's our head of WhatsApp, on the line to give an update on that. So go for it, Will.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, everyone. Will from the WhatsApp team. Before talking about the update, I just think it's really important that I reiterate, we take privacy extremely seriously. We're protecting the private, sensitive conversations of billions. That's a big deal. And across the board, we're very careful about what data we even collect from people. It's very focused on operating the service and keeping people safe. And I think it's important for everyone to remember that with WhatsApp, Facebook brought end-to-end encryption to people across the world. This is a big deal for privacy. We fought hard for it at a cost for this to be something that's mainstream. Okay, so update, what happened? So we're making an update to our privacy policy and our terms. The reason we're doing this is to describe new features that we're building for people who want to talk to businesses. These are optional features where you want to message a business, and in particular, the changes we're making are around large businesses. Think, messaging an airline or a utility or even a government. The government in Indonesia just launched a bot where you can sign up for your vaccine if you're a healthcare worker. Think that kind of thing. And in the update, we're also putting a lot more information about what we already do. Not changing what we do, putting more information in, because it's been 5 or 6 years since we updated it. To be really clear, we're not changing anything about people's personal messages, and that's where there's been a lot of confusion. I'll be honest, we have to understand we need to communicate this stuff really clearly. TOS and privacy policy updates, they're tough to land well in general. We're trying to simplify complex concepts, at times legal concepts, into small spaces. You need to be accurate, which makes simple language hard. But at the end of the day, we need to communicate this in a way that people understand and that they get. And we didn't get that right here. That's on us. I'm sure everyone on the team's feeling it, and it's definitely on me. Given that, what are we doing now? We're doing everything we can to put accurate information out to address the confusion and even some of the misinformation we've seen about what's going on. We got a bunch of accurate information into social channels. We've been hearing from a lot of people pointing to our FAQ, which is now one of the top pages on our website, sending infographics around. And most importantly, we're taking the time to just communicate directly to people in the product. So we pushed the date of the update back. We actually just launched in a few countries, and we're going global, our first message from WhatsApp inside of WhatsApp status. It's the first time we've used our Stories product to communicate to people about something that's going on. I think that's really, really important that people hear from us directly. And we're going to relaunch the flow for the update, give people lots of time to see it. We're going to communicate very clearly about what this actually is, and most importantly, what's not changing, which is where we've seen the confusion.
Project Veritas recently.
We go back to proving ourselves and proving people that WhatsApp's the right product for them. They have a lot of choice. We know that it's very easy for people to switch. They have multiple
these guys really think they know what's best for you, don't they? This is crazy, man.
So with that, back to you, Mark.
All right, thanks, Will. That was helpful, and we'll cover the questions in a bit more detail as well in a minute. The last thing I wanted to hit up front is last week we made an important announcement that we hired and created a role of a vice president of civil rights, and Roy Austin joined us in that role. So given how important this role is, I want to take a few minutes up front today to welcome Roy to the company, and just to say how glad I am that he has joined us. This role is a pretty big deal institutionally, and we created it to make sure that civil rights aren't just protected across our platforms and services, but that we can bake this kind of experience and perspective into how we operate across the whole company. So with that, welcome, Roy, and thanks for being with us today.
Huge thank you, Mark, and a thank you to Cheryl and Jen, and so many of you have reached out to me, and I feel really happy to be here. Including those who reached out to me are Maxine Williams and Lori Goller, who I actually went to college with, and so I've known many important parts of this company for going on 30 years now. Sorry, Maxine and Lori, to point that out.
Midnight Cowboy.
This is
I haven't
day 3
seen
for
it.
me, and now that I've figured out, I think, how to work a new computer,
Zuckerbot.
a new
Yeah.
phone,
Oh, sorry. Let me turn the
chat, which I never had
Zuckerbot.
before. I'm not sure that there's any hurdle that's going to be too high for me to climb, and so I look forward to doing that.
It's
Now,
a Zucker spawn.
I have to say that this role, working on civil rights issues here at Facebook, is really personal to me. For many people, too many people, what happened to George Floyd was new, and they hadn't seen it before. But I've spent close to 25 years.
Oh man, they
working
really
on
do
these issues.
keep banging on
Many
that
of you may
drum,
not
don't
know
they?
that 1,000 people here in the United States are killed by the police each and every year. More than 1,000 people. Disproportionately, those people are black. I started my career in the Civil Rights Division as a prosecutor, working on hate crimes and police misconduct cases, and worked on these cases around the country. I had a chance to work with Doug Jones, a former senator for Alabama, on the 16th Street Baptist Church during it led to the murder of 4 little black girls. I had a chance to work with Michelle Alexander on a lawsuit against the California Highway Patrol for racial profiling, and I had a chance to depose Sheriff Joe Arpaio for his racist policies against Latinos in Maricopa County, Arizona. What is different for me, and what is different about what happened with George Floyd, is that 2,000 communities around the country protested that what happened. 2,000 multiracial, multi-ethnic communities protested, and that hadn't happened before, and that happened because of social media and Facebook. You know, despite the important work that we were doing in the Civil Rights Division and in the White House on racial profiling and policing and voting, none of that stuff, even with the bully pulpit that the president has, got the lift that these things get when social media is involved. This is personal to me because I'm a user of these products. I'm a consumer.
Yeah, they are
I
all
use
button
Facebook.
before, aren't they?
My kids use Instagram. I use WhatsApp for a client that I had who was his parents were in Israel. Oculus, I wonder whether or not we can use Oculus to help a white police officer understand what it feels like to be a young black man who's stopped and searched and arrested by the police. Brian Stevenson talked about proximity and the importance of proximity for us to understand what different people feel, and the importance of proximity, and Facebook and Oculus, they make proximity much easier. So let me just end by saying, look, I want to learn from all of you. I know so many people in this company care deeply about civil rights and want this company to stand for civil rights, and I want every major decision to run through a civil rights lens.
I gotta
So
say,
hopefully,
it's gotta get
I have a chance
annoying.
to partner with as many of you
It's
as possible.
gotta get annoying.
And to make
I've been
not
thinking
only this
about that
country
all
live up to
summer.
its ideas, but to make this company live up to its ideas. So thank you so much, Mark, for this great opportunity.
All right, thanks, Roy, and again, welcome. You know, your experience,
I mean,
in perspective,
look at
I think are going to be very
this
important, and I'm looking
albino
forward to getting a
cracker.
chance to work together personally.
He's whiter
thanks for
than
that.
I am, man.
Let's hand it over to Melinda, who can walk us through some of the top questions.
Hey there, Mark. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great week. And as always, pleasure to be on the line with you today as we bring you the top voted questions for today's company Q&A. So without further ado, let's get to the first question, which was the most upvoted in Employee FYI on the poll. So Mark, they asked the following. The Facebook brand has become toxic and we're facing pushback. For instance, Oculus account linking, the WhatsApp app upgrade. What are we doing to improve our brand?
Sure. So a number of things on this. You know, first, you know, people are understandably sensitive about how their data is used and how it gets connected between different services. So I think that is not surprising, and I think we need to make sure that we are very sensitive in how we handle that. We've always taken it seriously, but I think the WhatsApp toss is also a reminder that we need to do a better job of how we communicate about this and explain what we're doing in our products, that misinformation doesn't spread. But for the brand overall, I'd say a couple of high-level points. The first is a pattern that I've observed, which is that we develop several different products and brands, including two that you mentioned, you know, our VR products and WhatsApp, Instagram Messenger as well. And one of the patterns that we've seen is that basically a lot of the time good things that we do or build in those experiences get attributed to the local brands, whereas negative things that people are worried about get attributed to the corporate Facebook brand. And I think that that's not really an accurate reflection of the value that is being created. You know, I think it is as true that you know, the kind of investment and the talent that has gone into building our most recent Quest VR devices. You know, almost all of that was done at Facebook. You know, and I think we need to make sure that we do a better job of telling that story, so that way people associate the positive of the different brands with Facebook and not just areas that they're potentially worried about. So that's an ongoing effort that we're working on. You've seen some of the work that we're doing to increase attribution when we're talking about the Oculus brand or the Instagram brand or the WhatsApp brand, to make sure that people understand that those are linked to Facebook. That's partially so people understand how their data is used, which is important, and partially so people understand where the innovation is coming from, that it's not some separate place. But I think that that's going to be very important, because it's not sustainable if people attribute all of the good stuff to somewhere else, and all of the bad stuff to Facebook. The other observation that I would make is one of the things that we've seen is that there is a natural buoyancy to our brand when people use our products, but there isn't negative stuff being written about the company every single day. So we see this because our brand is different in different countries. A lot of our employees are in the U.S., where our brand has some of the most challenges, but in a number of other countries around the world, our brand is in the top 10% of all brands. And those are many large countries that are important to us. And in most countries, I think we're certainly in the top third or half of brands. So
I'm wondering if it's my bad, if it's not loading on my end. Am I like chopping out, or did that just get like pulled? Come on, you can do it, man. What happened here? Let me see if I just scale down to mobile, because it's just in the corner anyways. See if that helps. We'll give it a moment to chill. Play another song. Okay. This part actually kind of takes a little bit of the resources. That might be what's doing it. Okay. So essentially I'm trying to peel back a place where everybody can go. Actually, you know what? It's probably much smarter to do that rather than do a double underneath. I'm gonna save space. Oh no. He's really ripping it. Tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna close that part. I'm gonna go to your chat. Uh-oh. Am I gonna freeze? Okay. Close that. And I'm going to give you the link. I think we're working now. Oh. That'll get there. I'm just going to play on through. I think things will work. I just need to give it a moment. We can keep up to there, I guess. Pull that back. This stuff can move. Backer plants. Nice. This is now out of oil. Okay. Now that I've given it a moment there. Was Jeff Cicada 3301? That's nice. I like that. That's a great theory. Okay. I'll go through. I think I've stabilized here on this end. I'm gonna attempt to play some music. Hopefully we got this. Maybe we don't. VLC is really like the killer here. We got some stuff here anyways. I'll start getting through. Thank you, Chris. Oh, I must have missed something. I'll just go from whatever I have there because I am having some problems trying to get that going. Well, maybe we'll even just chill on the music for now and I'll figure something else out. Start closing down some programs. But thank you, Chris. I have black children. They all said BLM is ridiculous. They know they mastered a god. And the only people they need to know they matter to are us, their family, which they do. It's pretty good, man. Yeah, the family. That's kind of the ironic point about BLM. It's trying to break down families, and it's not just like everyone's getting their own target or whatever. Like different distractions to try and break down the family. Linda and Michelle. How have I been today? I'm pretty good. The cat's got like an inflamed kidney, so I'm a little worried about that, but I gotta go to the vet. Uh-oh. One sec. You can hear me. Sorry, guys. My stuff isn't responding very well. The only thing that can play well is the game at the moment. Okay, I think we're again getting stability. I just knocked out the music and we'll figure something out. It must be that program. sorry about that, guys. But thanks for sticking around with me, and I think it will improve as we get through, actually. So let me see what I missed in the way. Anyone hear about the German lawyer getting ready to file suits for crimes against humanity for the lockdowns? It sounds crazy until you watch the video. He put that. He put out that Facebook and YouTube blocked. Well, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You never know how it works. I know Germany's got some pretty strict laws now, and I'm sure they won't be the only one. Christian says it's funny how many of my people in brackets says I'm black don't even subscribe to that quote-unquote people of color BS. That's more of a white liberal thing. Yeah, it really is. I know what you mean. When you look at like Portland, stuff like that, you see all the people that were protesting there. It was basically all white people. What else am I seeing here? Fine on your end? Okay, yeah, there was a little bit of a problem there at one point I noticed, but it happens. What is Seisha in Canada? Seisha? Jeff said he got, I don't know, he got a degree in media manipulation, I think I just saw. I just had a scroll hiccup. Yeah, about the kidneys. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I'm not gonna lie, but like, you know, it could be anything. It could be like just because he's drained so much fluid, you know, and probably just he's tired. But you know, we'll see how it goes. You know, it's hard to really overthink it. Just make sure you tend to it when you can. Dr. Reiner Wellmich? I don't know. Wellmich? Military coup happening in Myanmar right now. PM detained? Really? That's that country's pretty intense anyways. It's like Burma, right? Got its issues. Indeed, got its issues. Okay. So here's the deal with this. I need to expand this. I'm going to be making a new, maybe underground. Probably knock that out. I'm going to do an underground roundabout, and in doing that, I'll be able to support traffic going from side to side, but they can just load in quick and easy. So it's going to take a little bit of rerouting, and if I don't do it now, it just gets harder and harder. And that's the truth. And we'll be in your chat ASAP. Oh, I might have to do it a little bit further back though. Now, this is a wee bit dangerous, but if it's one way, I can get away with it. It is. So maybe we will do this. Ooh, this will get rough. Okay, not so bad. It can be done. There. Start getting ready to come up that way. Like. Ooh, it can work, I think. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to leave it just on that. That's all I had there, yeah. Okay, they claim election fraud. Also, there are many governments right now, either, yeah, I know, I saw a lot of it. Like Estonia, Netherlands, Germany. A whole bunch of them. I know, like, France is starting to turn on its head again. Let's see if we can take another shot at the, playing some music. Maybe just from YouTube. Let me put my face on there again. Ooh. I failed a little bit here, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I think we can do this. Oh, this is a little bit... This is some spaghetti action definitely happening here. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, this is awful. But, it should still... It should still work. Hopefully. Indefinitely an invalid shape. Let's see how invalid that can get, though. Okay. Maybe. Let's do it. Come on! Oh, the slope is too great. It never had a chance, did it? Maybe one little step back for a second. Because if this doesn't happen, this city won't work. We do this and maybe do the sneaky sneak, I guess. I suppose that works, huh? Suppose that works. Get someone there. They can get off, they can get there. Now this just needs to connect. And we are good. Okay, doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be too crazy. We just need to be able to get around that point, and we can. Okay, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Don't need to do it even all that hastily. Give that some room. Oh yeah, it goes. It goes. Okay. It'll work like that. Yeah. A little bit weird looking. We can probably fix that though. Little bit weirder looking, but again, we can fix it. I think, what if we slope these objects? One alone. And I think the problem was also we were underground too. Yeah, so that is a bit too steep. And we can just focus on this one. Yay, that's believable. It's spaghetti, but it's at least believable. That's a steep climb there, and we just have to fix the lane math. That's all we gotta do. 3 and 1 into 4. Room there, not room there. Do a little slippy slide, maybe, or I can just say be gone with this area. Yeah, I guess I can just do that. And by that point, they will have successfully merged, I'm sure. Okay. And now... this can go as that. No. It's gotta be double. Gotta be double. Normally I don't spend so much time and usually on just like one little area, but this requires attention, and if I don't do it right this time, it kind of sinks. So bear with me. And we'll get to more exciting things. That should have enough room to go. No. Say goodbye to that. And this one good convenience about this game, you don't have the rebuild stuff. Guess it would be considerably boring if you did. Why is it still on this? Hey guy, a couple of people in there. Well, I don't know about Obama and stuff like that, but yeah, there's some pretty crazy stuff on about Hunter, that's for sure. Smoke break. Larry Sinclair. I have the documents. Let's see what I got there for you. That's just some analytics. Oh yeah. There you go. I highly doubt Jeff was Cicada. It's too intricate. I do think it could have been something though. That wasn't, you know, far from that. Maybe. I don't know. What am I looking for here? Some music. What do we do here? Okay. Just a little bit. A degree in media manipulation is Seisha. Not sure what Seisha is. Where did you see that from? I don't know. I have no clue. I've never heard of a Seisha. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, I'm back over to here. I'm almost done. Stuff is so tedious. So basically what I'm doing, I needed to spread out the intersections there, but also kind of close it out so that I could get the next off-ramp in. I need to start giving these people more options. No, that's not gonna work like that. That will flood. Gonna have to be some sort of parklow going on here. Look at that spaghetti though. I got like a spaghetti monster under my city. Let's watch for it. Ah! Look at that. You can't escape it. Gonna have to stay over ground at some point, I suppose. What do we got here? If we're gonna go over ground, I guess I have room to just do this. Yep. That's what we're gonna do. Line. Project height. Hey. The spaghetti monster. You will not be able to escape it. We are much better off that way, I think. Closing these up, these loose ends, before it ruins my city. Oh, lovely. Now this is interesting. What happened here? Do that for a moment. That can get figured out. These just need to be at a certain height. Shift these a little over. Okay. Need to rebuild everything. Good. Yes. Okay. So how you doing in chat? What do we got going on here? They are puppets on strings. Okay. Not sure. I talked to someone from Canada. The word Jeff used about getting a degree is what we call a tech school or tech college in the States. But I forget the word. Oh, maybe lycée? I don't know. Oh my goodness, what has happened? Just a second. Oh dear. That's okay. I mean, there's so many hypotheticals one can talk. I mean, he looked at media. I'm not sure what this is about though. Like, I'm confused. Doesn't... What exactly is the point? eBay. Cause I'm getting bored, man. This is killing me. This part of the game is so tedious, and it's easily ignored, and then you lose, and you ignore it. Later we got now. This will get busy, so let's do that now. I even want something like this. Almost done. Praying for the best on that one. I think I can improve it later. Okay. I think that concludes that. Get into some more, I guess, aesthetically pleasing endeavors. doing? Yeah. 12 years since the very beginning for this movement. Hey Alvidon, when is the last time someone told you that you're a little hottie? I don't know. Sorry, I didn't see. I used to talk to someone from Canada, the word Jeff used about getting... Oh yeah, you already said that. Yeah, he's also in Quebec, so there is, they have a different school system there, to be honest. It's all in French, and it's like a French structure as opposed to the English one. Things are really different there, I guess, in some ways. Junior college, community college, prep school, college, but yeah. I can't even do it. It's too many of those weird R's for an English person that's out of practice. I think the class he took was about how to spot maybe. Yeah, maybe how to spot. Yeah, I remember when I was in like high school, there was a class I took that was called media, and like it taught you to be an active listener as opposed to a target listener, I think. And often like it would mention like you would have to watch something and then try and get examples of both like observances that would be classified as from like one or the other. And that was like a big part of that. That was high school. And that was just like an elective course. You got to take like something like that. That was actually kind of cool. It was like my first thing with media. I would take a tripod to the hockey games that were happening in that school, like in the city that I was in high school. And so I would like be one of those people that scans the crowd for faces, and if that face was like, you know, it was good to put on during the plays, like in between the hockey plays or whatever. When the whistle blows, the play stops, and there's like usually a minute or two in between before it picks back up. It's kind of like football and basketball. There would be people, you know, you put people's face on camera, and I did that for like 2 years. And one of the times there was someone doing a proposal to get married, and so I was the one that put it up, and my tripod for that whole week was starting to slip. I guess the butterfly or something, it was getting stripped, the screw, and right at the point where he goes down on one knee, because she was waiting like on camera, like I had it on there, like she was waiting for like 5 minutes. He was late. He comes down and everybody was looking and they cheer, and then before there was a response from the girl, who really, like, you had her on camera the whole time for like 10 minutes and something was up, and she was like kind of getting a little bit ticked off. And so he goes down on one knee and the tripod slips, the camera falls down to the ground, and it was on live, and you heard the entire stadium just go like, oh, and it was because I didn't know how to hold a camera straight. So maybe the boomer has always existed in me. I live in US. We have the tech school and a college, or a tech college down the street from me. 2 different places. No junior colleges though. Yeah, it's a little bit. I've noticed that American Canadian stuff is really different. 12 years on YouTube. He said, yeah. No, I don't think the God and many believe. Don't think the God so many believe it actually believe that. Oh, sorry, I couldn't quite pick up on what you meant there. It wasn't a rhetorical question. It wouldn't be the first time. Just I'm PI working on Pike County Massacre. Okay, well. don't believe this creator here cared, or much cared for Jeff. Me? It's not that I didn't care for Jeff. I cared for Jeff a lot. It was might have been an issue. Like I think a lot of us kind of got distracted from a lot of stuff. We didn't need to be. Alright, and this is the second point of attack here. And if I can... This is what we'll do. Yeah. Can I be sneaky and squeeze this in over here, I wonder? Not maybe a good idea not to get too grandiose here. You can just run this right through and instead have a 4 go in, 4-lane highway, and through here, which can connect later after I fill that part in. Okay, yeah, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. It should actually straighten out some up. There's a big uprooting though. Just squeeze it in. Come back to that. Lost like 1,000 people. Be careful pressing them buttons. Yeah. The dimples. Oh, goodness. The dimples, I know. That's what I used to do when I was a kid. People would say it. It's interesting how like you can bring back like visual memories, I guess, of long ago. Wake up at 6? Well, you should go to bed. That's if you're over on the East Coast, anyways. Why waste time on playing games? The world's on fire? Well, should I fret about this every day? All day? Dude, is that really how you want me to live my life? Well, thank you for your opinion. No, I shouldn't spend too much time on it, of course. But I did set up Tuesday to Saturday that I'll be covering things. I'll be adding additional things onto that, like news. But I see no need to go crazy about it. Things are bad enough, man. Like, I mean, they obviously want us like freaking out over like GameStop and stuff. Like, have you seen the news recently? It's just non-stop that kind of crap, you know? They obviously want everybody freaking out for some form or fashion. Like, they know like a ton of people don't believe them, if not most. Oh dear. Oh dear. Was ist das? Okay. That was the topographical edge there. And there's lots of space here. I guess I could like swoop in around here. Maybe even, yeah, I could throw in like that farmland, make that a real farm patch. That would be cool. Just have it right beyond the city. Have the industrial stuff by the road and just have the clean stuff by the mountain. Be a nice little mountain scene. I would go farming here. Have these beautiful rolling hills, especially after I touch them up. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. This might be a really beautiful ride too, to go through the city, and this will develop into better stuff too. Something like that, yeah. While we're waiting, let's make sure not missing any vantage points. No, just needs to be high. Just needs to be high. But all for now. You dig what I'm seeing there? Like maybe have like this little highway stretching across to the rest of the land, and then having this beautiful island to work with which to work. Caught myself being ungrammatical. See, Grace, she's got me all worried about my grammar, see? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It took me, it felt like doing algebra for the first time in 20 years, trying to decipher her past tenses. Her, like, I think, well, in French it's called plus que parfait, which means like when it was like I had something, and that is actually grammatically correct to say had. I had something, but then I had it not. I was like, ooh, my goodness. Jane Austen much or something? I don't know. What's going on here? Now I'm just being cheeky, sorry. Okay. I'll stop farting around. And I'll have one of those foots just like in the lake mouth. Ja. Das ist gut, ja. And then it'll just go straight through. Once I buy that land, there's more than enough room to work with here for my new interchange. And I already have more than enough room here if I want to get something down here. Which I do. I want to get one down here. And now all this room that I didn't touch, now this starts looking real good. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna give this city a bit of urban spice. It's gonna be great. I like this part. I like this part. But I think we're all connected, so I can actually start letting this run again. These guys are gonna have to work a little bit harder to. Uh-oh. I do have to fix some stuff up though. Get some of these traffic lights off. There's no need for any of them. In fact, we can take that a step further and start saying no stopping for these. No lights, right? Perfect. Now, no stopping. That can go straight, and so they can get out there. No one's ever gonna need to go like that and then up and out of there, because they can just do it from underneath. That's what that is. Perfect. So we're gonna go. You cannot turn left. If that person wants to get up here, they can do so by going right here. So therefore, you cannot turn left. And nor can you guys over here. No, thou shalt not. Go. Okay, looking better. But this is going to be a problem, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Alright, I'm almost there, guys. I miss you in the chat. I miss you. You must go forward. Could go car closed down here. It's gonna get nasty, but I think that will now allow me to start building again. Okay. Piano Man is good. I was gonna actually download that. We didn't start the fire. It's a great song. Well, it's, you know, it is what it is, right? Billy Joel. Yeah, I mean, what happened to exposing lies and hoaxes? What am I gonna devout every hour to it? Like, why do you think that makes sense? Like, what do you do for fun, eBay? You seem to talk about other people a lot. Which is fine, but I also would expect one to take a break. Oh, I forgot to hook this up. Oops. I'm not telling you to take a break either. I'm just saying that I don't expect that you'd be doing it all the time. And I'm not saying you're doing it now either. But yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. Like, there are other things in life. Oh, I must expose things all day, every day. Yeah, I know. I like listening to music. I think building things like this is fun. Gotta have a sound mind. I feel like this is gonna turn into like the worst shaped donut ever. Actually, yeah, we'll do that for now. It's the most obvious expansion ever later, so not gonna lose anything. Okay. Huh? Ugh. This is getting old. eBay, this is boring. This is boring, dude. Stop flooding this chat too, man. Come on. Yeah. So, tell you what. I'm gonna chill you out for a bit, dude. And some other people talk in the chat. But yeah, that's, The Vigilant Christian is a great example of that. Can't stop, won't stop. Why? Why not chill? Like, why do you need to be in fear all day, man? Oh, Oh, the NWO. Yeah, I mean, they also like want you to like freak out about it. I don't think it's not warranted to spend every moment of your day. And I think you know that. I don't think anyone truly expects someone to do that. You do. I mean, that's your deal, bro. But yeah, I just timed you out. You're not perma muted or whatever. But yeah, stop spamming the chat, dude. Pretty simple. If someone says something, it's like, like, bro, calm down. I'm missing everybody else's comments. Just give me a sec there, guys. I realized this was a part that needs to be done. Angle. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'll do that. I'll be a little more on top of that. Look at this. Dude left like 5 dozen messages here, and now I'm gonna see like something like an anagram of this this name come in. It's like, why would you do that? The show must go on, right? I tell you what I will do though. I'm gonna chill for just 1 sec. I gotta go check a couple things, and we'll be back. And then we're gonna like. This is gonna hook up and start giving some people some options for moving around this city. What do we got? That's stuck there like that. This stuck here like that. I can get offer up here. That and like that. Right, we can do that. Doesn't even need to be highway really. This crap's gotta move. Oh my goodness, does it ever have to move? And oh, I can't wait until this is done. This so close. It gets so tedious, especially when you notice you're at the end. Yes. Why? Why aren't you covering all the lines all the time? Why aren't you talking about me? Well, I don't know. Sometimes, like, you realize that it's not relevant to talk about it all the time either. It's just serving someone else's purpose. Sometimes it's everyone needs a little bit of time to relax. This game can get a little bit. It's kind of therapeutic, at least playing it. And I've watched like people who are better than me play it, and I find it really fun to watch. I enjoyed watching it before I even bought it because this game is kind of heavy on resources. Oh, of course, typical. This is brutal. 1 second, let me see. Come on, give me a break. Can I squeeze it through? Can I do it? Oh my gosh, it's gonna happen. Yes! Oh, that is satisfying. That is so satisfying. I've been trying to work with like these extra routes. Oh my goodness, that just... When you don't notice what you should be doing and then you're like, will it work? It's like, of course it'll work. It's beautiful. It gives you flavor. Gives you a bit of flavor. Okay. Have we stabilized over here? No, it won't. It can drive you crazy if that's all you do. And yeah, it does. It does drive you crazy if you do it all the time. You gotta have a hobby. You gotta, because it does kind of like, it's a very laborious process to call that stuff out all the time. And I think it was a big point. Like, look what happened with Jeff, man. Like, if it was natural, which I think it is, I mean, that mental state did not help it. And he's not just the only one. Like, you gotta make sure to get your you time. And also, I mean, I can have fun doing this. It helps stress test the computer. And see what the capabilities are, what its limitations are. And also, when I have like music going and stuff like that, people enjoy it. Right now, it's just more chill. I don't even really want to watch the news today. Start the music again though, because I am going to take just a short moment's break. But we have it now. This is now ready to go, I do believe. Those bus routes will sort themselves out somehow, and I'm going to do a new transport system. You can enjoy this beautiful... This is really actually getting nice. And it will be nicer. Got a very... It is filling in quite nicely. And I just like how you get little mountains kind of like in the base of this... I don't know, archipelago, I guess it is. No, it's a peninsula. But, tons of coastline that's really, really flat. So there's, like, a lot of possibilities for showroom, if you build... Like, something like this sticks out so much more. But once you start getting stuff up on, like, up on the hills up here, you'll start noticing it pretty well. Very cool. Alright. Enjoy the view, the music. I'm gonna just close up these, clean this UI up a little bit. Rid of my ugly mug. But yeah, we need to relax. That's definitely gonna be a recurring theme that I bring through. I think that there's people that's trying to radicalize you. For whichever reason. I mean, I say it enough. I don't mean to keep banging that drum over and over for people that listen, but if you're just new in here and you are genuinely wondering why that's important, well, it is important. You're not going to last long if you can't keep your own head afloat. You're not going to help anybody else. The world's been ending since it began. We're just closer to the end we're just closer to the end than anyone else has been. That's been the case since Adam and Eve forever. Yeah. Or Adam and Eve. Like, sorry. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, Beethoven. Listening to a bit of Beethoven. Okay, I'll be back in a couple moments. Enjoy the music. just back for a short pic for like 1 moment, and then I'll come back as well after. But yeah, someone was like, Mouse, I can't even imagine how mods and big channels deal with it. Like 400 people in chat at once. Yeah, I've had to go as high in chats as like about 110 people. So it starts at around the 100 people point and starts, if it's active, it starts going faster than you can really read. So you need like, you actually need a lot of mods, I guess. And it was on like a WoW server, like a private server that I was on, and it was just like a group of like a guild or whatever. And I was a mod on it. And it gets dicey and everybody's pushing their, like, well, not everybody. Not everybody. There's like, you know, there will always be a group of people that wants to push the limits. And then, you know, it's human nature. Test boundaries. There's no need to like lose your mind over it either. That's another point of it, right? I guess the point I'm trying to make is just human nature. If you look at it that way, it's not stressful. Alright, I'll be back in just another couple minutes. Just want to make sure Kitty's okay.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. It's crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Frogs, friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay, friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs! Place point.
Was ist los mit dir, mein Schatz? Aha. Geht es immer nur bergab? Aha. Geht nur das, was du verstehst? Aha. This is what you got to know. Love you though it didn't show. Ich lieb dich nicht, du liebst mich nicht. 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 Da, da, da. 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 Ich lieb dich nicht, du liebst mich nicht. Da, da, da. Ich lieb dich nicht, du liebst mich nicht. Da, da, da. Ich lieb dich nicht, du liebst mich nicht. Da, da, da. Ich lieb dich nicht, du liebst mich nicht.
Hey guys. Just gonna go through the chat there. '70s was best rock era. I think there's a lot of good to be said about a lot of them. I like '70s. Jeff doing bluegrass music, but he was Canadian. Well, Canadian is
Right for you to run.
a lot more like you than you think, maybe. We appreciate country music a lot here too. Well, like a lot of people do, anyways. May not be exactly the same as there, but I mean, there was like banjo that was like really big in Nova Scotia, for example. Prostitute song. I haven't heard that one in ages. Yeah, this is a goofy song, isn't it? Yeah, I'll give you some FaceTime. Oh, where'd I go? Okay, yeah. Yeah, wrestling was huge here. At least when I was younger. Yeah. Alex Jones? Yeah. I think I've called it before. I think Alex Jones was meant to push us over the edge. Did you see how he was acting during the Capitol Hill thing? It was brutal. Can you hear this song? Chess World in a show with everything but Yul Brynner. Doesn't seem in it. Chess Boys in it. Okay. Well, it's a one-hit wonder because it came from a musical. Polluted, stinking town. Something sweet. Oh, I left that going way too long. Mm, 1989, yeah. I was no more than one. Okay. And then you just do a quick sweep because I changed a lot. And now I have to see what changes are being made, what's going on, what are they doing, are they able to get to where I want them to? Cerebral fitness. I don't see. This should be a busy road if I'm not mistaken, because they can get on here. Not excite you. No one's using it. Why is this? I find it very hard to believe, unless they're all going here. Ah. Is that what they're doing? No. Well, right now, actually, I can do a quick traffic sweep. We're at 82. 82 is okay, but it's dicey. It's dicey. I smoked out the 90s and don't remember much. Okay. I was just a kid myself. William One Eyeber. 40 something. I'm a 30 something. Have a problem with this song when I drank? Is this now gonna get into some just really bad music now? It's okay for now. Hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. This is a pretty little area. Now, as this reaches down here, what do I want to do? I knew like 3 words. Sorry guys. It's a catchy song, but you never remember this. Like that Journey song. You hear South Detroit louder than anything you've ever heard in your life. Everybody just like scrambling. South Detroit! I'm just playing around. Okay, yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do. Because I can even offshoot one over here after. I got so much room in the world. I am now loving life. At least, you know, life in this city looks like it's gonna be shaping up. I'll probably want to keep this, so if I want to be even more wary of my planning, I can now reshape this. Take the hit on that stuff being that loss of population, which it will be. Make a roundabout here and continue the baseline street, because that's usually you usually have like one big arterial that kind of it almost shapes the city. Like I'll give you an example here, like Market Street. if this computer will. Market Street. San Francisco. I mean, this is probably kindergarten stuff for you. Maybe you guys know all about it. But if you are trying to like, I find it's really hard in this game to get a realistic city going, especially because some of these like weird like intersections are hard to do with just how the game does roads. It does a pretty good job, but you know, it's not perfect. Well, I'm not 100% sure what it's planning on doing here. But yeah, okay, you can, yeah. Give me one sec, put this up. Oh, and before I do any disasters. Capture. Nice. Totally nowhere. The second. Okay. Yeah, see that's Market Street? Like that right there? And see they're all gridded up right here. Like going this way. And then everything past that, you start seeing much different grids come into play. Right? And just at some point the community start meeting, and then what you do with that, you can really shape the the feel of the city. So I kind of had that feel in my mind when I was getting to this point in the city. Get rid of this now. So that once this stuff all collides, you'll be able to see a difference of this, which only looks small right now, but I'm looking, that's the grid I would like to continue actually going out up to a certain point, up to here, and then this one takes over going this way. And this road is going to be kind of like the Market Street. I've called it Rue La Frontière, which I can't even pronounce at the moment. And I didn't put the accent where it's supposed to because I just didn't have it on me. This keyboard can't do it. Yeah, but it will be stretching out, and you'll be able to like notice that you're going right toward this building, but you'll have like city going the whole way. And you'll have like this little gate, and this place will be upgraded to be a little bit more spectacular. Maybe have like a tourist section or office buildings or something like that. Make it a little cooler looking. But basically build the city based on that. So now having this allows this coming in as well as one right here. It's going to allow anything that's over here that's dense one way up into a sweeping interstate or whatever you want to call it, and then another way to go out, and then anybody who's out of that can have a much easier time moving up in here and then moving on without any problems, especially if I leave this nice and clean at some point. Maybe have like another three-way going this way, which is okay. And then that can actually rip through like the middle of the map once more over here. You start thinking about expansion as in fractaling out. So if you plan well, you don't have to worry about too much. Actually, this puts me in great shape to densify and make this look like quite an impressive front. Like this could actually stretch out, and I will have like, it won't just be like a cube of blocks of like this stuff, you know what I mean? This is just to hold me over for the time being. But you can spread that out and have like a tourist section, which is much brighter. There's a lot of possibilities. So it's all about planning and just not waiting to the last minute. Not overthinking anything. The only problem is now I gotta clean this up before I can actually watch it happen, so. But once we do that, this is going to become a pretty nice city.
drinking, lusting, and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Yeah, it's a good song, Rasputin. Yeah. Irish, nice. Nice. I'm half British. Well, Northern British, I guess. And Irish. And, well, quarter Irish, quarter Welsh. I think that's it. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I haven't done one of those test things. You today. Trump victory song, yeah. That's a cool mix. Indian, Jewish, French, and Scottish. It's cool. All the same though. I don't know. Well, I guess at this point now, Indian, you would consider it like a nation or whatever, but they were so factional at one point, weren't they? Oh yeah, baby. So, ooh. I'm gonna wreck these poor headphones from like the 1990s. I think they are from like the 90s. You got that foam. You can only see it in an office now. What do I do? Oh, I don't know how whistling sounds, I'm sorry. Okay. But I don't know if I can change like the paths of those boats that come in and out. Because I can start, you know, moving soil and stuff like that to give a nice place, but... what about... Can I squeak in here? This song? Oh my goodness. If I'm gonna play it, I might as well turn up the music a little bit. Half Irish, half German, that's a good mix. Bone broth refill. Thinking is have this. But I've extended the shoreline here. And there'll be a belt going around of basically a highway that runs through here on the urban side. And then this would be like the secondary or arterial road. But this is an express lane. So this song is catchy. Alright, we'll give it that. This is just YouTube mix. It's not my movie.
Te sun, să-ți spun ce simt acum. Alo, iubirea mea, sunt eu.
I'll get really sneaky if I can pull this off.
Alo, alo, sunt iarăși eu. Picasso, ți-am dat beat și sunt voinic, dar să știi, nu-ți cer nimic. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei. Numai ei, chipul tău și dragostea din tei.
Oh, the cheeky double roundabout under.
Numai ei, numai ei, numai ei. Chipul tău și dragostea din tei. Mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei. Chipul tău și dragostea din tei. Mi-amintesc de ochii tăi. Vrei să pleci, dar numai ei, numai ei, numai ei. Chipul tău și dragostea din tei. Mi-amintesc de ochii tăi.
Sloppy.
$3,000? For the sake of everybody in the band, act like you got some sense. Ain't do nothing but get up there and shake his ass. What we talking about? Don't get out there playing it, okay? What I do every night. That's all I know how to do, man. You know, I ain't flew all the way over.
Give you the... Oh, well, it's Weird Al.
I moved out to Langley recently with a plain and simple dream. Wanna infiltrate some third world place and topple their regime. Those men in black with their mansion suitcases, where everything's on a need-to-know basis. Agents got that swagger, everyone's so cloak and dagger. I'm feeling nervous, but I'm really kinda wishing for an undercover mission. That's when the red alert came on the radio, and I put my earpiece on. Got my dark sunglasses on, and I had my weapon drawn. So I get my handcuffs, my cyanide pills, my classified dossier. Tapping the phones like yeah, shredding the files like yeah. I memorized all the enemy spies I gotta neutralize today. It's a party in the CIA. Yeah.
It's pretty spicy.
It's a party in the CIA. I've done a couple of crazy
Canadians love
things that have
polka.
almost gotten me dismissed. Like terminate
Well,
some
there's a lot of
head
Ukrainians.
state who wasn't even on
I don't
my
know if
list.
that's anything.
Burn that microfilm, buddy, will you? I'd tell you why, but then I'd have to kill you. You need a quickie confession. We'll start a waterboarding session. No hurry on the South American dictator.
Yeah, he's right there behind it. He's just chilling. He had drugs.
And my silencer was on. And my silencer was on. And another target's gone. Yeah, we got our flag up all over the world, from Kazakhstan to Bombay. Paying the bribes like yeah, plugging the leaks like yeah, interrogating the scum of the earth. We'll break them by the break of day. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA. Need a country to stabilize. Look no further, we're your guys. We've got snazzy suits and ties, and a better dental plan than the FBI's. Better put your hands up and get in the van, or else you'll get blown away. Staging
Wow.
brainwashing moles like yeah. We only torture the folks we don't like. You're probably gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA. Yeah, it's a party in the CIA.
I think someone called this song earlier. It was just naturally fulfilling your request.
Harry Truman, Doris Day, Red China, Johnny Ray, South Pacific, Walter Winchell, Joe DiMaggio, Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Rosenberg, H-bomb, Sugar Ray, Panmunjom, Randall, the King and I, and the Catcher in the Rye, Eisenhower vaccine, England's got a new queen, Marciano, Liberace, satire, and a goodbye. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire, no, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. Joseph Stalin, Alan Cobb, Nasser and Prokofiev, Rockefeller, Campanella, Communist Bloc, Roy Cohn, one for all.
What happened?
Mussolini, Dacron, Din Din, Goofballs, rock around the clock. Einstein, James Dean, Brooklyn's got a winning team. Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Bardo, Budapest, Alabama, Khrushchev, Princess Grace, Peyton Place, trouble in the Suez. We didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire, no,
I think we already heard 500 miles, didn't we? Ooh.
LXM versus Mark van Dam.
We'll hide it. Sorry about that. I will never forget you, Dr. Mangler. On YouTube. Dr. Mangler on YouTube. Not actually Dr. Mangler. Shekel shuffle. Heard this, right? YouTube's brutal for that. I think we haven't seen this though. Poking Bears. That's a great song. Was it Hava Nagila? I just try and open something. Work.
peace of mind. On the floor, take a little time. Come and see, groove me, give a little sign. I'll be there after a while. If you want my love, we can boogie on down, down, boogie on down, down, boogie on down, down, we boogie on down, on down. Let's groove tonight. Share the spice of life. Baby, slice it right. We gonna groove tonight. Let's groove. Hey, it's alright. Baby, slice it right. Let's groove. The shoes. We gonna groove tonight. Hey, let's groove. It's alright. You just move. Let's groove. The shoes. Just move. Do you remember 21st night, September? Love was changing the minds, tender, while chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing as we danced in the night. Remember how the stars stole the night away.
Cabaret Voltaire. More cowbells. Might as well be partying. Might as well be partying. And yes, Kitty is in a quiet place. Sorry, it's just loading up while I get the rest of these ones put up. Boney M, Disco Demolition. You talking about the Bronx? 1978. Peter Gabriel. Party! Party! High school memories, good stuff. Brother-in-law says plays tennis occasionally with Bill Gates of hell. My sister pretty much tennis with Bill Gates. Didn't create the first computer virus. Billy knows nothing. That's what I heard. Heard that before. They'll still be eating beef. Franken meat. Beyond meat. Looks like pork. Tastes like pork. But it's not pork. Double plus good, really. Speedwagon. Good stuff. Brain is the first virus. It's named after Brian. I think if you have a VPN on, it won't show that you're in. So it's possible. Well, if it's too much. Settle, see what I need to do. RelaxChat. Charles Manson destroyed the 60s movement. Maybe. Look up Father McSorley. He was like a priest that started the hippie movement. Well, maybe not single-handedly. Robert McSorley or Richard, one or the other. Oh, I can't get that far in there. Can I? Oh, SNL. Back when SNL still tried to be funny. Yeah, that's a good call, man. That's a good call. SNL stopped being funny probably after Norm Macdonald. He like kind of took a stand to be just, you know, ridiculous. Alright, so I got this guy that talks about stuff, and this was on the Burma thing that you were saying. You can play him for now for an update on that if you want. I think he's like, he was out of Hong Kong or something. If it'll play.
Well, let's take it from the national file. It looks like in Burma, the military has arrested country's leaders for alleged election fraud. The Election Commission had refused to probe substantial evidence of voter fraud in the November 2020 election. Now remember, I'm talking about Burma, also known as Myanmar. But I wonder how this could relate to, you know, people more in the Western world. I'll let you just ponder about that. The leaders of the Southeast Asian country of Myanmar have been arrested. Myanmar State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi, sorry, I mean, I'm probably butchering it, and President Win Myint were both arrested in morning raids on Monday by the nation's armed forces. Official results of the November election in Myanmar, also known as Burma, showed a victory for the Liberal National League for Democracy, which is led by Aung San Suu Kyi. The Conservative Nationalist Union Solidarity and Development Party, which is supported by members of the country's military, lost several seats. And that kind of goes to, you know, is this really because there was election fraud? Or is it because the military likes one group over another? I don't know, right? Maybe if you're Burmese, you know a bit more about the history, and maybe you could give everybody some information in the comments below. However, it soon became apparent, according to the military, that massive voter fraud had taken place. On January 15th, 94,242 cases of election fraud in 6 townships occurred, apparently, and subsequently a new fair election was called to be supervised by the military and the country's election commission. In Chapin King Village, an underage girl was able to cast a vote. She is just 16 years old. She was forced by her neighbor to go vote. Major General Za Min-tun, a spokesman for the Myanmar military, pointed out a further 8.6 million irregularities. Only 8.6 million? Trust me, there are other elections with far more irregularities that have occurred at about the same time.
Ooh, he is loud.
That happened in 314 townships.
It's loud today,
a large
bro.
number of voters had voted multiple times and urged the election commission to take action. Now, the general...
Yeah, I've heard about
the election
Eastern
commission
Oregon doing
provide
that.
the final voter list for cross-checking to verify whether fraud had taken place. Not resolving this in line with law means this is a political crisis, he told reporters last week. The weak-willed election commission, which was appointed by the NLD, declined to acknowledge the evidence. Weaknesses and errors in voters' lists cannot cause voting fraud. Huh? Is that true? Really? You think about it. If your
Unreal,
voter
huh?
list doesn't match who's voting, well, one of those two things are wrong or they're both wrong, right? So your voter list apparently would have a list of all the possible voters, or at least to a high degree, right? Maybe, 99%, 99.9%. Of course, some people may fall through the cracks. So the point is that voter lists are generally pretty accurate. Because if your voter list says we have, 5 million people that can vote, but then you get, 5 million people voting, that's a sign of there's something going on, right? Because even in your most hotly contested election cycles, not 100% of people are going to vote. You have to remember that, okay? Just because you have a number, the number of people voting should be less than that, right? That's a simple reality. Even at 80% voting, that would be suspicious in most cases. But maybe the number was higher than that, and so that's why the Burmese military is saying, hey, there's something funky going on here, can we check? The election commission said, no. You tell me whether or not there's voter fraud. Ultimately, the military issued an ultimatum to the government for failing to respect and abide to the Constitution. General Min Aung Hlaing, the commander-in-chief of Myanmar's armed forces, suggested the role of the military was to stop governments abusing the law. If one does not follow the law, such a law must be revoked. In order
I keep
to stop
turning
the
this
steal
guy
of the
down,
military, all
and he keeps
military
getting
officials
louder.
against what has been described as dishonesty and unfairness in the November election. So, this is happening in Myanmar, also known as Burma, and I couldn't tell you if voter fraud occurred, but what I can tell you is that if some people say, hey, we want to verify, we want to check, and people say no, what does that mean about the election? Right? Think about this in any other context. Somebody wants to verify something, and people say no. That doesn't give you much confidence now, does it? Can you imagine, it's like writing a check. Why do people not like checks? Because there's a chance. I mean, unless you know the guy or it's a business account or something like that, there's a big chance it could bounce. So if you can't verify they actually have the money in the bank, most people are not going to take the check. You ever had it where, for like homework, your teacher might ask, hey, can I
he's on the
check
theatricals at this point, so let's see what I can throw on some Gunsa Wevel.
Seine Soldaten allesamt ins Gewehr. 200 Bataillons und an die 1000 Schwadronen. Und jeder Grenadier kriegt 60 Patronen. Herz, sprach seine Majestät, dass jeder in der Bataille seinen Mann mir steht. Sie können mir nicht stehen, und die Gracia. Glatz und die 100 Millionen in meinem Schatz. Die Kaiserin hat sich mit dem Franzosen alliiert und das römische Reich gegen mich revoltiert. Die Russen sind gefallen in Preußen ein. Auf lasst sie zeigen, dass wir brave Landskinder sein. Meine Generale Schwerin und Feldmarschall von Keit und der Generalmajor von Zieten sind allemal bereit. Potsmoren, Blitz und Kreuzelement werden Fritz und seine Soldaten noch nicht kennt. Nun adieu, Wiese, wisch ab das
Gesicht.
eine jede Kugel, ja nicht entreffe jede
Ah.
apart ihren Mann. Wo kriegten die Könige ihre Soldaten?
Am I possibly a wee bit too high or low? Ooh. Uh-oh. That's not supposed to happen. Everybody's out of power. And sewage and stuff. Uh-oh.
Artillerie hat ein vortrefflich Kaliber und von den Preußen geht keiner nicht zum Feinde nicht über. Die Schweden, die haben verflucht schlechtes Geld. Wer weiß, ob der Österreicher Besseres hält. Mit Pomade bezahlt den Franzosen sein König. Wir kriegen alle Woche bei Heller und Pfennig.
Potsmoren, Blitz. Oh, I probably should have said that. Get like the German thought police knocking at my door. Mix. Mix. Ausgewählt. Mouse. Let me get to the comments there. Sorry, guys. That was a bit slow. I didn't realize. There was a skit called Seattle had a show on after SNL called Almost Live. There was a skit called Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah. SCTV was funny. Yeah. Norm Macdonald is yeah. Oh, the President Clinton on The View. That interview, that was hilarious. Eastern Washington would join up with Eastern Oregon. That'd be cool. I think we'd be more representative. Although, I mean, it's always good to have some balance, maybe, but there's no balance anymore from what I heard. Yeah, I could do a monorail. Actually, I was thinking about doing a monorail. There's a lot of land there, and the way I'm building is that it's all done by coastlines, so sooner or later I'm going to need all sorts of transportation because there's just so much land.
va preni tra niente c'è campà, non ne va scravà. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono di consigli e ti vorrei una famiglia. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono di consigli e ti vorrei una famiglia. All'umola senza guerra se tirai dal baranterra, Ferrani e Giacobbi e facendo rama B, e fornuta la guaglianza, e fornuta la libertà, per poi sotto l'ure panzi ignorato va con qua. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono di consigli e ti vorrei la famiglia. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono di consigli e ti vorrei la famiglia. Passa un mese chiuso, per tu sei la chiusa, lo pesca se hanno avuto la chiarretta viva dal maccarone, dal rispetto alla religione, già cucini ad ammar, o va brucio lo banana. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono i consigli e ti vorrei la famiglia. Sono al sole, sono a Carmagnolo, sono i consigli e ti vorrei la famiglia.
I have done that before, where like I got the achievement to get like 30 lines or something, or 10 lines of, and it was disgusting. And it was just like balloons everywhere. It looked so gross. You think it would be amazing, right? But no. Maybe if I put it in like prettier formations or something, maybe you could do something with that. People are too fat. You can actually make people walk pretty far in this game. They'll prefer walking over a lot of things. This might be a task to fit this in. Uh-oh. And I needed to leave as well? Oh, and it's flooding. Why is it flooding? Guess I gotta get the other ones. Surfaces, nodes, no segments, no buildings. Do. Is that gonna work? Oh boy. I might have some trouble. Oh, I got moved. Oh, I totally thought that cleared. That's a heartbreaker. Because that's gonna look pretty bad. No, we're okay. Ooh, that looks nice. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's starting to look like a city. A shiny city. Oh. Yeah, there's only so much marching band you can do. Oh, I'm on it. Job was indeed tested. Got allowed to do certain things. Yes, he was. Why does Job suffer? Why does he suffer? I mean, it's clearly told why. Yeah, that's what happened. I was building roads as I pushed everything out. Actually, that's not too bad. I'll compare it. It is, it's a little spaghetti-like, but that's not so bad. Not so irregular if you have room to work with, but 1 second, actually. I should get up if I have a chance at this. Look at that. Oh, that's... Probably. Probably just get it like that. Yeah, I mean, I could start this a little bit. I could go here and have it like this. Just 1 sec. Well, I mean, all of the Bible points to Christ. Points to the fact that it's not about what you can do right when times are good. About what do you do when times are rough. What do you do with your sins? What do you do with your shortcomings? But it always points to Christ. Mm-hmm. The way I look at it is that it's that God is a God of liberty. And he allows us to go his way or our own. When he forsakes me, I don't know. We can all have tests of faith. And we're told already, like when we follow him, it's not going to be an easy road. Why it's important when you read the Bible. Forsaking us is a strong word. Because Job is one of the most hailed people in the Bible, you know. And he lived and he died just like the rest of us do and will. Yet he's one of the most remembered people in the Bible. His stories are one of the most remembered. Should Canada be an American state? No. Not that I don't really care. I think it's too big and too diverse. Like, I'm not talking about like the gloatsy term for diverse. I mean, for decades and centuries, Newfoundland has been different from the Atlantic provinces, which is different from Quebec, which is different from Ontario, which is different from Manitoba, Saskatchewan. They all have like pretty distinct stuff going on, to the point where if you had it as like a state, I don't think it would work. I think we should adopt more American checks and balances. Mm-hmm. Jesus King said his promise is that he'll never forsake us. Like, I don't know how I don't know how you think that Job is an example of being forsaken by God. Job still praised him. This is looking better though. Cool. Uh. um. Okay, man. Dude, I gotta give you another timeout. It's like every time I come back, there's like E. Like, come on, dude. Calm down. Like, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I was like, if someone claims to know the Bible, so like, this is one of the easiest stories of the Bible to get. You know what? That's getting really annoying. Go flood someone else's chat. My goodness. And calm down, just calm down. Other things to do in the world, you know. But I'll see you on your next account, I guess. Oh, it's because they're two spots. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to like drop hammers or stuff like that, but my gosh, that was like derailing everything. Eastern Washington and British Columbia should become one. I think they're really close together, to be quite honest. Eastern British Columbia is, and basically everywhere outside of Vancouver and Victoria. Derailing stuff. Watch favorite movies and stuff like that. You wouldn't want to relax or something, right? Could be anyone. Could be one of the people that I talk about and they're just... They can't handle that they're irrelevant when you want them to be, I guess. It could be that. It could be anything else. And any kind of stuff just to get drama going. It's okay. But after a while, it's just like, yeah, I mean, there's other people who wanted to talk. There's no need to be the only one speaking here. It's way too small. But it doesn't matter at this moment anyways. I'm going city to the city. Rocky. Do. Well, I don't know why it just seems to be that same false dichotomy every time that it's like never accounts for free will. It's either like God allows or creates evil, or this story is wrong and or something like that. You know? And it's just like, it doesn't have to be that at all. It's like kind of an atheist argument, you know? This is where, like, I really disagree with Calvinists, like with Tulip. It's so obvious in the Bible that you're encouraged and told that you should be making the right decisions. Can't even imagine what I'd do if I was told to sacrifice my son. Yes. This is the thing too, because there were times that Abraham, like, didn't trust in God's plan. That's why I made that story extra important. But that God forgive. Oh my goodness. What is happening here anyways? No sewage going? Why? There's no power at the sewage. Whoops. Yuck. Why? Why does it do that? Give me a break. Trust the plan. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like with Sarai before she became Sarah. When she said when he said that she was his sister. When it was his wife. Because he didn't trust God. He worried. And he shirked. And then his wife was taken in captivity. That's what I mean. He failed clearly before. Like everybody, every single person in the Bible, save Jesus, failed in the Bible. The Old Testament is the book of fools. You know what I mean? Book of people that fail, just like me and you. No matter how great they are. Or great you think they are, or someone thinks they are, or they think they are. Okay. My failure to recognize that has now cost me a lot of people in this town. Whoops. Okay, now. Connection. Connection. Hey, my turn. How are you? I may stoop hit Thumb Beach. I think being coherent might be a prerequisite to remain in chat. Oh. Going on here? Major death wave. When's your turn? Who's your turn? I don't know. No, I just put on a timeout. I say it's a prerequisite to be coherent in chat. I think that's pretty fair. Random words that don't make up a sentence. My theory on climate change is, if that exists, it is a product of man's sin, not his car. They too know that God intends to burn this place next time, not flood it. He may be righteous. Yeah. I mean, I'm like halfway. I think it's I again think it's not an either or kind of thing. Our ability to use tools has come a long way since the old days, you know. Some night we should do a deep dive on the musicians and messages that came from the children of the military from Laurel Canyon. We could, yeah. Look into that. Could look into that. All right. So this now needs to connect to the rest of the world. This backbone that I'm putting in. We're almost there. And it will. Lots of room. Lots of room for this to connect to stuff. Cool. Looks good. That right there. It actually looks quite good. Once this starts filling out. Look nice. A little bit straight here at first, especially when you have like not much in there. But it's going to allow for a lot better traffic. See how that traffic's looking now. 83. Still not the best. But it's dealing with this stuff. Fine. That's what it's counting there. Here it's a little weird. Yeah, a little weird. Little weird, but it's okay. Terrible. And then this right here. Get my circle back in there. I have a problem here because of the want to turn here, blocking off traffic. They want to go in here. So goes above it, right? Will it work like that? Cool. Nice. Nice. Hey, watching, how you doing? Is there an airport? I can start putting it in at a certain population. But I haven't added much stuff on yet. Because remember, I pointed out, or I found that problem with the traffic in the center of the city. So that's been basically my #1 concern. Yeah, good to see you watching, buddy. Look at all these people walking. Okay. Pity the fool that's going in there. Probably start cluing up in a little bit because I don't want to be doing this all night. I'm gonna take actually a short break. Music to start with. I'll let people move back into the homes anyways. Traffic is gonna be kind of unpredictable for the next little bit. Then I can start connecting these into actual population. Plug me into the. I'll give.
Of COVID, like what we first saw, the virus, how the vaccine rollout goes, and I'm still
Spaghetti Junction, yeah. This one right here. Yeah.
Over the next several months.
Total spaghetti. It's my fix for what was an extremely bad setup that would have broken the city once it broke, or once it rose past about 30K. So I'll do that. I'll leave that for now. That'll do. I'm gonna take a quick break. I got this going. No, I'm not going for Seattle. I'm going for, I don't know, a couple different things.
I think that this is clearly something that people are interested in. A number of other companies.
I guess it could fit the bill, but it doesn't look as boreal.
Google have said that they're going to experiment with that. I know that we have people here who are thinking about that deeply as well. I'm starting to think about what that could look like as well. It doesn't feel like there's any particular rush to come to a conclusion on that, given that right now we're kind of all remote. But we have a history of allowing flexibility in how people work. Some of the question and discussion that I've seen about this is, are we basically going to require people to choose between
Kitty.
Working remotely or being in the office 5 days a week? And the reality is we don't currently require people to be in the office 5 days a week. And a lot of people, we have no meeting days, and a lot of people work from home 1 day a week. We try to give people a lot of flexibility about their schedule. So if you need to make different appointments or do different things, we're not particularly rigid about when you need to kind of be in the office or be at your desk. And we'll certainly think about whether it makes sense to extend some of that further. But at the same time, I think if you're going to be in the office as the primary place that you work, and part of the virtue and benefit of that is that that there's going to be a critical mass of your team around. I think it makes sense to have some guidelines around how that works too. So we'll continue thinking through that, but I don't have anything new to announce on either of those points today, and we'll just kind of continue seeing how COVID evolves, and that will guide some of this stuff. Shall we go to the next one?
All right, Mark, thank you very much. The next question on a lot of folks' minds right now as we continue to work from home, and as you mentioned about vaccines. So how many vaccines do you think need to be rolled out before we will reopen the offices?
So the vaccine being rolled out is one important input in getting the virus under control. But at the end of the day, our decision about when we're going to open up offices is related to that overall picture of the virus under control and making sure that we can provide a safe work environment for people more than just vaccines. And there have been a number of countries around the world that have been able to get the virus under control, well before the vaccine was available. And in a lot of these places we have the offices are open and a lot of people are in them. So clearly this stuff isn't just going to be tied to the vaccine being rolled out. In the US and a number of other places, I do think that the vaccine is going to be critical, as will be testing and having good protocols around that. And as I've said a couple of times already today, I think it's on the one hand pretty amazing that we got a vaccine, got a number of vaccines within a year, compared to some of the more aggressive projections where behind the schedule for vaccinating people. But I'm at least optimistic that some of these things will be able to chalk up to early inefficiencies in the logistics, and that this will get worked out hopefully over the coming months. So I still believe that by the end of this quarter, by the end of this half, these are going to be widely available, and I think that that's going to be very important for being able to get the virus under control broadly, and therefore the office is open for everyone who wants to be in them. But at the end of the day, we're not going to tie that to a certain prevalence of vaccine distribution. We're going to tie that to those decisions to a kind of prevalence of people with COVID as a portion of the population, as we've done so far.
All right, Mark, thank you very much for that answer. Let's get to another pre-recorded question, this time about hybrid work models and potential of them at Facebook.
Hi, Mark. My name is Natalia. I'm a software engineer on connectivity analytics platform team, and I would like to know if you considered hybrid work model where we could work in the office 2-3 times per week instead of full 5 days or completely remote option. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I take from that this was 2 of the top voted questions, that this is on a lot of people's minds, and that's consistent with the survey data that we've seen in terms of what people think that they might want in terms of work arrangements after people can get back in the office. So we hear that, and we're thinking about that. Again, right now, I don't know that there's, this isn't compared to some of the other situations that we're dealing with this week or over the next month. I don't know that we have exactly the same urgency for solving this because, we're not all going to be back in the office for some period. But in general, I think it's a reasonable thing to think about. And we need to figure out what the guardrails on that should be. I don't think it would make sense to just say that there are no norms around how teams should work. I think that would probably not be optimal for teams getting work done. I also think that some things we need to think through how whether there are things that we want to be common across the whole company compared to having different teams develop their own norms. Part of the value there is that if something is common across the whole company, it gives people more career opportunities and ability to switch between teams, and that enables teams to work together well, compared to if you have teams making up their own, having their own kind of norms on this stuff. That might make some of those things more difficult. So I think there are a bunch of questions that we need to think through, and we're certainly going to think through whether it makes sense to do more here. But I think that these are completely reasonable questions, and this is certainly noted.
Excellent. Thanks for that answer, Mark. And I want to stress before we go to the next question, I was looking through the comments and just want to keep in mind that these are still the top 5 questions that have been voted up this week. We've just asked a lot of the question askers to present those questions to you in the form of video. All right, so let's get to the next question. And speaking of questions, it's an HR question about the questions. Take it away.
Hey Mark, Martin here. I have a question for you. We've seen a lot of HR-related questions dominate the Q&A polls lately, and in an attempt to balance that more with org, product, and policy questions, I wanted to ask if you were supportive of more specific HR-related Q&A sessions, addressing those questions, but then also freeing up time in this Q&A for a broader set of topics. Thank you.
So I think that that's a great idea, and I would love that. I think certainly the HR questions that people ask are important and certainly are kind of relevant topics for people to ask me at this Q&A. I agree with the sentiment that there are other important things too, in addition to them, whether it's products and how we're serving our community or serving small businesses, questions about our strategy. Certainly there are a lot of questions that do get asked about our policies and the impact that we have on the world. And I think, being able to make sure that we discuss all of these things is important. So, getting back to your question, I would support and I would encourage the teams to try out the idea. Organize an HR Q&A. Let's try it once and see how useful it is. My sense is that it will be useful to hear from those leaders. I think whenever we get to hear from Lori and Janelle and folks, we benefit. They're deeply thoughtful about all the work and the policies that we have to put in place, balancing the needs of I think it's on the order of 60,000 full-time employees at this point, but at the same time, I think part of the reason why people ask the questions here that I just want to make sure we kind of see clearly, it's not that the information isn't available in other places, right? There are formats, forums where Lori and other folks are answering these questions. We have a group. I forget exactly what it's called off the top of my head, but it's kind of an HR policy group where people can ask questions. I think a lot of the stuff is documented in our wikis and things. So I don't actually get the sense when people ask me these questions, it's not necessarily the case that they're asking that because there is no other place for them to get the information. I think some of this is that people are simply unsatisfied with the answers that they've gotten in other places and want to escalate it further and make sure that it is a topic that I'm thinking about, which I think is a fine thing to do. Again, I don't think that these issues should be the only thing that kind of dominate the Q&As, but I think it is reasonable to consider these, especially in the time of COVID, when the way that we're all living and working is so in flux. I think that makes sense. But if you take the questions like the ones that we've answered so far about what are the policies around when we'll open up certain offices, or how are we thinking about work balance and kind of flexible work, I didn't actually say anything new there. I think that we haven't discussed before, except to maybe say that I think it's a reasonable question that we'll continue reflecting on it. But in terms of what the stance is, all this information in terms of the HR policies is typically available in these other forums across the company.
Excellent. Thanks for that thoughtful response, Mark. Okay, so rounding out our top 5, let's get to another pre-recorded questions about one of our products, Workplace.
Hi, Mark. I'm Brian. I work on the Feed Health team in Seattle. Microsoft Teams saw explosive growth last year. Why wasn't Workplace the main tool people use to connect in the shift to remote work? Thank you.
This is a good question. So, first of all, Workplace did grow very quickly. I want to make sure I don't get the exact stats wrong, but there are now many millions of kind of paying customers, right? Or customers who are paying for many millions of people to use the product. So we did see that, but at the same time, I think you're right in the spirit of your question that the products that have grown the quickest over the last year are ones that are not primarily focused on kind of organizational communication and cultural communication like Workplace has been, but are focused on more kind of direct meetings in things like Zoom or to some degree, what we've seen with Teams. And I think that's been the part of Teams that's really exploded and done the best. So we're certainly learning from that. We're going to continue supporting Workplace and the work that we can uniquely do there around organizational communication and making it so people can share things and it can get distributed all throughout an organization in an interface that people are used to and comfortable with, because a lot of people use Facebook and our other products, and Workplace kind of has a similar format. I mean, those are all reasons why a lot of large and small companies appreciate and love Workplace. So we'll keep on doing that. But at the same time, I think going forward, a lot more of our focus is going to be on empowering small businesses, and not just through our kind of advertising tools and the platforms that we have on Facebook and Instagram, but enabling those teams to very easily set up meetings and do video chat using the video tools that we have, and tie that into the kind of org communication that they have, but maybe not as but focusing a little bit more on the use cases that seem to be growing quickly there. One aside is we have seen very quick growth in the video chat products, obviously, that we offer, which are more on the consumer side. We shared some stats around New Year's of how widely some of these services were used. I think there were more than 1 billion calls on WhatsApp. I think it was almost 1.5 billion calls on New Year's. And obviously some of the other products that we have that are just focused on this, like Portal, had very good years, and a lot of people bought that and were enjoying it for the first time, and found it very useful. So that's the main learning that we have there, and we're gonna certainly focus more of our efforts in that direction.
All right, Mark, let's take a look at some of the comments here. Lots of people saying that they are appreciative of your question answering, and love the idea that you're interested in actually thinking about doing an HR-related Q&A session as well. Want to look at some of the questions that are coming up in the comment section now?
Sure. Let's look through some of this and see if I can pick some of these up. Yeah, and I hope Lori doesn't mind that I just signed her up to do a Q&A, but I think that's I think it'll be useful, and I'm curious to see what the feedback is on that and whether that actually achieves the goal of alleviating any of the pressure on HR questions at these Q&As. But I think that's all fair. Okay, there are a bunch of different themes that we're seeing here. Maybe I'm seeing a number of questions about some of the COVID remarks that I made, especially more Europe focused. Europe is locking down again. Is there any more info on the super strain you can share with us? Anything new from CZI? Another question: what about the worst strains of coronavirus that you were just talking about? Look, I always want to be careful when I talk about this stuff. I am not. I'm not a medical expert on this stuff, but I can summarize from some of the folks that I've gotten the opportunity to work with at CZI what I've heard. The current understanding of some of these new strains is that they are not necessarily more deadly or more damaging, but they are more viral and spread a lot more efficiently. And I think that is very worrisome for a number of reasons. Now some people have the reaction of, oh, good, it's not more lethal, but as one person in our analytics team pointed out to me this week, if you wanted to basically design something that was going to have a bigger negative impact, you would have something that would infect more people widely with a lower lethality than something that basically would burn out faster because it was extremely lethal. So I do think that these are very serious. Another thing that anyone who's worked on any products that have been involved in people basically spreading them to multiple of their friends, knows that if a new strain of COVID is now, say for example, 30% more effective at spreading, that's going to reach a lot more people. It probably will reach a lot more than 30% more people, just because that compounds every day. So that's a very big deal. And then you kind of compare that with the fact that in certain places, I think this is what led the UK to do their lockdown I know that we have a very dire situation in LA right now, where a lot of the hospitals are near capacity, and these strains have not really very broadly been spread yet in the U.S. So I think that this is going to be a phenomenon that will play out a lot more over the next couple of months. And I think that the capacity of the hospitals is going to be really strained by this. So, I think the good dynamic that we have going on is that the vaccine is being rolled out. The bad dynamic is that there are now these new strains. And I think to some degree, how things go over the next few months is going to be a function of which one of those spreads faster. If the vaccine spreads faster, and we can get the logistics worked out on that, then that may be enough to prevent some of these faster spreading strains from being really catastrophic. But if we don't, I think the stakes are now even higher for making sure that the vaccine can get rolled out faster. So that's kind of my understanding of the state of play. And I don't think that scientifically we really understand as much about the new strains yet. I think the current belief is that the vaccines will be generally effective against it as well. I think that there was some question that some folks had about whether the South African strain in particular was a little more different and may have and some of the drugs and things that we've developed may be a little less effective against it. But overall, I think people are pretty optimistic that the vaccines will generally be effective against them. So that's what that is. That's kind of the sum of what I know at this point. But I'll keep you updated. All right, let's see what else. An opposite question. What am I most looking forward to in 2021? Seeing all of you. I mean, it's as nice as it is to do these Q&As staring at a camera, I much would prefer to see to get a chance to work with people in person and see all of you. I think it's been to some degree incredible how much we've been able to get done given this way of working, and there are pluses of it, but I do just think that it's just so nice to be in person with people, and that doesn't mean that I'm still excited about enabling remote work too. But I think even for people who work remotely, we'll have to basically create norms and structures where people come together periodically to build teams and cohesion that will be very important. And just like some of the other work flexibility questions, I haven't spent that much time thinking about exactly what the norms need to be on teams coming together when they're working remotely. It's just not relevant right now. But I think that will be that'll all be pretty important. All right, what else do we have? I mean, there's some questions I think for Guy or Monica. There's relevant to the events that are going on right now. Why have you not taken similar action against other international leaders? I think that's probably a question for Monica and the policy leader. How are we preparing for a potential violent event between now and inauguration on January 20th? I think that's probably a good one for Guy to take in terms of all the operational steps that we're putting in place. So maybe you two can jump in and answer those.
Sure, happy to. So I want to emphasize that this was not the actions that we took in removing President Trump's video and post yesterday. That wasn't a new policy. That was our response to a specific situation based on our assessment of risk. So we have established policies about the speech we allow when people talk about violent acts. Those policies apply around the world, including to politicians. And we have actually removed, on a number of situations, we've removed posts from major national figures, including I can think of cases where it's been a senior leader in a country, but also legislators in a country for violating those policies.
On the second question around our readiness for the next couple of weeks and how we're planning for that, I think the way to think about it is there's perhaps 3 lines of defense, 3 layers of our work. First one is we have built simply over the past several years many systems. We have thousands, tens of thousands of people working to review content, to build systems that detect content, and that works 24/7 all the time.
Like honestly though, like who are these people?
People are reviewing and finding.
And it's all based on their own risk assessment. Like this is the biggest issue. I think.
On top of that, we have built
so worried about the risk
operations center, which for
that they all self-censor and then censor other people.
In fact, representatives, as it were, of those same people to ensure that we have a much tighter loop in communicating, in anticipating new scenarios and reacting to things as they unfold, because there are, we can plan as much as we like, but there's always going to be new things that happen that are unexpected. And so it's really on us to make sure that we have the process and the people to communicate, to share the information, to make decisions based on what is coming to light. And so that's our operations center, which is an incredibly important part of what we've been doing, particularly over the past several months, and certainly, this week has been critical and will continue to be. And then the last thing I want to mention is our what we call our election defense measures, or been referred to as break glass often, which are additional technical capabilities that we developed to add simply more lines of defense to help us slow the spread of content, get a little bit more time so that we can review and we can make the right decisions on content that's spreading on our platform. We have been activating some of those. We spoke about a number of those around the election period. Some of those persisted, and we're continuing to activate those based on what we're seeing manifesting on the platform. They're tailored to specific kinds of behavior that we are monitoring, or we're anticipating, or we want to prevent out of an abundance of caution. So we're working across those 3. Certainly all of the teams working on this, we're going to be staying very vigilant over the next several weeks. This is absolutely going to continue to be a delicate time. And, hugely grateful for the teams that are working around the clock on this stuff.
All right. Just looking through some of the other questions. There are a number of other things about just what am I focused on in 2021 and priorities. This was one of the big themes that we talked about at the all hands before the end of the year. The high-level company priorities remain the same. We have 4 priorities. The first one is to continue making progress on the big social issues that we in the internet are at the center of. So certainly, it's some of these content issues that we've seen this week are certainly a big area that we'll want to keep on working and improving what we do. But there are other areas too, like privacy is just a massive area that we're investing in, and I expect us to make a lot of progress this year. We're making a lot of exciting investments in kind of improving deeply all of the infrastructure that we build to make it more privacy aware, and working on infrastructure to make all of our messaging apps end-to-end encrypted and things like that. The second priority is around basically continuing to build new experiences for our community, and to build the infrastructure to build even more good new experiences in the future. So, that's a lot of what I'm excited there is around some of the communities work that we're doing. A lot of people on Facebook and Instagram and the messaging apps now, use the apps increasingly to communicate with groups of people, and those communities are a lot of the most meaningful parts of those apps. Whether it's a thread that you have where you're keeping in touch with the people that matter the most to you during COVID when you can't see people in person, or some groups for interests or physical communities that you really care about, that you that are some of the most central parts of how you use Facebook, or the ability to so dynamically follow your interests and get more content and kind of see what the community is around the things that you're interested in emergent culture on Instagram. Those are some of the things that I'm most excited about doubling down on and investing in more this year. We have that. We're continuing to focus on building out the private social platform through our messaging apps. So I talked about making everything end-to-end encrypted as kind of the foundation of that, building more functionality into it. This year we improved a lot of video calling work a lot, and that's been widely used. We're starting to roll out payments more, a lot of interesting tools around that for people to interact not just with people but with businesses. That's going to be really important. So that kind of stuff is all really central. And then longer term, there's of course the Facebook Reality Labs work that we're doing that is that I think is really starting to kick it into a much higher gear there. Where the Quest 2 sales have been great, and I think we sold more Quest 2s in the first 7 weeks of its existence than we did Quest 1 the whole time, and we were pretty happy with how Quest 1 did. So that's doing pretty well. A lot of exciting stuff coming this year and the next year on the FRL front, as we build towards long-term having kind of the kind of regular looking AR glasses that we can all just wear on a daily basis. We're still several years out from that, but we're building towards that nicely, and I'm really proud of how that team is executing. So that's kind of the second priority. The first one was continue making progress on the big social issues. 2 is continue delivering improvements and meaningful experiences to people. 3 is serving small businesses, because that's the core of the economy, and it's the core of our business too. And we're building out new tools through things like shops across Facebook and Instagram, and we'll build those into WhatsApp and Messenger soon too. We're working on a number of new tools for small businesses to interact with their customers through messaging. We bought a company called Customer that's going to help us really turbocharge some of that work. But overall, I continue to be very excited about that. That's just a critical part of what we do, and I think it's underappreciated, but really the biggest part of our business is serving small businesses. So when we help small businesses, that in the end is what drives our business and makes our business better as well. So we were very focused on that. And then the last priority, the fourth priority, is to continue communicating what we stand for. And I think we have a lot of work to do on this. And I think a lot of people don't feel like they understand what we stand for. And it's been a difficult environment for us to really cut through and explain that in a way that I think really comes across. And we're going to continue focusing on that. It's just critical. People knowing what we stand for is the foundation of trusting us and understanding why we make the decisions that we make. So we're going to kind of keep on pushing on that. So those are the big 4 priorities that I have for this year. It's a continuation of our work last year, but I think that those will be kind of the critical areas that we need to work for several years to come. So, all right, that's probably enough for today. Again, I know everyone is just struggling and processing what is going on in DC right now. It's a heavy moment, and I encourage you to take advantage of the resources that we have to help process this and work through this. And on the other health fronts and the other parts of what we're doing, I just hope that you all continue to stay safe and healthy and as good as possible with everything that's going on. So with that, we're going to wrap up today. with reintroducing the tradition of having a story from someone in our community about how they are using our services and getting value from what we build and why it's meaningful in their lives. This was always one of my favorite parts of Q&A, and I'm excited to build this back in. So let's go to it.
All right, so that was Project Veritas, I guess. Closing that call. Yeah, they really think that, you know, they're the rulers. They're shaping the minds out there. They'll learn someday. I'll throw something else on now in 1 sec. Get there. Yes. Malleable spaghetti. My favorite kind. I can fix that later if it really bugs me. Okay, so I now have one coming out. This now meets, can meet this. Let's see what's going on in the chat. How you doing, guys? If that's me whom you're speaking of there, Chi, you were correct. I have not been looking too much. I was listening in on that stuff. Kitty has a two-face mask on? Nice. Nice. My face diaper's on. I have it around, I have like my bandana around my neck that I use as a face diaper, so in that way, yeah. I have Kitty currently lying on me as well, and that's why I haven't really been setting too much up, because I know it's kind of hard to talk to the microphone so far away. Bacteria growth mass, that's what it is, yeah. A lot of people are dying from bacterial pneumonia. When I spray, what are we doing? House paint? Mass M95. Oh, that's what that's coming from. Okay. You okay? Hold on a second. Hmm. Got a little bit of kitty cam, I think. This thing on my head is this claw. You probably can't see him. Be able to get you the ears. I can't reach the screen, but this is his paw right here. Oh, gone now. Anchors onto something. Yeah, oh, I'm about to get bit. I played too much with his paw. Now he's not happy. Oh, he's gonna kick my butt. Ah, ow. Okay, okay, okay. Come now. Oh, he locks in and very angry if I guess I turn him a couple degrees. Wrong way. Oh, bro. Oh, in the bunny kick. It's okay. Wait, he just wants to play now. It's okay. Calm down. Okay. Relax. Relax. Oh. It's okay, buddy. You're gonna come. Oh. Okay. Oh. Shinobi is his name. But I just call him Boobers. I'm getting the same kind of wall of text as I am before, aren't I? Yeah, no, I just couldn't do much there when I had kitten lying on top of me. Alright, what's going on in this game? I finally have a hand free. Okay. This is getting gridded out. And now connections are coming in here. Okay. There. What do we have? Oh, it's here somewhere. That's it. That's it, man. Allô Kitty, est-ce que tu veux? Est-ce que tu veux? I do believe he might want more fatty treat. Something. I'll oblige momentarily. Not much better. I'll have to figure something out. Can I even fit that in there? No. No, I doubt I can, but I can do this. Salut Kitty! Ok. Mon gars, toi, qu'est-ce que tu veux? Plus de manger? Ok. J'y vais. Come on. Oh, Kitty's gonna kill me if I wait any longer. Be right back in a couple minutes. Gotta make sure he got that grub. He got that grub. Okay, Kitty. Okay. Let's see what else is on. Is for news. What is going on in the world here today? Oh. So this is the squeaky voice guy. But he drops really good information. So, Lincoln Project co-founder John Weaver busted for grooming underage teen boys, apparently.
If you've been on the internet today, probably it's going to be either this or the story about the Facebook leak where they admit they have too much power. I opted to go with the Lincoln Project. You know those guys that all look identical to each other, 55, 60-year-old men, that they say they're Republicans, and they're all never Trumpers, and they combined up with the Democrats to take down Orange Man Cheeto Hitler. Well, never Trumper Lincoln Project co-founder John Weaver busted for grooming underage teen boys. So here is the paragon of justice and morality. 21 men accused Lincoln Project co-founder John Weaver of online harassment, according to a report by the New York Slimes. The youngest victim was just 14 years old when John Weaver started messaging and grooming him. And here is the tweet. Allegations became public this month, and an open letter from one of the men Weaver messaged. The reporting shows how widespread the harassment was. 21 men came forward within days, and how aggressive it got. Now, I want to make sure this is absolutely clear. First off, one, these are allegations, so it's not definitive. It hasn't been proven in a court of law. People can make up stuff all the time. And I'm not saying that they did that. I just want to make that clear that this is not completely been proven. They're just allegations right now. Maybe it's true, maybe it's false. We're going to take a deeper dive. The New York Slime says the evidence of Weaver's online harassment is well documented and backed up with screenshots and ran between 2015 to 2020. So this is way before the Lincoln Project, got famous, for lack of a better term, because remember, they came in after Donald Trump was elected. It was, or mostly anyways, it was an open secret, but the Lincoln Project is acting like they had no idea Weaver was grooming young men. One of the most extraordinary things was how much of an open secret this was among the men Weaver commonly targeted, young gay men interested in politics. 3 men told me they had described the harassment to a friend, and the friend guessed it was Weaver. Rumors of Weaver's years of grooming young men was circulating social media for the last few weeks, but the Lincoln Project could no longer ignore the allegations when the New York Slimes published their report. He led a secret life that was built on the foundation of deception at every level. He is a predator, a liar, and an abuser. We extend the deepest sympathies to those who were targeted by his deplorable and predatory behavior. We are disgusted and outraged that someone in a position of power and trust would use it for these means, the Lincoln Project said in a statement. They claim they're absolutely shocked and sickened. And here is the tweet. Mr. Weaver, in response, said, I am so disheartened and sad that I may have brought discomfort to anyone in what I thought at the time were mutually consensual discussions. They might be consensual, but I don't think 14-year-olds can consent. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure that a 14-year-old cannot consent to anything sexual. In living a deeply closeted life, I allow my pain to cause pain for others. For that, I am truly sorry to these men and everyone for letting so many people down. This is not really a good apology, because it's mostly saying, look, I'm disheartened and sad. Okay. I may have brought? No, I think if you talk to 21 young adults, maybe even children, teenagers, or whatever, I don't think it's a may. I think it's a definitive thing. Brought discomfort. Well, that's one word for it. And he thought it was mutually consensual.
Oof.
Right. It's mutually consensual. Isn't it always by people, don't rapists always say that it was consensual? In living a deeply closeted life, I allow my pain to cause pain for others. So this is his excuse mode activated, where he says, oh, I've been living this horrible closeted life, and it's painful for me, and it's too bad that the pain affected others. It's like, look, if you did some wrong, you did some wrong. You don't add in all this other fluff and say, oh, so poor me, blah, 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 right? This is not a good, this is like a 10% apology and 90% excuses. Absolutely disgusting. Now, what this really reveals is that the enemies of Donald Trump, they actually don't hate Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump. They hate Donald Trump as Donald Trump represents their weakness. It represents how their lack of morality and their lack of self-standards, if it ever became open in society, that they would be utterly destroyed. And so what they need to do is they need to make up a larger enemy, mostly fictitious, to get people to focus on that instead of on them. Haven't you noticed this pattern? They call it the Trump curse. You know, everybody who blames Trump, like all of a sudden all these all these bad things keep happening to them. Why is that? Like, think about this. Why is that? Whether or not it's Kaepernick, or whether or not it's this John Weaver fellow, right? Or it's UC Smollett, right? They keep saying to other people, look at how bad Orange Man Cheeto Hitler is, and then it is revealed, even with all the fake news covering for them, that no, actually, it's projection. The reason why they're pointing at Trump is because they themselves are the ones at fault. And they hope that if they make a mountain out of a molehill in somebody else and they can scapegoat him, in this case, like I said, Donald Trump, then maybe they can get away with all their indiscretions. Remember the Me Too movement, right? I mean, how many of those guys are saying, oh, Trump's the worst, and whoops, right? Oh, yeah, sexually assaulted a whole bunch of people. Even if you dislike Donald Trump, you'd have to give it to him that it has really revealed a lot of the seediness and the downright debauchery and evil by many of the major players in Western society. That's what has been revealed. So even if you don't like his policies, if you don't like his bombastic nature or the way he speaks or whatever it might be, okay, that's fair enough. However, at least a lot of these guys are revealing themselves to be completely, they're just completely immoral and full of depravity. And I think that that's a win for society. I would rather have people that are doing all these wrong things be revealed than for them to do it in secret. I believe sunlight is one of the best disinfectants. And it looks like sunlight got to this guy as well. So, way to go, Lincoln Project. You know, you guys, you said we're never Trumpers. Great. Because that means people who support Trump don't want to be dealing with alleged pedophiles and groomers and all these other people, right? And here's a simple reality. If you want to say that the Lincoln Project didn't know, which is possible, I don't think that's true. I think they knew. I think they knew. Once again, I'm just speculating on that. I don't have any evidence of that right now. If that's the case, though, it would just mean that the Lincoln Project, because remember, this is a co-founder, this isn't like a secretary, you know, he isn't the janitor or a volunteer worker. It means that the Lincoln Project, that the top people have such poor judgment on other people's character that it makes you wonder whether or not you can trust them on basically anything that's worthwhile. So either they knew about it, which makes them accessory to whatever those horrible things that occurred. I don't know if they'll be legally held responsible. Or they didn't know and they were ignorant, and it means that they're bad judges of character. It's a lose-lose for the Lincoln Project. So I'm very happy that they never endorsed Trump, because if they did, if they endorsed Trump, what would have happened is this would be a 24/7 attack on Trump and how they're all a bunch of pedophiles supporting Trump and whatever. But because they themselves are the one with the weakest moral character, they said you can never vote for Orange Man because Orange Man bad, and they just revealed themselves to be possibly pedophiles. What a surprise! Just to add one last point, if you go to Wikipedia, I don't know if you can see this, but actually it's locked. So maybe my yeah, okay, anyways. but on Wikipedia it is locked right now, so you can't even update it. Interesting. And one last thing I guess I just remembered is there's rumors going around that the New York Slimes, when they found out about this, they had discussions with the Lincoln Project. These are rumors, so they could be true, they could be false. That they would cover the story, as in hide the story. But at the end of the day, they're not Democrats. They're just neocon Republicans, or neocons, not really Republicans. And so they just revealed the story anyways. And they were kind of shocked and aghast, like, hey, wait a sec, we were teamed up with you to stop Trump, and we got Biden in the office. But at the end of the day, they're neocons. They're not Democrats. So if that's rumor is true, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Because if they are such poor judges of character, would it be surprising that they teamed up with people that would sacrifice them at a moment's notice? I'm not going to shed it. I'll say that much. If you like the content, please like, please share, please subscribe. If you want to see all the content, head over to BitChute or Rumble. You'll find me on Gab as well as Minds. Thanks again for all the kind words and support. Yeah, the Lincoln Project, they're never Trumpers because I guess they're pro young boys, and I guess Trump wasn't into that. And I'll see you all in the next video.
This whole notion that the black family has always been disintegrating, that is nonsense. That his studies go up to 1925. The great bulk of black families were intact, two-parent families up through 1925, and going all the way back through the era of slavery. So it is now only within our own time that we suddenly see this inevitable tragedy, which the welfare system says is going to rush into suffering.
Yeah, sorry guys, just dealing with the autoplay. Thomas Sowell is pretty good though. Those who was just speaking, but nevertheless, I can't stand it when they do that. Shove it in your face. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Almost there. Go. Do subscriptions, not. My other browser is also opening, that's why this isn't loading very well. Open both of them at once. Yeah, so that guy's pretty good, the Duck HK. What do we got here?
And New York State lawmakers are set to take on a bill which would make COVID-19 vaccinations a requirement for residents. One America's Caitlin Sinclair has that story.
New Yorkers have been hearing about this proposed legislation that would make the COVID-19 vaccine mandatory. We first heard about this over a week ago and no updates since. We believe it's sitting at the State Assembly, of course. What can you tell us as far as what this bill would essentially mandate?
Well, I know that this is, a bill that's right now in committee, and that there have been, in the recent days, there have been several articles written about it, and Assemblymember Rosenthal has introduced this bill, and what this bill would do is mandate that anyone who doesn't have a doctor's exemption to have the COVID vaccine. And this is very scary because this is basically taking away your individual human rights. And also, how in the world could government mandate that, in order to live in a state, you have to have a vaccine, or you have to have any kind of medical, treatment of any sort in order to become, to be a resident of the state. It goes against the Constitution of the United States. It goes against the Bill of Rights.
Totally, absolutely. And now the people of your borough and your district, tell our viewers what they've expressed when word first broke
Well,
about
see,
this.
that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's all
really,
such
upset
duality.
about it. And I'm sure that
Like,
there are people of other counties that are upset about
actually,
it
I
as
made
well.
that argument
Because
a few years ago
we have seen government
about that too.
all in the name of this
about regular
pandemic,
vaccines.
this emergency pandemic, which, by the way, has a 99% recovery rate. And while we watch on television, and in big tech and in the news media, that they tell us daily about how many deaths there are, how many hospitalizations, how many positive tests, they don't talk to us about the fact that there's a 99% recovery rate for this pandemic.
Right. So, Letitia, we also wanted to have you on to discuss another new bill that's floating around out there, which would essentially be able to force New Yorkers into a medical facility. This all if the governor's commissioners label you as possibly dangerous to society. Now, this would affect all of us if any future pandemic were to hit us. So what is this all about?
Oh, it's insanity. So there's a new bill out by Assemblymember Perry, and it is A416. You can look it up. And basically, it states that if in a pandemic, if the governor will have executive orders and will allow for anyone who is deemed a cause of spreading the pandemic or spreading the disease, and their family or any others that they deem, they can remove you from your home and place you in a medical facility until the governor or the governor's commissioners deem you are no longer a health risk.
Wow, and there are so many New Yorkers right now that are unaware this bill even exists. I mean, how many more New Yorkers would this scare away?
It's the scariest thing I've ever seen, and it is against every right we have as American citizens. And I can't imagine that anyone would want to live in New York knowing that their rights can be easily stripped through this proposed legislation.
Well, Letitia, I know you've been doing everything to speak up, organizing rallies, events, and we thank you for educating New Yorkers, and thank you for your time today.
Want to see more videos like this? Visit OANN.com for immediate access to all the clips you've been waiting to see.
As delays and shortages continue to hinder Canada's COVID-19 vaccine rollout, concerns are high that those who got their first shot will have to wait longer than anticipated to get the second. In this week's Q&A with Toronto's Associate Medical Officer of Health, one of our viewers asked whether it was possible and safe to follow up a first dose of the Pfizer vaccine with a second dose from Moderna.
So the recommendations are from the National Advisory Committee on Immunization that if you start the series with one vaccine, you complete it with the same vaccine as much as is possible. Now, if we run into a place where we will never get Pfizer vaccine back, Then you could complete the series with a similar type of vaccine. So right now, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine are both the messenger RNA vaccines. And so if you were in a pinch, you could complete the series with the alternate vaccine. But the recommendation is really, as much as possible, to complete the series with the same vaccine. And the reason for this is we really don't know. While we know that they're similar vaccines, we really don't know that the results. Now, the recommendations are based on expert advice, and it probably will work. But if we have a choice, let's go with what we absolutely know. So as much as possible, complete the series with the same vaccine.
What is the criteria to choose which vaccine the person will receive? Is there any criteria?
So right now with the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccine, they're both these messenger RNA vaccines, so the vaccines that give you instructions to produce antibodies, and they actually have very similar ingredients.
Where did the coronavirus begin? Was it of natural origin? Or was the scientist who said that just covering for his colleagues?
Sorry. I was kind of talking just then. And
Welcome to China Uncensored.
I wasn't
I'm
up.
Chris
My
China.
bad.
Before I start, did you know YouTube demonetizes a lot of our videos, especially when they're about the coronavirus? That's why we rely on direct viewer support. Go to patreon.com/China Uncensored to learn more. An update on the coronavirus situation. First, you may remember that early on last year, scientists condemned the idea that the coronavirus could have come from a Chinese lab. Back in February 2020, U.S. scientist Dr. Peter Daszak, president of the New York-based EcoHealth Alliance, pushed back against that idea in this article in the medical journal The Lancet. We stand together to strongly condemn conspiracy theories, suggesting that COVID-19 does not have a natural origin. He also wrote in a February 2020 email that scientific evidence overwhelmingly suggests that this virus originated in wildlife as have so many other emerging diseases. Well, it turns out the scientific evidence wasn't actually scientific evidence at all.
Yeah, really.
Last week, Dr. Daszak's spokesperson told the Wall Street Journal that actually, the
Imagine
Lancet letter
trusting the
was written
Communist
during a
Chinese
time
Party.
in which Chinese scientists were receiving death threats, and the letter was intended as a showing of support for them, as they were caught between important work trying to stop an outbreak and the crush of online harassment. Okay, that's understandable that he didn't want Chinese scientists to get death threats in the early days of the pandemic, but then he wrote another article in June about why the idea of the coronavirus coming from a lab was a conspiracy theory. Dr. Daszak's statements are under scrutiny because he's one of the World Health Organization investigators who are traveling to China to investigate the origins of the coronavirus. But other scientists have brought up some pretty big conflict of interest problems. That's because Dr. Daszak has been a longtime collaborator of Dr. Shi Li, since they worked together to trace SARS viruses to bats after the 2003 epidemic. Dr. Shi's work studying bat coronavirus at the Wuhan Institute of Virology has been theorized as one of the possible origins of the current pandemic. Over the past year, more and more people have been questioning, could the coronavirus have begun in a Chinese lab? Once upon a time, you could get deplatformed from social media for even suggesting that. But the State Department recently suggested that researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology had a coronavirus-like illness in the autumn of 2019. The US government has reason to believe that several researchers inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology became sick in autumn 2019, before the first identified case of the outbreak, with symptoms consistent with both COVID-19 and common seasonal illnesses. This raises questions about the credibility of senior researcher Shi Li's public claim that there was zero infection among the Wuhan Institute of Virology's staff and students. It also says the CCP has prevented independent journalists, investigators, and global health authorities from interviewing researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, including those who were ill in the fall of 2019. Any credible inquiry into the origin of the virus must include interviews with these researchers and a full accounting of their previously unreported illness. So it really is possible that the coronavirus leaked from a Chinese lab. Of course, we don't know yet, as the investigation is still ongoing. But this whole incident with Dr. Daszak just goes to show, sometimes conspiracy theories just turn out to be investigative journalism. Thanks for watching China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. See you next time.
What is the most called?
This video is not mine. It is a lecture video given by Thomas.
Is explained as a part of activity.
You have time, and maybe you all get a bit more educated. The video starts now.
Subversion is the term, if you look in a dictionary or criminal code to that matter, usually is explained as a part of activity to destroy things like religion, government system, political, economical system of a country. And usually it's linked to espionage and such romantic things as blowing up bridges, sidetracking trains, clock and dagger
the human body is
Hollywood
fallible.
style.
Humans are fallible
well,
in general.
What I'm going to talk
We're all
about
capable
now has
and
absolutely
will inevitably
nothing to do with the
fail.
cliche of espionage or KGB activity of collecting information. So the greatest mistake or misconception, I think, is that whenever we are talking about KGB, for some strange reason, starting from Hollywood movie makers to professors of political science and quote-unquote experts on Soviet affairs, or Kremlinologists as they call themselves, they think that the most desirable thing for Andropov and the whole KGB is to steal blueprints of some supersonic jet, bring it back to Soviet Union and sell it to the Soviet military-industrial complex. It's only partly true. If we take the whole time, money, and manpower that the Soviet Union and KGB in particular spends outside of USSR border, we will discover, of course there are no official statistics unlike with CIA or FBI, that the espionage as such occupies only 10 to 15% of money, time, and manpower. 15% of the activity of KGB. The rest, 85%, is always subversion. And unlike a dictionary of English, Oxford Dictionary, subversion in Soviet terminology means always a destructive, aggressive activity aimed to destroy the country, nation, or geographical area of your enemy. So there's no romantics in there, absolutely. No blowing up bridges, no microfilms in Coca-Cola cans, nothing of that sort. No James Bond nonsense. It's most of this activity is overt, legitimate, and easily observable if you give yourself time and trouble to observe it. But according to the law and law enforcement systems of the Western civilization, it's not a crime. Exactly because of misconception, manipulation of terms. We think that subverter is a person who is going to blow up our beautiful bridges. No. Subverter is a student who comes for exchange, a diplomat, an actor, an artist, a journalist like myself was 10 years ago. Now, subversion is an activity which is a two-way traffic. You cannot subvert an enemy which doesn't want to be subverted. If you know the history of Japan, for example, before 20th century, Japan was a closed society. The moment a foreign boat comes to the shores of Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army politely tells them to get lost. And if American salesman comes to the shore of Japan, let's say 60 or 70 years from now back, and says, oh, I have a very beautiful vacuum cleaner for you, with the good financing, he says, please leave us, we don't need your vacuum cleaner. If they don't leave, they shoot them to preserve their culture, ideology, traditions, values intact. You were not able to subvert Japan. You cannot subvert Soviet Union because the borders are closed. The media is censored by the government. The population is controlled by the KGB and internal police. With all the beautiful glossy pictures of Time magazine and Magazine America, which is published by the American embassy in Moscow, you cannot subvert Soviet citizens because the magazine never reaches Soviet citizens. It's collected from the newsstands and thrown to garbage can. Subversion can be only successful when the initiator, the actor, the agent of subversion has a responsive target. It's a two-way traffic. United States is a receptive target of subversion.
Dude.
There is no response similar
Do
to
we
that
really
one
have to do this
from
again
United
tonight, man?
States to the Soviet Union. It stops halfway somewhere. It never reaches here. The theory of subversion goes all the way back 2,500 years ago. The first human being who formulated the tactics of subversion was a Chinese philosopher by the name of Sun Tzu. 2,500 years BC. He was an advisor for several imperial courts in ancient China. And he said, after long meditation, that to implement state policy in a warlike manner,
Suppose we'll do this
it's the
tonight.
most counterproductive, barbaric, and inefficient to fight on a battlefield. You know that war is continuation of state policy, right? So if you want successfully to implement your state policy and you start fighting, this is the most idiotic way to do it. The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy, and that your system, your civilization, and your ambitions look to your enemy as an alternative, if not desirable, then at least feasible. Better red than dead. That's the ultimate purpose, the final stage of subversion, after which you can simply take your enemy without a single shot being fired, if the subversion is successful. This is basically what subversion is. As you see, not a single mentioning of blowing up bridges. Of course, Sun Tzu didn't know about blowing up bridges. Maybe there were not that many bridges at that time. But the basics of subversion is being taught to every student of KGB school in USSR and to officers of military academies. I'm not sure if the same author is included in the list of reading for American officers, to say nothing about ordinary students of political science. I had difficulty to find the translation of Sun Tzu in a library of a university in Toronto and later on here in Los Angeles. But it's a book which is not available. It is forced to every student in USSR. Every student who is taught to be dealing further in his future career with foreigners. What subversion is? Basically, it consists of 4 periods, time-wise. If we start from here and go this way, time, right? This is the beginning point. The first stage of subversion is the process which is called, basically, demoralization. It says for itself what it is. It takes from, say, 15 to 20 years to demoralize a society. Why 15 or 20 years? This is the time sufficient to educate one generation of students or children. One generation, one lifetime span of a person, a human being, which is dedicated to study, to shaping up the outlook, ideology, personality. No more, no less. Usually it takes from 15 to 20 years. What it includes? It includes influencing, or by various methods, infiltration, propaganda methods, direct contacts, doesn't really matter. I will describe them later. Of various areas where public opinion is formulated or shaped. Religion, educational system, social life, administration, law enforcement system, military, of course, and labor and employer relations. Economy. Okay? 5 areas. I will not write them down because we will not have enough space. Sometimes when I describe all the methods, students ask me a question, are you sure this is...
This is a pretty good message, so I didn't want to take from it too much there. Yeah, I can put in shipping docks for sure, but you can actually only do it at a certain population once again. I don't know if I'm rising again. I'm getting up there. Once this finishes, I'm just gridding this stuff out, I guess. What I'm doing here, but yeah, once that starts springing up, and I get to about, I think, 50K, you can start doing shipping stuff, and you can, like, I was thinking about maybe up here. One sec. Have it here, like in this area. That's why I don't mind this looking really weird right now, if I can get it to connect, because I might have something like that up here, and it's coming out of it. So I don't really... I know this looks really weird, but I think it'll work later. Okay, now this can finally start trucking some real traffic. Because all I've been doing is building this highway around the city, and it doesn't serve any purpose, really, until at this point. That point, though. I'll be... listen, I'm gonna come into the chat and chat with you guys after I get this down. I'm gonna just watch this on autoplay. Because, yeah, I'm noticing I'd rather chat with people as they're doing it than kick when I come in and see a wall of new age nonsense. I got a feeling it's kind of that same guy from before. It's 'cause I don't mind, yeah, like, you're saying one thing's from God, but you're saying like the exact opposite of what the Bible's teaching. I think it's the other account from before. Just uncomfortable stuff. I don't know if that's like people have been like mentioning bots and stuff online. It's just random stuff that is just completely derailing things being talked about. I'm not saying that that's happening right now. It might as well be, for like how pertinent, or the lack of pertinence to any discussion. Everything you just said is just what I'm saying right now. And standing naked in the shower. You're like, okay, whatever, go away. Be gone, be gone. All right. Maybe this needs to be fixed. This perch, yes. You okay now? There's some okay music in this. Alright. This one here is okay. Oop.
The result of the Soviet influence? Not necessarily. You see, the tactic of subversion, about which I'm talking, is similar to the martial art. The Japanese martial art.
No, City Skylines.
If some of you are familiar with that tactic, probably you will remember that if an enemy is bigger and heavier than yourself, it would be very painful to resist his direct strike. If a heavier person wants to strike me in the face, it would be very naive and counterproductive to stop his blow. The Chinese and Japanese judo art tells us what to do. First to avoid the strike, then to grab the fist and continue his movement in the direction where it was before, right? Until the enemy crashes in the wall. You see? So, what happens here? The target country obviously does something wrong. If it's a free democratic society, there are many different movements within the society. There are obviously, in every society, there are people who are against this society. They may be simple criminals, ideologically in disagreement with the state policy, conscientious enemies, simply psychotic personalities who are against anything, right? And finally, there are a small group of agents of a foreign nation, bought, subverted, recruited, right? The moment all these movements will be directed in one direction, right? This is the time to catch that movement and to continue it until the movement forces the whole society into collapse, into crisis, right? So that's exactly the martial art tactic. We don't stop an enemy. We let him go. We help him to go in the direction we want them to go, okay? So, on the stage of demoralization, obviously there are tendencies in each society, in each country, which are going to opposite direction from the basic moral values and principles. To take advantage of these movements, to capitalize on them, is the main purpose of the originator of subversion. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly? In case of religion, destroy it, ridicule it, replace it with various sects, cults, which bring people's attention, faith, whether it is naive, primitive, doesn't really matter. As long as the basically accepted religious dogma is being slowly eroded and taken away from the supreme purpose of religion, to keep people in touch with the supreme being, that serves the purpose. Therefore, replace accepted, respected religious organizations with fake organizations. Distract people's attention from the real faith and attract them to various different faiths. Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away, okay? Social life. Replace traditionally established institutions and organizations with fake organizations. Take away the initiative from people. Take away the responsibility from naturally established links between individuals, group of individuals, and society at large, and replace them with artificially, bureaucratically controlled bodies. Instead of social life and friendship between neighbors, establish social workers institutions. People who are on payroll of whom?
I've heard that song before.
Bureaucracy.
I'll play it shortly.
The main concern of social workers is not your family, not you, not social relations between groups of people. The main concern is to get the paycheck from the government. What will be the result of their social work doesn't really matter. They can develop all kind of concepts to show to the government and to the people that they're useful. Okay, away from the natural links, power structure. Okay, the natural bodies of administration, which are traditionally either elected by people at large or appointed by elected leaders of society, are being actively substituted by artificial bodies. The bodies of people, groups of people, whom nobody elected. Never. As a matter of fact, most of the people don't like them at all, and yet they exist. One of such group is media. Who elected them? How come they have so much power? Almost monopolistic power on your mind. They can rape your mind. But who elected them? How come they have a nerve to decide what is good and what is bad for the elected by you, president, and his administration? Who the hell are they? Spiro Agnew, who was hated by the liberal left, called them a bunch of enfeebled snobs. And that's exactly what they are. They think they know. They don't.
Oh no, it's good.
The level of mediocrity. In a big establishment like New York Times, Los Angeles Times, major television network, you don't have to be excellent journalist. You have to be exactly a mediocre journalist. That's easier to survive. There's no competition anymore. You have your good, nice income, $100,000 a year. That's it. Whether you are better or worse doesn't really matter anymore. As soon as you're smiling to the camera and do your job. That's it. No more competition. Power structure.
Yeah, it's the Yuri Bezmenov or Bezmenov guy, or Thomas Schumacher, or however he went.
Know the will of people to keep them in power, and yet they do have power. Okay. Together with that, there's
Hey guys, by the way, Brittany Chi, watching trays go by. We got Speak Life. I think JIK was in here as well. There's maybe a couple others. And those lurking, you're watching City Skylines. And this is Yuri Bezmenov. I'm gonna shut up there now and maybe meet you in chat. Nice to see you.
Looks nice, kind of. Well, he smokes hash and shoots the whatever drug, but basically he's a nice human being. He's creative, and he's unproductive only because society oppresses him, whereby a general of Pentagon is always by definition a war maniac. A policeman is a pig, rude policeman. He abuses his power. A generalization like that. The hatred, the mistrust to the people who are supposed to protect you and enforce law and order. Moral relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. Relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. And yet there are still some lawyers who say, look, he's a nice character, as a matter of fact. There was some witness who said, also a criminal, who said, well, he's a nice guy. I asked him one day to burn a house of my enemy, and he wouldn't do it. He's a nice fellow. Erosion. A slow substitution of basic moral principles, whereby a criminal is not a criminal, actually. He's a defendant. Even if his guilt is proven, there is still a doubt. To kill or not to kill, to be or not to be. Thou shalt not kill, yes. But this line may not necessarily be applicable to a murderer. Thou shalt not murder. That should be the presumption, not that thou shalt not kill. Okay, labor relations. At this stage, within 15 to 20 years, we destroy the traditionally established links of bargaining between employer and employee. The classical Marxist-Leninist theory of natural exchange of goods. Person A has 5 sacks of grain and person B has 5 pairs of shoes. And the natural exchange without money is when they bargain between each other. And only with the introduction of the third force, C, an entirely third foreign stranger who says, no, don't give him 5 sacks of grain, give it to me, and you give me your 5 pairs of shoes, and I will distribute it accordingly, so that the economy will go. This is the death of natural exchange, death of natural bargaining. Well, trade unions were established 100 years ago. The objective was to improve working conditions and to protect the rights of workers from those employers who were abusing their right because they had more money. Objectively, at that time, initially, the trade union movement did work. What we see now is that the bargaining process is no longer resulting in the compromise, which is leading objectively to betterment of working conditions and increase of salary. What we see is that after each prolonged strike, the workers lose. Even if they have 10% increase of their salaries, they cannot catch up due to inflation and due to missed time. More than that, millions of people suffer from that strike because economy now is interdependent. It's intertwined like one body. If previously steel workers, say 100 years ago, could strike and nobody would suffer, now it's impossible anymore. If a garbage collector strikes today, the rest of the multi-million city is stinking. I mean, there's no more service. In Quebec, for example, we had the electricians who were on strike in the middle of winter. You can freeze your bottom, and they still were on strike. Did they catch up with the salary? No, they lost. Who benefited? The leaders of trade unions. What is the motivation for strike? Improving of workers' condition? No, obviously it's not. Then what is it? Ideology. To prove to these capitalists and the obedient horde of workers like sheep follow these people, and they cannot disobey. Why? Because if they do, you know what happens to them? Pickets, murders, shooting truck drivers by picketers. In Montreal, for example, I saw with my own eyes when I was correspondent of CBC International, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, when the workers of aircraft factory destroyed computers and the equipment in the factory. And the administration employed strike breakers. Their cars were turned upside down and burned. Their houses were burned. Their kids were intimidated, and some victims were there. Of that we can be sure. Why? To improve conditions of workers? No. Ideology. Okay, so this is what happens basically. It may or may not happen without the help of the Soviet Union. But the natural tendencies are being greatly taken advantage of and capitalized by the Soviet propaganda systems. How? Whenever trade union strikes, we have influx of propaganda, mass media, ideological dissemination. The workers' right, and we repeat it like parrots. Yes, workers' right. Whose rights? Workers? No. The only freedom of worker to sell his labor according to his own desire and will is taken away from him. By whom? By trade union boss. Unlimited power is given. Responsibility. I want to sell my labor not for $2.50 an hour, but for $2. I don't have right. My freedom is denied to me. I know that if I sell my work for $2 an hour, not for $3 an hour, I will compete better with the other guy who is lazy and more greedy. I don't need $3. I need only $2. No, I was made to believe by media, by business, by advertising agencies that I need more and more and more. Have you ever heard any advertising on TV to consume less? No. No way. Whether you need a 6-cylinder car or not, you have to buy it. And hurry up. When I was driving here on the local radio station, an excited announcer said, "You hurry up, rush and save, save, save. There is a pantyhose sale." Save. by buying more. Of course, it would be too naive to expect that KGB makes that advertising agency to do such a crazy commercial. No, of course not. But what we did when I was working for Novosti Press, we would snow plow editorial offices, student organizations, religious groups with literature of class struggle, if not directly Marxist-Leninist propaganda, then a propaganda of a legitimate aspirations of working class, betterment of life, equality, mind you. President Kennedy once said, we will make America to believe that people are born equal. Are people born equal? Is there any mentioning in the Bible or any other holy scripture in any religion, if you don't believe me, go to the library and check it. There is not a single word about equality, just the opposite. By your deeds, God will judge you. What you do is important, the merit of your personality. You cannot legislate equality. If you want to be equal, you have to be equal. You have to deserve it. And yet we build our society on the principle of equality. We say people are equal. We know it is false. It's a lie. Some people are tall and stupid. Others are short, bold, and clever. If we make them equal by force, if we put the principle of equality in the basis of our socio-political structure, it's the same thing as building a house on sand. Sooner or later it will collapse, and that's exactly what happens. And we, as Soviet propaganda makers, are trying to push you in the direction which you go yourself. Equality, yes, equality. People are equal. Land of equal opportunities. Is it true or not? Think about it. Equal opportunities. Should there be equal opportunities? For me and for a lazy bastard who come here from some other country and immediately registers as a welfare recipient benefits? I never received a single dollar. No, sorry, I did receive once. But I never applied for welfare. For the 13 years, I took any job. Security guard, journalist, taxi driver, anything. Well, I was restless, but some people don't like it. They immediately. So why should we have equal opportunity? Why?
The equal opportunity to excel.
Equal opportunity in equal circumstances, yes, but we know people are different. To excel, yes, provided we reach the same level of excellency, perfection, which is hypothetical, distant future. Yes, maybe. But we know perfectly well that even with the best intentions, people could not be equal. Why should we have equality in the, say, legal system? Myself, I'm considering myself a law-abiding citizen, and a person who comes here to rob and shoot, say, the United States administration under Carter imported thousands of Cuban criminals. They were non-criminals, yet they were accepted. Do you think it's fair if myself and my wife from Philippines, who work like a, horse as a lab technician in a hospital, should have the same rights as a criminal from Cuba? Why? And yet we repeat as parrots, equality, equality, equality. And the Soviet propaganda system helps us to believe that equality is something which is desirable. Democracy, as it was established by fathers of this country, of this system in the last century, is not equality. It's the system where different people, unequal people, have a chance to survive and help each other in constant competition, in constant perfection, not in equality, which is superimposed from a godfather or nice person in Washington, D.C. And the absolute equality exists in Soviet Union, quote-unquote equality. Everybody is equal in dirt, except some people are more equal than the others in Politburo. So, the moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, when there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified in countries like Nicaragua, El Salvador, well, maybe Rhodesia, and we listen to them and say, yeah, probably it's true. Is it true? No, it is not true. Violence is not justified, especially for the sake of quote-unquote social justice introduced by Marxist-Leninism. That is my former colleagues from Novosti Press Agency. Okay, so we reached that point. The next step is destabilization. Again, this word says for itself what it is. To destabilize all the relations, all the accepted institutions and organizations in a country of your enemy. How you do it? You don't have to send up a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No, you let them do it themselves. The area of application is, again, it's narrower now, not like the previous case. The overt legitimate actions of the KGB in this case would be hardly noticeable. There is no crime if a professor who recently went to USSR introduces a course of Marxism-Leninism in a Californian college, for example. Nobody is going to come to his doorstep and say, okay, mister, come, you are under arrest. No, it's not a crime. It's not even considered a moral crime against your country. So the area of application here is narrowing down to economy, again, labor relations, right? To law and order, plus military. And economy, law and order. Yes, and again, the media, but wider scope, little bit different. I'll explain later. Okay, basically 3 areas. Economy. The radicalization of bargaining process. If on that stage we still could achieve, theoretically, some positive compromise between the negotiating sides with say, the arbitrary introduction of arbitrary judges, a third side, objectively judging the demands of both sides. Here, it's radicalization. On the stage of destabilization, we cannot come to compromise even within a family. The husband and wife couldn't figure out which is better. Husband wants his kids to eat at the table, and wife wants a child to roam around the room and drop food all over the floor. They cannot come to compromise unless they start a fight. It's impossible to reach a compromise, constructive compromise, between neighbors. Some people say, I don't like you to watering your lawn at that time because exactly at that time I'm walking my dog and he's getting nervous. He cannot pass his bowels, you know. So they cannot compromise. They go to a civil court or something like that. Radicalization of human relations. No more compromise. Fight, fight, fight. The normal, traditionally accepted relations are destabilized. The relations between teachers and students in schools and colleges. Fight. The relations in economical sphere between laborers and employers are further radicalized. No more acceptance of the legitimacy of demands of workers. Unlike Japanese, with the theory Z, if you ever heard about it, where the workers are involved in the decision-making process, therefore they don't have moral incentive to fight their bosses. In the United States, it's just the opposite. The harder is the fight, the better. the more heroic they look. When the Greyhound network was on strike recently, the correspondents of local TV networks all over the United States were approaching the strikers, and they say, oh yes, we are doing something nice. They look like heroes and they were proud. There was some family, the husband was a bus driver. Now they decided in the protest against the bosses to camp somewhere in the forest. And they were presented to the audience as a heroic, nice people. You see? The violent clashes between passengers, picketers, and the strikers are presented as something normal. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we would be angry, say, why so much hatred? Today we are not. We say, well, commonplace. Radicalization, militarization sometimes. As I explained on that stage, I took a step a little bit further. Shooting people. Okay, law and order now also is pushed into the area where previously people settled their differences peacefully and legitimately. Now we are getting with this court cases in the smallest irrelevant cases. We cannot solve our problems anymore. The society at large becomes more and more antagonistic between individuals, between groups of individuals, and the society at large. The media puts himself in the opposition to the society in general, at large. Separate, alienated. Okay? On that stage, you remember I was talking a couple of hours ago about the sleepers. That's when the students from, say, United States, if they are trained in Lumumba University, or developing nations, that's the students I was dealing with, are being sent back from the Soviet Union here. Or if they were already in the United States, in the country which is the object of subversion, they spring to action. The sleepers go up. They slept for 15 to 20 years. Now they become leaders of groups, preachers, I don't know, public figures. Prominently they actively include themselves in a political process. All of a sudden we see a homosexual. 15 years ago he did his dirty job and nobody cared. Now he makes it a political issue. A political issue. He demands recognition, respect, human rights, and he rallies a large group of people. And there are violent clashes between him and police, his group and ordinary people, no matter what. It's black against white, yellows against green, doesn't matter where the division line goes. As long as this group come into antagonistic clash, sometimes militantly, sometimes with firearms, that is destabilization process. The sleepers, many of whom are simply KGB agents, become leaders of the process of destabilization. Doesn't mean that Comrade Andropov sends Comrade Ivanov to the United States. The person who takes care is already here. He is a respected citizen of the United States. Sometimes he gets money from various foundations for his legitimate struggle for, I don't know, human rights, women's rights, kid lib, prison lib, whatever. There are sympathetic Americans who donate their money to him. This stabilization process usually leads directly to the process of crisis. In case of developing nations, that's the area where I was active. The process starts when the legitimate bodies of power, the social structure collapse. It cannot function anymore. So instead, we have artificial body injected into society, such as non-elected committees. You remember I was talking about them here. Social workers who are not elected by people, media who are self-appointed rulers of your opinion, some strange groups which claim that they know how to lead society forward. They don't usually. All they care is how to collect donations and sell their own concocted ideology, mixture of religion and ideology. Here, we have all this artificial body claiming power. If the power is denied to them, they take it by force. In case of Iran, for example, all of a sudden we have revolutionary committees. What kind of revolution? There was no revolution yet, and yet they had the committees. They were taking power of judgment. They had the power of execution, they had the power of legislation, and that they had the power of judicial. All of them combined in one person, who is half-baked intellectual, sometimes graduated from Harvard University or Berkeley. He comes back to his country and he thinks that he knows the answer to all the social, economical problems. Okay? Crisis is when society cannot function any more productively. It collapses, obviously. That's the word for crisis. So therefore, the population at large is looking for a savior. The religious groups are expecting a messiah to come. The workers say, we have family to feed. Let's have a strong government, maybe socialist government, centralized. When somebody put the employers on their place and let us work. We are sick and tired of going to strike and missing overtime and all that stuff. We need some strong man, strong government, a leader, a savior is needed. Population is sick and tired already. And here we are. We have a savior. Either a foreign nation comes in, or the local group of leftists, Marxists, no matter what they call themselves, Sandinista, a reverend or some sort, Bishop Muzureva, like in Zimbabwe, doesn't matter. A savior comes and says, I will lead you. So we have two alternatives here. Civil war and invasion. Okay? See how it goes? Civil war, we know what it is. Lebanon is the best example. The civil war, which was artificially implanted in Lebanon by injection of force of PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization. Invasion we have in many other countries like Afghanistan, name any East European country, it was invaded by the Soviet army. But the result is the same. The next stage is normalization. Normalization is a very ironic word, of course. It is borrowed from 1968 situation in Czechoslovakia, when the Soviet propaganda and after them New York Times declared the country is normalized. The tanks moved into Prague, so there's no more Prague Spring, there's no more violence, normalization. At that stage, the self-appointed rulers of the society don't need any revolution anymore. They don't need any radicalism anymore. So this is the reverse from destabilization. Basically, it is stabilizing the country by force. So all the sleepers and activists and social workers and liberals and homosexuals and professors and Marxists and Leninists are being eliminated physically sometimes. They've done their job already. Okay? They are not needed anymore. The new rulers need stability to exploit the nation, to exploit the country, to take advantages of the victory. Okay? So no more revolutionaries, please. And that's exactly what happens in a number of countries. You remember Bangladesh? This is the crisis in which I was instrumental. First they had Mujibur Rahman. In 1971, he was the leader of People's Party, Awami League, with mustache like Stalin. He was in Russia many times. In 5 years, he was shot by his former colleagues, Marxists. he fulfilled his function. In Afghanistan, it happened 3 times. First there was Taraki, then there was Amin, now there's Babrak Karmal. They killed each other successively, one after another. The moment he fulfills his duty, the first one demoralized country, the second destabilized, the third one brought it to crisis. Goodbye, comrade. Babrak Karmal comes from Moscow and put into the seat of power. Same thing happened in Grenada recently. Maurice Bishop, Marxist, was killed by Austin, what's his name, General something, who was also a Marxist. Right? So no more revolutions, please. Normalization now. From now on, no more strikes, no more homosexuals, no more women lib, no more kid lib, no more lib, period. Good, solid, democratic, proletarian freedom. That's it. Now, to reverse this process takes enormous effort. When today, United States had to invade Grenada to reverse the process of subversion. Some people say, boy, this is not good, it's not kosher to invade the beautiful country, island of Grenada. Well, why didn't you stop the process here, when Grenada was just approached by leftists? Why not to prevent Maurice Bishop to come in power in the first place? Did Grenadians want him? Very questionable. They didn't know who was Maurice Bishop in the first place. He came to power by coup d'etat himself. Okay? No, we let the situation develop further and further and further until the crisis and normalization very soon. And then the United States decided to invade country, discovering that the country was absolutely a military base for the Soviet Union. Of course it's a drastic measure. Of course it's a pity that Marine Corps had to lose, what, 17 lives. Very bad. Why not to stop the process before it comes to crisis? Oh no, intellectuals will not let you. It's interference into domestic affairs. They're very careful not to let American administration to interfere in domestic affairs of Latin American countries. They don't mind Soviet Union interfering in this affair. Okay. So to reverse this process, from here, it takes only and always military force. No other force on earth can reverse this process at this point. At this point, it does not take military invasion of United States Army. It takes strong action, like in Chile, a CIA covert involvement to prevent the savior from outside to come into power and to stabilize country before it erupts into civil war. Country before it erupts into civil war. Okay? Support the right-wing conservative forces. By money, by crooks or love, doesn't matter. Stabilize the country. Don't let the crisis develop into civil war or invasion. Oh no, your liberals will say it's against the law. The Congress will not appropriate money for covert actions of CIA. Why not? Should we wait till the normalization come and Soviet tanks landed in Los Angeles airport? Now, at that point, at the point of destabilization, also the process could be reversed. Again, easily than this. No CIA involvement at this point. You know what it takes here? Restriction of some liberties for small groups which are self-declared enemies of the society. As simple as that. Oh no, the media and liberals will tell you this is against the American Constitution. How can we, by force, deny the civil rights to criminals, for example? It's not good. Okay? So we allow them to. Okay, if you allow the criminals to have civil rights, go on and bring the country to the crisis. This is a bloodless way to do. Curb the rights. I mean, not to put them in prison. No, I'm not talking about putting all the gays from San Francisco in the concentration camp. Do not allow them to take political force. Do not elect them to the seats of power, whether it is municipality level, state level, or federal level. It has to be beaten in the heads of American voters that a person like that in the seats of power is an enemy. Do not be afraid of this word. It is an enemy. If he is not an enemy here, he will be here. Later on, he will be shot, of course. But at this point, he is an enemy. Okay? You are doing great service by denying him a right to capitalize on his own crazy ideas and become a powerful man, a man who uses the seat of power. Restriction of certain freedoms and permissiveness at that point would prevent sliding into crisis and probably will return the process of destabilization. To curb unlimited power, monopolistic power of trade unions, here, at that point, would save economy from collapsing. To introduce a law to stop private companies of raping public opinion's mind in the direction of consumerism. No company must have a right to force you into buying more unless you want it. There must be a law. You want to advertise your car? Okay. But not a single mentioning of buying it now and saving money. It must be against the law to force people to consume more. Self-restraint. Previously, before this process started, the self-restraint was a business of church, religion. Because our preachers, the fathers of church, would tell us, material values are good, but it's not the prime function of human beings. Because you have to live with something. Obviously, the design for our life is not to consume more deodorants. There must be something greater. If such a complicated instrument as human body was created, obviously there must be some higher purpose for that. And it's very easy to avoid destabilization by denying the greedy companies one little freedom, one little liberty, forcing you into turning yourself into processors of unwanted products and goods. They turn you into machines, like the worm who there's inlet and outlet. So, and how long an average appliance lasts these days? Less than a year. Why? Where's workmanship? Well, we want you to buy them. Okay. Destabilization process could be easily overcome if, as I say, the society, by its own will or after persuasion by the leaders, will come to the idea of self-restraint. It's so hard we want to consume more, but you have to. Unless you will come to this stage, when, as we say in Russia, if Sahara Desert ever becomes a communist state, there will be shortage of sand. So you have to curb your... You have to curb your expectations at this point before it's too late. But no, we don't want to do it. Demoralization process. Again, it's the easiest thing to reverse. First of all, by restricting import of propaganda. The easiest thing to do. Unlimited, unrestrained import of Soviet literature, Soviet journalists, giving Soviet propaganda and ideological agitators equal time on American TV network. It has to be stopped. And it's easier. They won't be offended, mind you. As a matter of fact, they will respect America more. But when my former colleague Vladimir Posner appears on Nightline and Ted Koppel asks him, well, Vladimir, what do you think about this? And what can he think? He's an instrument of propaganda. He thinks what Comrade Andropov tells him to think. He's just a nice, articulate mouthpiece of the Soviet subversion system. And Ted Koppel makes you believe that my friend Vladimir Posner thinks the process of demoralization may not have started at all if at that point the country, which is a recipient of subversion, actively, not violently, but actively, prevents importation of foreign ideology. I don't want America to follow the pattern of ancient Japan. You don't have to shoot every foreigner when it approaches the sacred borders of the United States. But when he offers you a junk in the disguise of very shiny something, you have to tell him, no, we have our own junk. If at that point the society is strong, brave, and conscientious enough to stop importation of ideas which are foreign, then the whole chain of events could be prevented. Recently I've been to the Philippines, and I was shocked how in big cities like Manila, children listen to deafening music. A melodious nation with long traditions of good, nice ethnic music, introduced by Spanish long time ago, maybe 2 centuries, 3 centuries ago, I don't remember how. All of a sudden listen to musical garbage, blasting their radios at full blast, at full volume. Why? In India, I spent many years watching the reactions of Indians walking out of movie theaters after seeing Hollywood productions. They couldn't figure out why Americans are so wasteful. They smash their cars, their shiny cars every 5 minutes. How come they shoot each other for $500,000? Is it true that they're so obsessed with sex? Can you imagine showing a movie where each 5 minutes there's a copulation on the screen? To a country like India, with long tradition of respect to this private matter, or to Pakistan. And United States expect these people to respect them? No way. Oh yes, they will see the movie, they'll pay 5 rupees to see that garbage. But they walk out and will tell their kids, don't respect Americans, don't be like Americans. Okay? So, the process of demoralization could be stopped right here, both as an expert and as an import. And that takes one step, one very important thing to do. You don't have to expel all the KGB agents from Washington, D.C. The most difficult and at the same time the simplest answer to the subversion is to start it here and even before, by bringing back the society to religion, something that you cannot touch and eat and put on yourself, but something that rules society and makes it move and preserve it. A Soviet scientist, Shafarevich, who has nothing to do with religion, he's a computer scientist, did a very intensive research on the history of socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and a pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered, actually he didn't discover it, he just brought to attention of his readers, that civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the river Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth. The moment they lost religion, as simple as that, they disintegrated. Nobody remembers about them anymore. Well, distantly. So, the ideas are moving society and keeping mankind as a society of human beings, intelligent, moral agents of God. The facts, the truth, the exact knowledge may not. All the sophisticated technology and computers will not prevent society from disintegrating and eventually dying out. Have you ever met a person who would sacrifice his life, freedom, for the truth like that? This is truth. I never met a person who said, this is truth and I'm ready to shoot me. To defend the truth. Right? But millions sacrificed their life, freedom, comfort, everything for things like God, like Jesus Christ. It's an honor. Some martyrs in the Soviet concentration camp died. And they died in peace, unlike those who shouted, long live Stalin, knowing perfectly well that he may not live long. Something which is not material moves society and helps it to survive. And the other way around, the moment we turn into 2 by 2 is 4 and make it a guiding principle of our life, our existence, we die. Even though this is true, and this we cannot prove, we only can feel and have faith in it. So the answer to ideological subversion, strangely enough, is very simple. You don't have to shoot people, you don't have to aim missiles and Pershings and cruise missiles at Andropov's headquarters. You simply have to have faith and prevent subversion. In other words, not to be a victim of subversion. Don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of your spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
Hey guys, we'll go into a super late night, I guess. Milton Cooper for those that are sticking around, but I want to thank you guys for sticking through all that tonight. Chi and Bread Mouse, Watching Trains Go By is here, and yeah, JIK is here. I think I saw a good few others there about like within the past hour or so. So thank you very much for coming by. Hey Britt. Yeah, I'm gonna look into Milton Cooper. Ah.
Before we get started, I have to clear up a little discrepancy here. Apparently the other night, or within the last week, because I've been getting a lot of email about this, and I even received one telephone call. Apparently somebody called the Alex Jones broadcast and asked him why he didn't have me on the air, or asked him something about me. Alex Jones said he had me on the air once before, several years ago, and had to cut me off the air because of the foul language that I used. So on the air tonight, I'm going to tell you Alex Jones You are a bold-faced, miserable, stinking little coward liar. Now let me say that again so there's no mistake about it. You can all tell Alex Jones that I said this, and I suspect he's listening because he does. Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, stinking, rotten little coward liar. I was only on the Alex Jones show one time. It was years ago when I didn't know who he was, when I didn't realize what a liar and a coward and a sensationalist bullshit artist that he is. He was on one little FM station down in Texas. He wasn't on all the stuff that he's on now. And I agreed to be on his broadcast. That's when I was doing guest appearances on broadcasts years ago. I was not cut off. I did not use any kind of foul language whatsoever. He treated me very well, and I stayed on for the whole show. Some of you in Texas know that that's true because you heard the broadcast and you taped it. Later, when I found out who Alex Jones was and what he was doing to the truth, and what a cowardly liar and sensationalist he really is, every time he called me...
Yeah, he did burn a lot of bridges. Yeah, it's totally true.
To lend him any credibility whatsoever by appearing on his broadcast. And that made him very angry. I've also revealed him for the lying, sensationalist, bullshit artist that he is by every once in a while bringing to your attention the lies and the deceit and the rumors that he spreads over the airwaves that are not good for any of us, and they're not good for the nation. They are especially not good for militia and patriots. The most disgusting broadcast he ever did was on New Year's Eve, the year 2000. The New Year's Eve, 1999, bringing in the year 2000, which he went completely out of his mind and claimed that Russia had launched intercontinental ballistic missiles with multiple warheads at the United States of America.
This is great.
Actually panicked millions of people who were putting their children and their belongings in their cars and heading for the hills. Now, there's lots of things that can be said about me. Nobody needs to lie about me. Sometimes I am irritating. Sometimes I absolutely will not suffer fools and am just as rude as I can be. Nobody has to lie about me, Alex Jones. So I suggest that the next time somebody calls your broadcast and asks them about me, you tell the truth. There's lots of truth that you can tell about me. But don't ever lie on me, buddy, because I'll chop you off at your ankles. I will chew you up. I will spit you out for the lying, stinking, rotten little coward that you are. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all I have to say about Mr. Sensationalist, lying, rumor-mongering, bullshit artist, Alex Jones. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
That Alex Jones interview was directly after you published the Veritas June 26, 1998 issue about the Cooper family being targeted by the...
That was classic.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, back in 1990. Did he kick me off the air?
No, he's a liar, and you pointed it out, and I heard that interview.
Yeah, he's totally...
Yeah, well, that's the truth.
That's true.
He's bad news, man.
Alex Jones is a miserable, rotten, little, stinking, cowardly, bold-faced liar. Boy, you know, all of these people ought to know better than to mess with me, because I don't take any crap from anybody. And if I'm not afraid of the whole machinations of the entire government Gestapo, what in the hell makes Alex Jones think that I would ever be afraid of his cowardly little rotten butt? Good evening, you're on the air.
Yeah, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to let you know I verify what you said about that Alex Jones interview. They had it archived on the internet at one time, and I did hear that interview, and There's nothing wrong with what you're doing.
And I wasn't thrown off the air, was I?
Not a bit.
No. And that's the only interview I ever did with Alex Jones. As soon as I found out what he was doing and who he really was, he's called me back at least 100 times since then, and I've always told him to take a hike. So anyway, thank you.
Reality, captured in user-friendly symbols and processed for understanding. The Idea Channel.
It gives me the great pleasure to present to you today Professor Milton Friedman.
I want to talk today about the contrast between myths that are widely believed by the public at large and what I regard as a reality which typically contradicts those myths. As you are all aware, there has been a drastic shift in public attitudes and public opinions in the past 50 years or so with respect to the role of the individual on the one hand and the role of government and collective institutions on the other. There has been a shift in the philosophy and attitudes of the public from a belief in individual responsibility, from a belief in a society in which the role of government was as an umpire, to a belief in a society in which the emphasis is on social responsibility and the role of government as big brother and protector of the individual. As always, when such shifts arise in public opinion,
Yeah, I saw someone send me an email about that actually.
reinforced by the development of myths about prior experience. Someone once wrote, and I'm not sure who it was, that a myth is like an air mattress. There's nothing in it, but it's wonderfully comfortable, and deflation causes an uncomfortable jolt. Well, my purpose today is to give you that jolt. When myths get established and are adopted, they tend to be so strongly held, they tend to become so much a part of you, that when anyone comes along and differs with them and contradicts them, he risks automatically being dismissed as a crackpot. But I shall nonetheless take the risk of being dismissed as a crackpot because it seems to me so urgent that we deflate these myths, recognize what the reality is, in order to be able to provide a basis for a change in our philosophy, a reversal of the direction of our thought. In my opinion, if we do not do so, if we continue on the road we have been going, if we continue to rely more and more on government and less on the individual, we are condemned to a future of tyranny and misery. And therefore, it seems to me essential for the future of this country that we recognize these myths for what they are and adjust our thinking to a correct perception of our present and our past. I'm encouraged in this venture by another quotation, one which comes from a 19th century American humorist by the name of Josh Billings, who wrote somewhere, "It ain't what people know that causes trouble, it's what they know that ain't so." And that's what I'm going to devote this talk to trying to tell you about some things you know that ain't so. I am going to try to cover 5 myths that are part of your thinking. And if they're not part of your thinking, they will tend to become so after you take your first course in American history. The first of those myths is a robber baron myth. The myth that somehow or other in the 19th century there was an era of rugged, unrestrained individualism in which heartless monopoly capitalists exploited the poor unmercifully and ground them beneath their heels. The second myth I'm going to talk about is the Great Depression myth. The myth that the Great Depression from 1929 until the late 30s was produced by a failure of private enterprise. The third myth I want to talk about is the demand for government service myth. The myth that government has had to step in because of a failure of the private market and a great widespread demand for government services. The fourth myth I'm going to talk about was suggested by Mr. Eccles in his introduction. It's a free lunch myth. The myth that there is such a thing as a free lunch. And the final myth I want to talk about is the Robin Hood myth. The myth that somehow or other government operates by taking money from the rich and giving it to the poor. Let me start with the first of those myths, the robber baron myth. The myth that in the 19th century was a period in which the rich became richer and the poor poorer. That it was a century in which
Freeman's dope.
Conflict between Wall Street and the working man. That it was a period in which particularly the farmers of the Middle West were being ground beneath the rapacious activities of the Wall Street financiers, in which there was widespread farm distress and misery. Now, this myth had its origins in the 19th century. It produced the widespread greenback movement that you will learn about in your history books, a party which at one time reached significant size, a party devoted to the idea that all of the problems of the time could be solved if only the government would print enough of those nice pieces of paper which are colored green on the back and which are called greenbacks. It was a period that also gave rise to the free silver movement, to William Jennings Bryan, the silver-tongued orator from North Platte, if I remember rightly, from these areas, who gave his famous speech on the Cross of Gold in 1896 in Chicago at the Democratic Convention, in which he asked whether mankind shall be crucified on a cross of gold. A speech which got him the presidential nomination of the Democratic Party. And he subsequently was a nominee of the Democratic Party for several subsequent elections. Fortunately, never elected. That was a myth. What was the reality? The reality is that there is almost no period in human history which saw as rapid and widespread an increase in the well-being of the ordinary man as the 19th century. That was a period when millions of people from all over the world streamed to these shores. They came here with empty hands in the hope and the belief that they could make a better life for themselves and their children, and they succeeded. I suspect that most of the people in this room who are American residents and citizens today are descendants of the people who came to these shores in that period. I know, to take the immediate local case, the Eccles family derives from a Scotsman who came to this country in the middle of the 19th century. My parents came here in the 1890s from a part of Europe, which is today part of the Soviet Union, although at that time it was part of Hungary. And I suspect most of the people in this room have similar backgrounds. Now, do you suppose those people kept coming to these shores in order to be exploited? Do you think they came here to be ground under the heels of rapacious monopoly capitalists? Not a bit of it. A few people might have been led here under misapprehension. You conceivably could have had an initial inflow of people who thought they were going to improve their lot and ended up being worse off. But you would not have had a continuing inflow. They would not have sent back to the old country for their relatives and friends. You would not have had a flow of millions upon millions year after year. And of course they were not exploited. They were not ground under the heel. They got jobs, they spread out west, to the Middle West, to the far west, to where we are now. And they made of what was a desolate country a country that was prosperous and green and productive, and improved their own lot. With respect to agriculture in particular, that was a period when the number of farmers increased. It was a period when the price of farmland rose. Now, of course, then as now, every farmer would have liked it better if he had done still better. What happened then, of course, was that the spread of farms, increasing productivity, the development of machinery, the bringing under the plow of productive land led to a great increase in production, which led to a decline in the prices of farm products. So it's true, the prices of farm products went down. But that was a sign of success. It was not a sign of failure. And the evidence that it was a sign of success was a rise in the price of farmland. After all, if this decline in the price of products had been a sign of failure, if it had been an indication that the farmer was being ground under the heel of Wall Street, why would people have been
Yeah, they used them.
higher prices
I mean,
for
that
the
was.
land from which those crops were produced?
They should have saw that one
the
coming.
actual story is one of a great
I think
growth of productivity in agriculture.
If you ask
great
me,
development of agriculture
it's like
in this country.
they're just trying to get on record that they're surprised.
If we turn to the charge that was a period of heartlessness, a period in which the rich were willing to say, let the public be damned, as one man was quoted incorrectly as saying. If we turn to that charge, let me call to your attention that the 19th century, the period when we came the closest we've ever come to pure unrestrained individualism, a period when government spending, the spending of the federal government in Washington, amounted to less than 3% of the national income, when essentially you had no restrictions on immigration and few restrictions on economic activity. Let me point out that that was also the period of the greatest flowering of charitable activity in the United States. That was a period when you had the establishment of so many independent private schools and colleges around the country. It was a period when the private, non-profit, eleemosynary hospitals grew and sprouted in every city in the land. It was a period of the Carnegie Libraries. It was a period of the founding of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. You name it, and you will find that the charitable, eleemosynary activities date back to the period of the 19th century. So the robber baron myth is a myth, one that should be deflated. It gets its appeal from a common fallacy, from the fallacy that one man's gain must be another man's loss. Of course it is true that many men became wealthy during that period. There were robber barons. There always are robber barons. People are people. Some are good, some are bad, some are in between. And of course, some people did try to mistreat other people. That is part of the course of history, unfortunately. But the main part of the story is that the process whereby some people became wealthy was also the process which opened up the country and provided opportunities for millions of other people to have a modest competence, to be able to improve their own lot. It was the robber barons who were instrumental in building the railroads that joined the country together, who were instrumental in developing the industries of this country, and in thereby providing the opportunities for the ordinary man to improve his lot on life. Everybody can benefit. You can have some people become wealthy, not at the expense of other people, but by enabling other people to become wealthy. We had robber barons then and we have robber barons today. But there's a big difference between the robber barons then and the robber barons today. The robber barons then primarily could get their money only if people freely gave it to them. They got their money by selling a service, and nobody had to buy it. And if people bought it, it was because it was a better service than it was before. The robber barons today are in large part able to get their money by sending a policeman to take the money out of your pocket. Now that's a figurative expression, not a literal expression, But how do you become wealthy today? By getting government assistance. To mention only one very famous example, by getting government to assign you some TV licenses. Or by getting any one of a large variety of other sources of government support. If you look at where modern wealth comes from, it almost always comes from political influence, which enables you to get benefits at the expense of the public at large. Now that is a zero-sum game. When the money is transferred from some to others through force and coercion and the taxpayer, then it need not be that the one man's benefit is also the other man's benefit. Then it can and often is that both parties, that the party who gains at the expense of the party who pays. So robber barons will always be with us. The crucial question is whether we have a form of economic organization in which one robber baron keeps the other robber baron in check, or whether we have a form of economic and political organization in which one robber baron can help the other robber baron at the expense of the public. I want to turn to the second of these myths, the Great Depression myth. There is hardly any view that is more widespread than the view that somehow or other the Great Depression was produced by a failure of private business. That view is held not only by those who are in favor of greater role of government. It is held by almost everybody. I venture to suggest that if you go to any bankers, the people who are here today at this banking conference, and if you talk to them, I venture to say 9 out of 10 of them, if they hadn't heard what I'm going to say, that 9 out of 10 of them would say, well, of course, the Great Depression was a failure of private business. It was due to an overextension, over-speculation in the 1920s, or it was due to an excessive concentration
I find
of
that
wealth in the
there's
hands
too
of
much to
the
do in this
wealthy at
game
the
to get
expense of the poor in the
over
1920s,
anxious.
or it was due to
The main
speculative
thing
investment
is,
abroad, or whatnot. But it
the
was
only
a
thing to
failure of
worry
private
about
business. And
is looking
government
for
had to
red
step in
lines
in order to
and how to
rescue
give them
private
another
business
way.
from its own failure. Nothing could be farther from the
Will
truth.
be by condensing
The
this,
Great Depression was
having
produced,
something right here.
in my opinion, and I may say this is not a random opinion. I will be glad to refer you to a several hundred-page book in which it is documented. I won't tell you who the author is. Mr. Eccles did that. It was produced, the Great Depression was produced by a failure of government, by a failure of monetary policy. It was produced by a failure of the Federal Reserve System to act in accordance with the intentions of those who established it. It was produced by a failure of the Federal Reserve System despite the presence of knowledge on the part of many of the people in the system about the right course of action. It's interesting to speculate for a moment about why this myth is so widespread. The answer is really very simple in this case. Private enterprise has no press agents. The free market has no press agents. The government has a great many press agents. The Federal Reserve has a great many press agents. And the Federal Reserve, of course, would never admit, never proclaim that it produced the Great Depression. On the contrary. And again, I don't mean to be criticizing individuals. We're talking about the way institutions operate. You and I are the same as all the rest of us. We're all the same. The hardest thing in the world is for anybody to admit that he made a mistake. If any one of us makes a mistake, we can always find somebody else to blame. And if you read, as I have for my sins had to read, the annual reports of the Federal Reserve System over a 50-year period, there's only one element of humor that lightens that task, and that is the cyclical fluctuation in the powers of the Federal Reserve. In a good year, when things are good, when the economy is booming, you will read that the Federal Reserve, by its wise policy, by its efficacious management of money, has produced this fine situation. However, let things get bad, and all of a sudden the tone of the annual report is different. Then you discover that despite the best efforts of the Federal Reserve, outside forces combine to produce difficulties. Even at the depth of the Depression in 1933, when, in the spring of that year, the Federal Reserve System, which had been established in order to prevent banking panics and keep banks from closing, when the Federal Reserve System itself closed its doors, and you had a banking holiday for 7 days, and when, over the previous 3 years, a third of the banks of this country closed their doors and went broke because, in my opinion, of the poor policy followed by the Federal Reserve System. Even in 1933, if you read the annual report, you will discover how much worse things would have been if the Federal Reserve hadn't behaved so well. Now, as I say, I don't blame the members of the Federal Reserve for that. Any one of us would do the same thing. We have to find somebody to blame. But as an objective scholar, I can tell you what the facts are. The facts were that from 1929 to 1933, the total quantity of money in the United States, the amount of currency, the amount of bank deposits, what Mr. Eccles referred to as M2, that total amount of money declined by 1/3. The total number of banks went down by 1/3. And why did the quantity of money decline? It declined because the Federal Reserve System failed to prevent the decline. The Federal Reserve System could have prevented the decline at all times. There never was a moment during that period when the Federal Reserve did not have the power to prevent the decline in the quantity of money. If it had prevented the decline in the quantity of money, you might still have had a recession, but it would have been a garden variety recession. It would have been over in the middle of 1930 or early in 31 at the latest. It would not have been the major catastrophe, not only for this country but throughout the rest of the world. Moreover, this is not only hindsight. At all times, the people at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and at a number of other banks were pleading with the Federal Reserve Board in Washington to do the right thing. At all times, there were people in Congress who were arguing that the Federal Reserve System should take a different course. At all times, there were outside commentators. One of the Canadian banks was particularly prescient, but there were other commentators who were pointing out the disastrous effects on the American economy of the restrictive policies that the Federal Reserve System was following, and which was permitting and facilitating a whole series of bank runs. So the Great Depression was not produced by a failure of business. On the contrary, it was produced by a failure of government, and a failure of government in an area in which responsibility had been assigned to government since the founding of this country. The Constitution of the United States. It gives Congress the power to coin money and set the value thereof. And it was in the management of this fundamental function of government that government failed and produced the Great Depression. We have learned from that failure. The Federal Reserve will not fail in the same way again. This time it will fail in a different way. This time it has been failing, not by producing a Great Depression, but by producing an inflation. Because just as you will hear the story that it was business that was responsible for the Depression, so you will today hear the story that it is labor and management that are responsible for inflation. It is the same kind of a myth. Inflation is made in one place and one place only, Washington, D.C. And in Washington, D.C., the chief source, immediate source of inflation is a Greek temple on Constitution Avenue, which houses the Federal Reserve Board. An accomplice, and a major accomplice, of course, sits in the halls of Congress in Washington. They are a major accomplice because you tell them to be. The American people have been telling Congress for many years, spend more money on us, please. But they've been telling us, don't raise our taxes. Congress has been listening. It's been spending more money on you. But on the other hand, it's been very unwilling to raise taxes. As a result, it has imposed inflation as a tax. That's one tax that you don't have to vote for, but you have to pay. Let me turn to the third of the myths I want to cover. This is a myth closely related to the Great Depression myth. It is a myth that somehow or other the private market has failed to provide certain important services. And the government has had to step in response to an overwhelming public demand in order to provide those services. The reality is very different. The reality is that if you look at every program that the government has adopted in the direction of extending its scope, it took an enormous propaganda campaign by special propaganda groups to get those measures passed. There was no underlying public demand for those measures. On the contrary, the demand had to be created. It had to be developed. It had to be produced. And it was created, it was developed, it was produced by people who sincerely, I'm not questioning their sincerity, who sincerely wanted to see an expansion in the scope of government. Let me take some of the most prominent examples. Let me take the example which today is the greatest sacred cow of them all, Social Security. Was there an overwhelming demand for Social Security in the 1930s when the law was adopted? Far from it. There was no public demand for it. It had to be sold. How was it sold? By the slickest devices of Madison Avenue, by imaginative packaging and deceptive labeling. Social Security was sold as an insurance scheme. It is not an insurance scheme. There is very little relationship to the amount of money any one individual pays and the amount of money he is entitled to receive. Social Security is a combination of a bad tax system with a bad way of distributing welfare. It's got two components, and I have never known anybody, whatever his political or other persuasion, who would defend either component separately. If you look at the tax system, who can defend a wage tax? A tax on wages up to a maximum. A tax on work, a tax which discourages employers from hiring people and discourages people from going to work. And a tax which is borne by the lowest wage groups. It's a regress.
I tend to go a little too heavy on road hierarchy, but I'm doing okay. This is my first city in like, I'd say about 4 or 5 months, so I'm a little rusty. It's okay though. Should be able to get through it. I've gotten like my, I guess 100K, the Megapolis achievement or whatever. I just like doing the like certain roads and things like that just for Move It and things like that. So once I get Move It on it, I'm like, oh, I'll throw on TMP as well, or the traffic manager. I will go. Excuse me. Ooh, it's getting late. I will I'll do like an achievement hunting one as well. He's right there. He's just chilling at the moment. Where did all the traffic go? Is that what you asked? Sorry. Warehouses. Oh, how did it turn off?
You could never.
Sorry about that. I thought it was on.
Millions of Sundays, you could never have gotten such a tax passed as a tax. Look at the benefit arrangements. Here you have an arrangement under which the amount of money a person receives does not depend on his poverty or his indigence. It depends on the accident of what industry he worked in. If he happened to work in a covered industry, he gets a benefit. If he happens to work in a non-covered industry, he doesn't. If he has only worked a certain number of quarters and not more, no matter how indigent he is, he doesn't get anything. If he's 65 and he decides to continue to work, earning more than a modest amount per year, not only doesn't he get a benefit, but to add insult to injury, he has to pay taxes on the wages he is receiving in order to finance the benefit he is not receiving. If a man who is 65 years old has $1 million in income from property, he is entitled and doesn't work, he gets his full Social Security benefit, tax-free. If the same man goes to work and earns $20,000 a year, he is in the position I just described. He doesn't get any benefit. Is there anybody who would justify that system of distributing benefits? And I could go on to all the difficulties with it. I've only touched the surface. Note the misleading language. The Social Security system consistently refers to the taxes you pay as a contribution. Now tell me, do you regard taxes as contributions? The word contribution denotes voluntary arrangements. If you buy an insurance program, you are contributing freely. If you contribute to the United Way freely, you're contributing freely. But if you pay taxes on your wages as a condition of being employed, that's a tax, it's not a contribution. Again, it always refers to the payments people get as benefits. They are not benefits, they're subsidies. What you have is a system of subsidizing people on the one hand and of taxing it. What about the claim that it's insurance, that there's a relationship between the two? Well, there is a minor relationship. It is true that on the whole, those people who pay more will receive more, other things the same. But every student of the subject has pointed out that the relationship is very small, that most payments are independent of most receipts. Moreover, what you really have is not a system under which people are providing for their own security, as a Social Security system will say it, as they describe it. In their pamphlets, they describe it as a way in which 90% of American workers are providing.
It was great
for
to
their
have
own
you by.
future.
Thank
That's
you very
nonsense.
much, man.
What people today are doing is paying taxes today to pay the subsidies to the people who are receiving benefits today. What you have is a system of taxing the young at any point in time to subsidize the old. Now, there may be nothing wrong with that. For the moment, I'm not discussing that issue. I'm discussing whether Social Security was a response to a broad-scale public demand or whether it had to be sold to the people by the worst devices of Madison Avenue. And the answer is it clearly was the latter. What you have is a system under which people today are being taxed to pay benefits today to the people who are receiving them. So far, those people who have been receiving payments have received much more than the actuarial value of what they paid. That's because you've had a growing working force, you've had higher wages being paid, wage rates have gone up the wage tax has gone up very sharply. But the number of recipients is growing relative to the number of people paying. And that's why Social Security is currently in so much financial trouble. That's why the so-called reserve, which is not a reserve at all, the so-called reserve has been getting smaller and smaller. And that's why you have all the agitation for Congress to do something to make Social Security again financially responsible. Again, for the moment, I'm not discussing whether Social Security or the separate parts are good or bad, but only whether it can be regarded as a program adopted in response to a great public demand. Let me take another more recent movement. Consider the imposition on you and me and on our automobiles of all sorts of safety equipment, so-called safety equipment. Nothing to prevent us individually from buying it, but now we are required to buy it by government. Why? Was there a great public demand? Not at all. There was a man named Ralph Nader. Now maybe he arose in response to a public demand, but if so, it was a public demand for entertainment, not for safety. But Ralph Nader launched a major propaganda campaign. And as a result of this propaganda campaign, as a result of a great selling effort, also characterized by misrepresentation. Also, as you know, his original weapon was a book, Unsafe at Any Price, which damned the Corvair as being an unsafe and a knowingly unsafe car. Later studies have demonstrated that his claim was not justified. But that did not prevent it from having its effect. It did not prevent it from adopting it. But the extent to which this did not result from a great public clamor can be shown by what has happened whenever the agency that was established to administer auto safety regulations has overstepped its bounds. You will recall that a few years ago, it tried to impose the requirement of an interlock, that no car could be started unless the seat belts were fastened. And that produced such a great public outcry that Congress stepped in and it had to be rescinded. You are now having a similar kind of a controversy about the airbag. Or again, let me take a very different example, one which has not yet emerged, fortunately, the drive for national health insurance. Is there a widespread drive for national health insurance? Not so you can notice it. Indeed, the proponents of it have been trying to get it passed year after year, and so far they haven't gotten it passed. As I say, fortunately, because if so-called national health insurance were passed, it would bear as little relationship to insurance as Social Security does. It's not a program for national health insurance at all. It's a program for socialized medicine. It's a program for making physicians government employees. It's a program for creating long waiting lines and inferior medical service. But that isn't the way it's labeled. But the pressure for it is having to be created and built up by propaganda. Or again, let me take another modern version. Has the FDA's ban on saccharin been in response to a great public outcry for it? Let me turn to the fourth of my myths, the free lunch myth. The belief that somehow or other government can spend money at nobody's expense. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of a wonderful description of government that was made by a French economist by the name of Frédéric Bastiat about 150 years ago. He said, government is that fiction whereby everybody believes that he can live at the expense of everybody else. And that is the free lunch myth. The myth that somehow or other government can provide goods and services, can spend money at nobody's expense. Now, the particular form which that myth takes is very specific. It has two parts. One part is the belief that somehow or other you can tax business without consumers or workers or individuals paying for it. Somehow business is a big source, a big cornucopia out there that can be taxed at no cost. And the other form the myth takes is that you can create money at no cost. That if you turn the printing press, if you produce those greenbacks, that will enable people to become richer with nobody becoming poorer. Well, let me look at first problem. Can you tax business? What's business? There's no business to be taxed. There are people. Only people can pay taxes. Can I tax this floor? Can I tax the building? The building can't pay taxes. Only people can pay taxes. So when you talk about a tax on business, it has to be paid by somebody. Either it's paid by the stockholder, or it's paid by the customer, or it's paid by the worker. There's no other way it can come from. There's no Santa Claus, no tooth fairy that's going to provide a source by which the government can spend money that doesn't come from somebody. Somebody has to pay. And yet, over and over again, you hear the claim, oh, we must not increase taxes on individuals, we'll increase taxes on business. In connection with the current discussion of Social Security, this fiction arises. There is a fiction that the Social Security tax is half on the individual and half on the employer. It's that the individual only pays 5.75%, the employer pays an equal amount. That's nonsense. That's bookkeeping. That's not economics. That's not reality. The part that the employer pays is part of his wage cost. If an employer considers whether it's worth his while to hire an additional worker, he has to consider as part of his cost not only what he pays to the worker, but also the extra taxes he will have to pay to the government. It makes no difference to the employer at all if he pays the worker a bigger check and the worker pays a larger part of that directly to the government, or he pays the worker a smaller check, but in addition has to send a check to Washington. What matters to him is the total number of dollars it costs him to hire an additional person. So the fact is, the logic is, the reason is, that the so-called tax on the employer is paid by the employee. Now, this has always been clear from economic reasoning, general economic reasoning, but it has also been subjected to empirical test. And a book even from that temple of belief in greater and bigger government, the Brookings Institution in Washington, published a couple of years ago, demonstrated empirically that the tax on the employer was really paid by the employee, that it was shifted to the employee, and it can't be any other way, as you will see if you think about it. So business doesn't pay that tax. And yet, despite this, you have the great move in Congress right now in remedying the problem of Social Security to impose a larger fraction of the tax on business on the alleged grounds that somehow or other that spares the worker. It doesn't have any such effect. It reduces the incentive to hire people and thus is imposed on the worker. But again, if you look at the taxing corporate profits, the distinction you have to draw is between who writes the check and who fundamentally bears the cost. It may well be that an official of a corporation writes the check for the tax on profits, so-called profits. He writes the check, but who pays it? He doesn't pay it. Here is a poor fellow who may be earning a modest competence. He may be writing a check for $10 million. That isn't coming out of his hide. Where's that $10 million coming from? It has to come from the proceeds of the goods and services which the enterprise sells. And that $10 million is $10 million less available either for cutting prices or for paying out dividends or for paying wages and salaries. The tax is borne by people. And for this reason, I must say, I have always myself been strongly in favor of eliminating altogether the tax on corporations. So it's open and above board that you are taxing people and that you do not conceal that fact by appearing to tax corporations. Well, again, with respect to money, can you print money at no cost? It's very cheap to turn out those pieces of paper. But does that get society something for nothing? Not at all. It's simply a different form of taxation. If you print money, people have more money to spend. If they spend more money on the same amount of goods, prices go up. And in effect, everybody is paying a tax through inflation. Once again, it's only a form of taxation. Let me turn to my final myth, because it is in some ways the most pervasive, the most dangerous, and the most deep-seated. That is a Robin Hood myth. The myth that government has benefited the poor at the expense of the rich. That's the myth. Those are the terms on which many a governmental program is sold. What is the reality? The reality has been described in an article in the Journal of Law and Economics by my colleague George Stigler under the title of Director's Law. And Director is the name of Aaron Director, who was a professor at the University of Chicago Law School. And I might also say my brother-in-law. Director's law is that almost invariably government programs benefit the middle income class at the expense of the very poor and the very rich. Now, that may seem to you strange, but let me first explain why it makes logical sense, and second, give you some empirical evidence, starting right here at home with higher education and the state financing of higher education. On the logical level, you have a political system under which laws are passed by 51% of the people voting one way against 49% of the people. Now, the way to get a law passed, therefore, is to form a coalition covering 51% of the people. You might think that you would take the bottom 51% versus the top 49%. But the more you think about it, the more you realize that that's not a very effective way to form a coalition. Why? Because those people who are at the bottom tend to be much less skillful in political activity for the very reasons that leave them at the bottom in the economic scale. They are at the bottom in the economic scale because they have low skills or low abilities or low entrepreneurial capacities or have been unfortunate to have been born handicapped or in groups that are discriminated against. But those same features make them relatively less effective in political activity. Who are the most effective people in political activity? Those of us in the middle classes. Where are the people who are literate? Where are the people who write for the newspapers? Where are the people who mount the hustings? Where are the people who provide the candidates? Well, you might say, why doesn't the coalition come from the top all the way down 51%? Well, the answer is that, gee, those people at the top, that's a place we can get a lot of money from. And it's worth sacrificing a few votes to get a large fraction of a tax base. And therefore, the logically most reasonable coalition is sort of 51% of the people running from the lower middle class through the upper middle class and leaving out the very rich at the top and the very poor at the bottom. Now, it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes the very rich are able to use their money to get an effective coalition, but most of the time that's the way it works. Now let me illustrate it in reality, in the real world. One of my favorite examples is state finance of higher education. This is always sold on the ground of providing opportunities to everybody in the society to get an education. But what are the facts? I doubt that there is any program financed by government in the United States which is as regressive in its impact and its financial impact as a financing of higher schooling. Who are the people who go to school?
Did you just call Milton Friedman Santa? Friedman Santa?
Mostly people who come from middle, upper middle, or lower middle income class families. If there are a few among you who come from lower income families, you are going to be among the middle and upper income classes. You are the richer among the poor. They are the people who go to school. They are the people who get the benefit from it. Your training here will enable you to get higher incomes than you otherwise could. Who pays for it? Well, you pay for it, and your family and friends pay for it, not through tuition. I'm told your tuition covers about 15% of the cost of your schooling. The taxpayers pay for it, including the people who don't go to school. Some years ago, there was a study made for the state of California which showed that 50% of the students at state-supported institutions of higher education came from the top 25% of the income class, and 5% came from the bottom 25% of the income class. This is a program. When I talk in California and want to be demagogic, I say it's a program to impose taxes on the people in Watts to send the children from Beverly Hills to college. Now, you here in Utah know better what the local equivalents of that are. Now, I'm not blaming you as individuals again. I couldn't do that because I myself am a beneficiary of state support of higher education. I went through a school that has since become a state university, Rutgers University in the state of New Jersey, on a state scholarship. Now, I think I benefited from going to the university, although I know, and I think even maybe the country at large did, although I know there are many people who disagree with that. But there's no reason why I shouldn't have paid for it. What did the poor citizens in New Jersey get? The day I graduated from college, I left New Jersey, and I've hardly ever been back since. There's a strong case to be made that everybody who wants to go to university should have an opportunity to do so, provided he's willing to pay for it. Not necessarily right now. It's highly desirable to have arrangements under which he can borrow now to pay it back later out of a higher income that his education will make possible. But there is no justification for imposing taxes on lower income people to finance the schooling of people who are or will be in the higher income groups. And yet, how much political movement is there to impose full cost tuition on colleges? There is nobody who would have a ghost of a chance of being elected to a legislature or to the state house on that program. It's the hardest thing in the world legislatively to get higher tuitions imposed. Why? Because the middle class looks after itself. Because of director's law. Now, what's true for higher education is true in every other area. Consider Social Security. Now, Social Security is also sold as a program to benefit the poor. What are the facts? Social Security is a program which imposes unduly heavy taxes on the lower income groups in the society to provide higher benefits to upper income groups in the society. How does it work? It's not because of the regressive nature of the wage tax. It's not because of the structure of benefits. It's because of a very simple phenomenon. At what age do younger men from the lower classes go to work? 16, 17, 18, 19. That's when they start to pay Social Security taxes. At what age are you people going to go to work and start paying Social Security taxes? Some of you may, in part-time jobs, have been doing so. But you will be a full-time Social Security payers only when you reach your middle 20s. So they will pay taxes for more years than you will pay taxes. Next.
So bro just absolutely ninja'd me
Every demographic
to
study
get
has shown
whatever
that
is
the
in my
average expected length of life
box of
of
food.
middle and upper income classes is longer than the average length of life of people from the lower income classes. So those poor suckers are going to pay taxes for more years and receive payments for fewer years than you and I will. Now, some of us, by virtue of continuing to work between 65 and 72, will not be in that favored class. But already, the fraction of people who work between 65 and 72 has been cut to a small part of what it used to be because of the incentive offered by Social Security. And overall, there is little doubt, therefore, that Social Security is a program which transfers income from low-income classes to high-income classes. Same thing is true of almost every other social program you can mention. I have often challenged people to find a single governmental program in which the people who pay taxes have higher incomes than those who get the benefits. I know only one, and that's direct relief, public assistance, the aid to families of dependent children. It's not a good program, it's a terrible program, it's a welfare mess. But so far as I can find out, it's the only program that demonstrably transfers income from higher income classes to lower income classes. And that's why it's such an unpopular program. Director's law shows up in the unpopularity of the welfare mess as well as in the popularity of Social Security, housing programs, and the like. I could go down a great many others, but time will not permit. I come to my conclusion that if we are going to look forward to the future, to an end of this reduction in our freedom and the growth in centralized government, I think we must begin to dismantle these myths, which are so widely accepted by people, which have become an unthinking part of their philosophy and of their beliefs. And I hope that in the course of this hour, I have deflated your air mattress and given you an uncomfortable jolt. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta get him some food. But I have to be up for the next 2 hours. I have to get that redness alone with my kitty. So actually, I gotta go get something for him to eat now. I'm gonna be up, so let's go back from Milton Friedman to Milton Cooper. Ugh. I spilled the drink on my keyboard and now so many keys are messed up. It's the worst. Little bro, I got your back. Just give me a moment. I promise I got your back. What are you doing? Come on. Alright, back soon.
I'm William Cooper, and you're listening once again to the Hour of the Time. Well, folks, Veritas went to press today, and it's out. Tomorrow, we will be mailing off all of the copies of Veritas that go to subscribers. And, of course, about 900 copies that go to Washington, D.C. that will be hand-delivered by special messenger to every representative, every senator, every head of every agency, every member of the President's cabinet, the President and the Vice President, at my expense. And it is extremely expensive. Also, with this issue, ladies and gentlemen, the rates for subscriptions to Veritas go back up. So effective today, the higher rates will apply. But I'm going to give you one last chance, folks, to get a subscription in at the old rate of $27 for 24 issues. If your letter is postmarked tomorrow, we will honor the $27. The new rate for 24 issues is $35. So, folks, you can save $8 if you get your check or money order in the mail tomorrow. They come out to Veritas. That's spelled V as in Victor, E-R-I-T-A-S. As always, your subscription begins with the issue following when we receive your subscription. So since issue number 7 is out, even if we get your subscription tomorrow, it will not begin until issue number 8. Everybody understand that? If you want to receive this issue, number 7, when you send your subscription, enclose an extra $3. That's the current issue. Enclose an extra $3, and we'll send you this issue, number 7 also. So for $30, you can get a subscription for 24 issues to Veritas, and you can also get issue number 7, the one that just went to press today. But only, ladies and gentlemen, if your letter is postmarked tomorrow. I hope you all understand that. If it's postmarked after tomorrow, and we send it back to you because you have the old rate,
Who kept this in here?
cry about it. That if you got your money in, you would be the first to receive the tape because we're only going to make 100 copies, period.
Oh my gosh.
And that's
Come on, Bill.
to the public on this broadcast and in the pages of the Hour of the Time. We were the first ones who found the seismograph from the University of Oklahoma. We were the only ones who got the Omniplex seismograph. We were the ones who found General Parkin and made his information known to the world for the first time on this broadcast, and we did not reveal his name until he could take steps to preserve his safety. And then we published all of his information in several issues of Veritas. We were the ones who disclosed the fact that several cans, 5-gallon cans of fulminate of mercury were discovered on several different floors that had not detonated but had detonators in them. And I could go on and on and on and on and on and on. We were the ones who disclosed the fact that Gary Hunt was there on videotape moments after the blast occurred, carrying what looks like a transmitter in his hand with an antenna, which could have been a detonator. But anyway, we'll talk about all these things.
Who flipped you off? I didn't flip you off.
If you would like to order your copy of the 9-hour
When did I do that?
of the Oklahoma City bombing
I
lecture,
wouldn't do that.
presented by our Oklahoma City station chief as a training film for investigators at our conference, it is, ladies and gentlemen, $60 for members, and I believe it's $85 for non-members. The price has gone up. So if you didn't get your order in before, you got to pay more now. $60 for members, $85 for non-members. It's 9 hours. It is an incredible tape. If you're an investigator, if you're a member of the intelligence service, if you're a station chief, you need to have this film. It will help you immensely.
Frozen.
Much more is going to come out of this bombing that should help us all, and I hope that we're able to catch the perpetrators. I'm going to tell you right now, it wasn't anybody from the Middle East, ladies and gentlemen. It's homegrown. right here. And you can look if you're
He's
you're
calling
ahead
out.
to the east for the answer. Just like the mysteries, the answer's in the east. Oh yes, it's in a place where the streets are laid out in the square and compass, where the phallus of Osiris stands tall in the dawn.
Oh, he's being sneaky when he's talking there.
The light from the reflection of her master, the pure light. And both the obelisk.
Yeah, it took him 9 minutes to get going, but he's dropping bombs now.
From which the new world will be born and hatched. It's called the Oval Office.
If you're in like the truth movement, you don't know who Milton or Bill Cooper is, man, go.
Language and understand it, ladies and gentlemen.
Go. You got a jackpot to go look up.
If you don't understand, you are at the mercy of the puppet master. And when they pull the strings, you will dance. Because that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
I think it was my favorite movie when I was a kid. Lion King. He like blows it up. He says it's like all injected with some really bad stuff. Man, I remember watching Milton Cooper for the first time. He was like, you start realizing, he was like, oh man, this is what the real deal was. You know why he had to go, and Alex Jones is still around, right? Brittany flipped you off? What?
This war, ladies and gentlemen, is disguised under many names and many symbols. But basically, it's a war between those who want to engineer the future of the human race, or the evolution of humanity, as they call it, and those who believe in the natural process of God. One lives by fire, and one lives by water. Fire is the generative force. Fire renews all things in nature and is used to create technology, metal, propel engines. The waters of faith represent the feminine force, or the receptive force, those who are acted upon. It is important that you know these things. It is also racial in nature. Those who live by the philosophy of fire in the what they call the Brotherhood, the Illuminati, the illumined ones, the sons of Cain are the Luciferian force, the ones who rebelled against God, the ones who were not satisfied with the number of stalks of grass in the field and wanted to make it more productive, who built cities and walled them and learned to hunt. And of course, those who live in the waters of faith obey what they believe to be God's word, and that is that they are to take care of the earth and the animals upon it and live in innocence in the Garden of Eden, that they are not to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. One is represented by the dark races, and one is represented by the Anglo-Aryan races. One is represented by the religious segment of society, and in particular, the Orthodox Jewish faith, the Christian faith, and the Islamic fundamentalists. The other is represented by those who do not believe in God at all. On the contrary, they believe that man himself is God, or will become God, through the use of his intellect, the gift of Lucifer, or Satan in the Garden of Eden. They are engineering the future. They want to destroy their enemies. They want to create a new heaven and a new earth. The molten sea, which we've already discussed, is an attempt to bring the two warring factions together as one. The molten sea represents the literal taking of all of the different disparate elements of alchemy and putting them together, mixing them, if you will, and pouring it as a sea of colorless metal. The pure white philosopher's stone, if you will, where there is no further conflict. All things have come together equally. It is brought about by the philosophers of fire through the Hegelian dialectic, and that all things have an opposing force. When these two forces clash or come together, there is a synthesis, or a blending into something new. And every time you have this clash that occurs amongst the disparate forces in the world, there are left fewer forces to clash, but nevertheless they are brought together in conflict until ultimately the goal is to have one remaining philosophy, one remaining government, one remaining religion, and one remaining race. Do you understand what I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen? And they don't really care how they do it. They look at the black and Hispanic races as the useless eaters of the world, steeped in the waters of faith. They're determined to eliminate them one way or the other. One of the ways that has been proposed, and is a possibility, is the blending of all races into one through intermarriages through the forced coupling to produce interracial children over long periods of time. Another is to create wars and revolutions during which the undesirable races will simply be eliminated. Hitler tried that, didn't he? So I continue where we left off. I know that some of you are so lost out there, being new listeners to the Hour of the Time, not understanding any of the symbology, that you did not really understand the 3 broadcasts that we made last week. That was the beginning.
This entire time that I played today, the city only grew like
Broadcast is just another
1,200 because all of the work was backbone stuff.
in the building of the wall, so to speak.
It wasn't like trying to raise anything. In fact, everything's out of balance. That's what I gotta do next time now. But yeah, this thing will probably hit about,
Now let me sort of digress a little bit.
by this time tomorrow I'll probably be about 60,000 probably, because now everything's just set up. It's just a matter of growing everything now.
And what happens if blood is mixed? Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you're a new listener to this broadcast, this is not what I believe. This is what those...
As soon as you hit 30k, you get another plot of land. And once I have a plot of land, I can just go finish all of this.
They are so powerful that they can cause these
And then everything, just sweep it through.
me, whether I believe it or not.
It's gonna be a fast end game because this will end up becoming a slideshow pretty quick, I think.
Without at least knowing all that he can possibly know about the opposing commander and his philosophy and his tactics. We are engaged in a battle, make no mistake about that. In ancient times, it was strictly forbidden anyone belonging to one tribe to marry into another tribe, because it was known then by the leaders of humanity that the strange blood would kill something. It always does. This is where the old taboos about race comes in. It doesn't really kill anything. The truth is that children produced by interracial marriages are usually extremely intelligent. And most of them are beautiful. The strange blood would kill something. It did. It always does. We read that Adam and Methuselah lived so many centuries. At that time, it was the custom to marry in the family. Marry as closely as possible so that the tie of blood might be as strong as it could be made. Then the blood that coursed through the veins of the people in that family contained the pictures of all that had happened to the different ancestors. These were stored in the mind, which is now the subconscious. Remember in the movie The Lion King, when the little lion looked into the pool and he saw his father staring back at him? That's what this is all about. You see, Walt Disney was a very, very committed Anglophile, and he was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite of the Southern jurisdiction. Then they were consciously and constantly before the inner vision of all people, and each family was united by this common bond, wherein the pictures of their ancestors lived. The sons saw the life of their fathers, and thus the fathers lived in the sons. And since the consciousness of Adam and Methuselah and the other patriarchs lived for centuries in their descendants, they were said to live personally. Everybody's always asking, how could Methuselah live so long? He didn't. He didn't physically live, but he lived on in the genetic makeup of those who came after. It's talking about race, ladies and gentlemen. It was then as great a crime to marry outside the family as it is now.
You're back because no one told you goodnight. I think Kobe said goodnight, yeah?
How about that? Even among the early Norsemen, we learned that if anyone wanted to marry with any strange family, he was first obliged to mix blood.
I just look back and my cat's like staring me down.
Blood would mix with that of the family into which he desired to marry. And thus, hemolysis was known to many in some of its phases at least. If the blood did not mix, it would bring about confusion of caste, as the Hindu says. A straight line of descent must be kept, for otherwise those pictures in the intervision would become mixed and would be confused. And in those days, this was absolutely necessary for the security and for the survival of the people, of the tribes, and of the nations that lived in those days.
Do you remember that this road wasn't here today? Look how busy it is.
There's no necessity for this whatsoever. Period.
Okay, well that part's not busy right now, but...
And for those who say that something would be lost,
this gets busy, like, right here. And I still haven't done, like, half the connections that I'm going to. Look at that.
Would it disappear?
None of this was here today, and now it's, like, super busy.
That's what would be lost, ladies and gentlemen. The gene pool would not be destroyed, but would live on.
That was all going to be stuck going through this... Remember that roundabout that was right here that I said was going to be my worst nightmare?
And just as in agriculture, and just...
This is a bit of a nightmare. I will admit that.
You produce...
It's really bad.
When you mix.
But at least it's not in the middle of my town. And it's just in some dirty oil corner.
Do you really believe that before the cattle industry came along, that black Angus cattle were roaming the plains? Not on your life. Do you really believe that in ancient times there were German shepherds and Saint Bernard dogs?
It's okay.
And greyhounds? Not on your life.
Oh.
Do you really believe that some of these fantastic
just escaped.
vegetables and fruits that you
He's trying to be a little stalker, so he's trying to
existed
ninja. I look around and he's just staring at me, so he knows that he can outwit me.
Not in your wildest dreams.
Yeah, developing land is pretty.
And you can see.
I like playing games that do that kind of stuff.
What happens when you
City building's fun. I get into more fun stuff soon, like the actual transit and stuff. I'll make like a really big transit station that'll get busy. I'm pretty good at that kind of stuff. It's really fun to watch, like everybody transfer from metro to monorail or tram to bus or yada yada. Really fun to watch that.
Those who believe in their race or who want to maintain their race. What I'm telling you is that your philosophy of intermarriage being wrong is itself wrong. It is flawed. And I'm not telling you that this is what I am proposing for the future. I'm just telling you it is what it is. And for those of you who believe that your gene pool is being depleted through these intermarriages, you're full of crap. Or you're impotent, one or the other. Because if you're really concerned about your gene pool, you would find another person of your race, of the opposite sex, and you would produce as many children as you possibly could. You see, I think 1,000 years from now, there's still going to be people running around who are pure white, pure black, pure Chinese, pure Japanese, pure American Indian. Because there's going to be people who don't want to intermarry. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. the concept of racial conflict came about because of the necessity in ancient times to protect the tribe, to protect the nation, to ensure that the wealth of the family was not passed down to someone who did not deserve it or who did not belong or who was not accepted by the culture, by the society of that time. I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, with no second thoughts whatsoever. Change is inevitable. Change will come. Change is in the process of happening now. I've said this over and over and over again. I will continue to say it. What emerges as a result of this change will not be anything that ever was before. Look throughout history, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing that ever was is. And tomorrow, nothing that is will ever be. If you don't understand that concept, you are going to get swept away in the change. You will be tremendously hurt by the change. You see, I don't do this broadcast, and I don't preach about our founding fathers and liberty and individual rights because I think that everything is going to be the same as it was when this country began, or even as it was 40 years ago. I teach you those things so that you will know where you came from and so that we can pick out what is important to preserve and to input into the coming change so that the future will not be enslavement. You cannot stop change. I cannot stop change. No one can stop change. But we can influence the outcome. We can say no to certain portions of the change and resist it with all our might. We can accept others. We can compromise on
in real life, I'm not big on roundabouts, but they work. They do work.
But the change is still going to come. And as all of history, there will be
if I wasn't too lazy,
and refuse.
well, number one, if I wasn't too lazy,
There will be those who accept some
I would have
change,
finished this road right here.
those
I'm bad for that.
who can look ahead and see the direction that the change is
But I
going
should have
to
set up a DCMI right here.
will be those who profit, who become leaders.
I'll show you what I mean now in a second.
directors, the road that the change is going to follow, and who will not be destroyed or injured or damaged or crushed by this change. I don't know what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, but I can guarantee you in 100 years, our Constitution will be a memory in the history books. Because something's going to change here. It is our job to make sure that the change is something that we can live with, that we can profit by, that we can make into a better future. You see, because the philosophers of fire are going to bring it about one way or another. And you may slow them down, and you may change the direction of their machinations, if you will, for a little while. And you may be able to affect the outcome, but you will not be able to stop the change. Now, I don't know how many of you can grasp what I'm telling you, but I hope it's an awful lot. You see, we have to ensure that the protections of the liberty of the individual, what we call creator-endowed rights, are not destroyed in this process. That we don't make the state more important than those the state was created to serve. I never could understand communists who created a state wherein the people's only purpose was to serve the state, which didn't even exist except in their minds. Incredible. We must not forget that humans are the most important part of creation. Not that the other segments of the created universe are not important, but we are the ones that can affect our environment in many ways that animals cannot and plants cannot.
I'm partial to that.
Cannot. We can build, we can create, we can tear down, we can destroy, we can kill, we can uproot, we can decimate, we can eliminate, we can create. The lesson of the movie 2001, or at least one of the lessons.
Spaghetti Junction. Ooh, nice sunrise.
Technology to be more important than the creator.
This is gonna get pretty dope as these neighborhoods start to fill out.
When the sole purpose of man is to serve what he has created, you have made a mistake.
Ooh, what's this? High rise?
A great mistake. In ancient days, ladies and gentlemen, this marrying in the family or tribe was what engendered the selfishness, the clannishness, and the struggle and strife in the world, and that is the truth. At the ultimate base level of all conflicts that even can occur today, anywhere in the world, is this conflict between the races and between religions and between those who are not religious and those who are. And all of it flies in the face of any concept of a philosophy of liberty or of living in liberty. So those who tell me that they believe in liberty and they believe in the concepts of the founding fathers of this nation and then tell me that only Christians can be Americans are liars. They have no concept whatsoever of what liberty is all about. And I'm a Christian. So don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. To break up this strife and this trouble and these struggles, the practice has to be discontinued. Thus, when Christ came, he advocated the discontinuance of the practice when he said, quote, "Before Abraham was, I am," end quote. In effect, Christ said, "I do not care for the race father, but I glory in the I am, the ego that was long before he was." And he also said, "Who does not leave father and mother cannot follow me." He was not talking about physically leaving your physical father and your physical mother. He was talking about leaving the society. Leaving what in those days was the race, because the race was the society. Many people have brought that through the ages, up until today. And you'd better listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, because if you don't, you had better understand the alternatives. The alternatives are an ultimate clash between the races that will be the most terrible thing that you can ever even conceive of. Could does not leave father and mother cannot follow me. As long as you are tied to the family, the nation, the tribe, you are siding with the old blood, the old ways, and cannot amalgamate into the molten seed, into a universal brotherhood, into a peaceful world. As long as there are Jews and Arabs, and Jews practice Judaism and Arabs practice the religion of Islamic fundamentalism, there will be war in the Middle East, I guarantee it. As long as there are Christians that believe that anyone who is not a Christian is a pagan fool, there will be wars between Christians and those people. I guarantee it. And people who practice these things do not understand the concept of liberty. And I'm telling you exactly what the elite of the world are about today and what is happening in this world and why these things are happening. If you are listening to me carefully, you can understand current events crystal clear better than anyone that you know. You see, this ultimate peaceful world can only come when people marry internationally and produce interracial children. Because when there are so many nations, the way to unite them is through marriage. Let Abraham, the race and tribe father, die. Let the I am live. Christ knew the occult fact that the mixture of blood in international marriage always kills something. It doesn't kill the race. The race lives on in the genetic code of the children, even though the genes are mixed with genes of other races. They are there. The children are generally tougher, healthier, and smarter than other children. If it does not kill the body, what does it kill? If we made a horse and a donkey, the outcome is a hybrid, the mule. In that mule, something is missing on account of the mixture of strange blood, namely the faculty of propagation, which is lacking in all hybrids. Similarly, when we marry internationally, something else is destroyed, but nothing physically. And that is the picture in the inner vision. The different pictures of different families clash. And so the clairvoyance, the touch with the spiritual world and the memory of nature has won since the practice of marrying in the tribe was broken up. The Highland Scot, who marries in the clan, and the gypsies alone retain this second sight in a measure. Thus we can see that the blood is now differently constituted from what it was in the earlier ages of human evolution.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun Monday.
Jesus was a pioneer vehicle of superlative purity at the time when the Christ
What are the futures looking like?
as a means of ingress to the center of the earth by the identical path which had previously been taken by Hiram Abiff when he jumped into the molten sea and was conducted along the path of initiation to the center of the earth where Cain, his ancestor, dwelt. Remember, folks, I'm reading this. This journey of Christ is recorded in 1 Peter chapter 3, verses 18 and 19. After Christ had been freed from the flesh by the violent death on Golgotha, if anyone is killed, the venous blood with its impurities clings closely to the flesh, and therefore the arterial blood which flows is distinctly cleaner than it would otherwise be. It is more free from passion and desire, and being etherealized by the great Christ Spirit, the cleansed blood of Jesus overflowed the world, purified the etheric region of selfishness to a great extent, and gave man a much better chance to draw to himself materials which will allow him to form an altruistic purpose and desire. Thus the age of altruism was there inaugurated. By faith in this blood, and by imitation of the Christ life, the sons of Seth are therefore provided with a means of purging from themselves the curse of selfishness. While the sons of Cain were given the emblem of the rose and of the cross, to teach them to work faithfully to make the molten seed, the philosopher's stone, and to find the new word, which shall admit them to the kingdom. For they believe more in works than in faith. They belong to the material world. Those who believe in faith belong to the spiritual world. The accompanying chart that I'm holding in my hand shows 3 ages that are mentioned. The first age, when each human being was a complete creative unit, male, female, double-sexed, as they believe, and ruled by one hierarch, Melchizedek, who filled a dual office as king and priest, and that is what is coming in the New World Order. The second age, when the division of the race into male and female, separate from each other. Humanity divided into 2 sections, called sexes, and into 2 orders, the temporal powers, the king initiates, Freemasons, initiation by fire and light, the male ideal of Hiram Abiff, and on the other end of the spectrum of duality, priests, Brahmins, Levites, initiation by water, baptism, of the female ideal, the Virgin Mary, divided into races, nations, and sects. There's war, oppression, and slavery.
Yeah, time for them roids.
Unity and diversity, love and hate. And then number 3, the new Galilee, the new age, the new world, which is coming. Abolition of sex.
Take your head, me.
Are you listening to me? Abolition of sex, abolition of the family, finding the word becomes flesh. Christ, king and priest, just and holy, baptism of spirit, divine ruler over a purged humanity. You know what the word purged means? Means that anyone who will not go along with this are to be eliminated. Christ, as you believe him to be coming back as a Christian, is not what they're talking about here. They're talking about the office of the Christ. The Christed race. The New Age movement. Divine ruler over a purged humanity called Abraham's seed, dwelling in the New Jerusalem, which means there shall be peace. You better wake up to this, because what they got planned is not good. I oppose it. I oppose them because they are liars. I oppose their machinations because they are not building, they are manipulating. I oppose their New World Order because it will be a world of enslavement, of elimination of entire peoples and races. Because they can't wait for all these things to happen naturally. They claim that the division of the rulership into state and church caused war and strife. The state espouses the cause of fatherhood and man and upholds the male ideal of arts, crafts, and industry embodied in Hiram Abiff, the sons of Cain. The church espouses the cause of motherhood in woman and holds aloft the female ideal of love and heart and home embodied in Madonna and her child. It is the conflicting interests of the man and the woman, the home and the shop, the church and the state, which cause the economic struggle, the war, and the strife. with which mankind is cursed, and which make all long and pray for the reign of peace. The third age, the coming world, the world that they are attempting to build now, when a divine Christ, who like Melchizedek shall fill the dual office of king and priest, and shall rule over a purged and glorified humanity which has risen from sex love to soul love. And I am telling you now, it will not be Jesus Christ. It will be an imposter. It will be a lie. It will, in fact, be the Antichrist. I don't care if you're a Jew. I don't care if you're an agnostic. I don't care if you're an atheist, a Christian, an Islamic, a Buddhist, a Taoist, or a nature worshiper, or an American Indian.
My boy.
Looking toward Wakantanka.
My boy.
What these people
Kim
believe will
Toi.
affect us all.
Toi?
And they believe it. And they are in the process of bringing it about right this moment as I speak. I know them. I understand them. I speak their language. I can read their symbols.
I love you, buddy.
They're just as full of crap.
Don't look at me, man.
Behind his pulpit and
Don't look
tell
at me.
you that Jesus commanded
Give me
you
the
to give
tuna.
him 10% of your income. It's all about manipulation and power, ladies and gentlemen. It's all about race and religion. And most of it is 100% total, unadulterated bullshit. There is no church upon the face of this earth today of any denomination or any religion from any part of the world that teaches what its founder actually taught or foresaw would be taught to the followers of that religion, including Judaism, including Christianity, including fundamentalist Islamism or Mohammedanism. Buddha, if he could come back to this earth today, would be extremely saddened.
And the cats. Did you just see the cat?
Christ would not
Kitty was
recognize
just
any
here.
Christian church that
Go back
exists
like
upon this earth
10 minutes.
today.
Looks like there's a lot of moving.
Would not be
What do you
happy
call it? Like gold and
to be
silvers and
flying
stuff.
in Jordan or in Egypt or in Iraq. Or
Yeah, we don't really know what's gonna happen, to be honest. This stuff is now moved into incredible levels of controlled environment, so like you know when Tim Pool tells you Occam's razor, it's like,
everybody has been
shut
lied
up,
to
Tim.
all their life.
You don't know anything about the
People who
world.
live upon the face of this earth in every country,
Just shut up.
in every church,
Either
in
you
every
don't know
religion,
anything or you
are living
do,
in fantasy.
and that's even worse.
Created by leaders to serve agendas which do not serve the people who are following those agendas, albeit blindly following them. These agendas create wealth.
You know what? There's actually nothing for roundabouts. Some of my cities, like it's ridiculous.
Religion for power.
There's just dozens of them in some of my bigger cities.
I wonder what Dr. Schuler is going to have to say about possibility thinking.
I tend to try and stay away from them. So like,
Cathedral and everyone is killed by the falling glass.
if I'm using anything bigger than a local road, well, I guess I'll consider that a local road, maybe. Maybe. Not really, but maybe. I try and use only 3 ways. If I don't use 3 ways, and I don't roundabout, usually I have like, they're going in one direction only. One of the sides are going to go one direction only. It tends to stop most traffic from doing it, but 4 ways are really bad for traffic. You don't believe me, go play Tropico. The moment you make a 4-way intersection, you're done. The traffic, for some reason, it just can't handle it. Can't handle it.
It's not going to happen that way. And after all the battles are over,
they kind of do the same stuff in real life. You try and stay away from 4-way intersections. They don't need to do them.
And you have to remember that throughout its history,
I guess it depends on the hierarchy as well.
Revolutions amongst the people who believed that they were gaining their liberty in order for the socialists to come to power.
Kind of fun to see road hierarchy when you're like actually looking at maps and stuff. So like, you got your highway until you get to you know, like the off-ramp, right, in which it goes into an arterial, in which that goes into connector roads, end up going into local roads. This. You can see like basically all of them are set up like that. Really fun to look at. Urban planning was kind of fun. Fun little deep dive.
That's what Waco was all about. That's what Ruby Ridge was all about.
I'm gonna put on like a video while I wait. I can feed my kid.
And it was not done by Arab terrorists, although they may have hired some Arabs to be involved to point the arrow in that direction if they could not destroy the militias with their American Reichstag.
Yeah, silver's dope. I noticed that too, that it's so low for what it should be.
Into a war in the Middle East.
I don't know, I guess
Which will lead to the same thing.
they push gold all the time.
In an American city. Not because I want anybody to.
Every channel that's
if I knew anybody that was going to do
has
it,
more than 10 views.
my life to stop them.
It's like has to push gold.
I know our enemies. And if they cannot bring about their world totalitarian socialism, and there's one race and there's one religion.
And take an audio break to go like clear my nose and stuff. So
I know them like the back of my hand. I have studied them for the good portion of my life.
ever think to work as a developer? I don't know.
Ironically, they think they're doing it for the good of humanity.
Kinda. It'd be fun to play
They
games.
have fooled themselves.
Or like to
just
make
they
games
created a
that
bogus religion.
I don't know, I've been playing
They're all liars.
this stuff for most of my life.
We'll continue this tomorrow night. Wednesday night, Michelle Moore will be our guest. Good night, folks, and God bless you all.
Oops. I realized he was still on. I haven't had my headphones on in ages. I've just been like talking under him. Hold on. Let's see what I got here.
Milton William Cooper, also known as Bill Cooper, is perhaps one of, if not the most influential figure in modern-day conspiracy theory. He's no longer with us to continue to give us his spin on the world, but many of the leading names in conspiracy theory today have followed in his footsteps. So much so that, in hearing about him, you'd probably think he was the guy behind all those dubious articles you saw on Facebook earlier today. His theories and predictions range from the ridiculously outlandish to the true. Yeah, some of the things this guy
right back to you there,
materialized, including his own death. Born in 1943 in California, Cooper joined the military after high school and served in the Navy in Vietnam. It was here he claimed to have seen top-secret documents while working as part of the briefing team under Admiral Bernard A. Clary, who commanded the Navy's Pacific Fleet. According to Cooper, these documents revealed the existence of collusion between the United States government and extraterrestrials to take over the world. Yes, in this video I will be making heavy use of the terms according to, allegedly, and claims, because it is
So I was gonna be like, you know, let's see what the normies are saying about Bill Cooper, but of course, nah, I'm not gonna listen to 10 minutes of self-censorship. That's okay. I don't mind people who disagree with Bill Cooper, but you know what I mean? Like, do you see how set up that sounded right from the beginning? And it's like, at least have the, you know, have the common courtesy to give it a chance there. Let your audience think for yourself, for themselves. William Cooper interview. Mystery Babylon. It's an old. I guess we can like delve into like part of it. There's so much good stuff in it. And it's too much to just watch for 4 hours straight anyways. So let's go, let's like go like 20 minutes of whatever I got. Not 20 minutes even. 15 minutes of wherever I end up. It was about it right here.
Tell you the price of tapes, whether you're catching them or not. The price is different depending upon that. Call Stan at 602-567-6109. That's 602-567-6109. If you write in, please address the envelope to Stan, S-T-A-N. Good night, folks, and God bless you. And remember, this is what can happen if you just wake up.
The Hour of the Time may be contacted at HOTT, that's H-O-T-T, P.O. Box 940, Eager, spelled E-A-G-A-R, in the state of Arizona, 85925. Our phone number is 928-333-2942, and our website is www.houroftheTime.com.
The fable of Isis and Osiris, as it has descended to us in the account given by Plutarch, has not been greatly amplified by any modern research. The Egyptian fragments, which have been translated in recent years, offer no complete account of the birth, life, death, and resurrection of Osiris, nor has any new key been found to unlock this great drama, which may well be termed the Passion Play of Egypt. It is not our intention to perpetuate Plutarch's account merely for its outward appearance, but rather from the same motive that inspired Synesius, Platonic philosopher and Christian bishop, to compile his account of the same fabulous history. Synesius, in his treatise on Providence, and you hear that word a lot in the secret societies, and especially in Freemasonry, thus introduces the Osirian myth. Quote, "This fable is Egyptian. The Egyptians transcend in wisdom. Perhaps, therefore, this also being a fable obscurely signifies something more than a fable, because it is Egyptian. If, however, it is not a fable, but a sacred discourse, it will deserve in a still greater degree to be told and committed to writing." Unquote. In presenting a summary of Plutarch's account, I am omitting nothing which could in any way be regarded as relevant. I am taking the liberty, however, of somewhat expanding the fable by incorporating therein some small fragments derived from other Greek writers, and occasionally a few words bearing upon the account from fragments of Egyptian religious literature. The story, then, is in substance as follows. The goddess Nut, whom Plutarch identifies with Rhea, was the daughter of Shu and Tefnut. She is the wife of Seb, also known as Saturn, and the mother of Ra, or Helios, also known as the sun. Now, if we're to trust Plutarch, she afterwards becomes the wife of Ra, or the sun. Nut is unfaithful to Ra, who, discovering that she is with child by Seb, pronounces a curse upon her that she should not be delivered of her progeny in any month or year. Thoth, which is Hermes or Mercury, who is also in love with Nut, comes to her assistance with a stratagem. He plays at tables with the moon goddess Selene, and wins from her the 70th part of each of her illuminations. And joining these parts together, he forms of them 5 days, which he adds to the calendar. Previous to that time, the Egyptian year consisted of 360 days, the exact number of degrees in a circle. Now, these 5 days being not part of any month or year, Ra was outwitted. You see, because upon these days, Nut brought forth her 5 children at different times in different places. Upon the first of these days, she brought forth Osiris, and the place of his birth, according to Diodorus, was Mount Nisa in Arabia, the Happy. Mount Nisa is now Mount Sinai, folks. At the moment of the birth of Osiris, a voice sounded throughout the world saying, quote, "The Lord of all the earth is born," unquote. On the second day, Nut gave birth to Aroris, the elder Horus. On the third day, Typhon or Set. On the fourth day, Isis. And on the fifth and last day, Nephthys. The Egyptians, therefore, regard the 5 days, which they term the epact, or superadded, as the birthdays of the gods, especially venerating the 4th of them, upon which the benevolent goddess Isis came into being. Plutarch further on announces...
I'll just be another second, but share the same sentiment to Ice Cream Day. Alright, so yeah, I mean, listen, as long as you guys are respectful on the channel, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Anna Katz, is it really cold now in Canada? Depends on what you consider cold. If you're in Celsius, we're looking at about -5, maybe -10 where I am, with wind chill. But in Ottawa, that's not very cold. In some places, -40. So yeah, that's cold to anyone.
that the 5 children of Nut were not all of the same
Ugh,
father,
guys, sorry, I forgot to
thus
turn it back on.
contradicting his earlier statement. For he says that Osiris and the elder Horus were the children of Ra, that Isis was the daughter of Thoth, and only Typhon and Nephthys were actually the offspring of Seb. There is another, and even more recondite legend regarding the elder Horus, which denies him the fathership of Ra, declaring him to be the offspring of Osiris and Isis, while they were still in the womb of Nut. Now, these accounts we shall consider later. Osiris was given to Pamela to be educated, and having come to the years of majority, became the king of Egypt. In this high capacity, Osiris applied himself to the civilizing of his nation, turning the Egyptians from their previously indigent and barbarous course of life to a happy and community existence. He taught them agriculture, compiled for them a body of laws for the regulation of conduct, instructed them in the reverencing and worship of the gods, thus establishing Egypt in all the essentials of truth, according to the legend. And having brought his own nation to prosperity and enlightenment, Osiris traveled over the rest of the world, converting peoples to his disciplines, not by force, but the persuasion of reason. Osiris was accompanied on this journey by a procession of nymphs and other superphysical beings who filled the air with music and song. In the meantime, Typhon, brother or half-brother of Osiris, had ambition to usurp the throne, but the vigilant Isis, sister wife of Osiris, was too watchful. Typhon, however, having persuaded 72 other persons to join him in his conspiracy, with the aid of a certain queen in Ethiopia named Aso, perfected a plot against Osiris. He fashioned a chest exactly to the measurement of the body of Osiris, which chest he caused to be brought into the banquet hall, where the princes of Egypt were feasting their king's return. Typhon, simulating jest, promised this elaborately ornamented box to the one whose body, upon trial, most nearly fitted it. Now each of the princes in turn lay down in the box, but each was too short or too tall, until last of all, Osiris himself lay down in it. Immediately, the 72 conspirators rushed to the box, clamped the cover upon it, fastened it with nails, and poured melted lead over all the cracks and crevices. After this, they carried the chest to the bank of the Nile and cast it into the river where it joins the sea. Now this evil deed was executed upon the 17th day of the Egyptian month of Aphir, when the sun was in Scorpio. According to some, it was in the 28th year of the reign of Osiris, and to others in the 28th year of his life. Now try to remember these numbers. If you can't, jot them down, but these numbers will crop up again and again and again. Scorpio crops up, 17 crops up, 28 crops up, and many other numbers, and they all have significance in the mystery religion of Babylon, the secret societies, and to the guardians of the secrets of the ages. As soon as Isis received word of this crime, she cut off one of the locks of her hair and put on the mourning apparel of widowhood, for which reason the spot where she did this was afterwards called Coptos. That's Coptos, or the city of mourning. After donning the widow's weeds, Isis set forth in search of her husband's body and wandered about all Europe, wandered about all Egypt, asking all with whom she came in contact. You see, I may be back here in the United States, but a lot of my thoughts, folks, are still in Europe. Finally, some children who had been at play told Isis that they had seen the accomplices of Typhon carrying the chest to the Nile. For that reason, Egyptians regard the words of children as oracular and pay great attention to them. While Isis was searching for her husband's body, she learned that Nephthys, her sister, had by magic insinuated herself into the presence of Osiris before his death, and in the guise of Isis had conceived a son from him. Now Isis sought out the child, which Nephthys has deserted for fear of Typhon's anger, and adopting it, attached it to her person as a constant guard and attendant. This was Anubis, the dog-headed god, who appears in the Book of the Dead and in many of the Egyptian hieroglyphics. After some time, Isis learned that the chest had been carried by the sea to the coast of Byblos. Now, Byblos is also the name for book or Bible, where it had lodged in the branches of a bush of tamarisk, which had grown up miraculously about the sacred receptacle and concealed it within its trunk. Now remember this tamarisk, and remember that it is a tree. The king of Byblos, amazed at the miracle, caused the tree to be cut down, and from the trunk containing the box, he made a pillar to support the roof of his palace. Now by magic, Isis discovered this, and traveling immediately to Byblos, attached herself to the suite of the queen as a nurse to her children. At night, when all the palace was asleep, Isis transformed herself into a swallow and fluttered around the column, bemoaning her fate in strange, sad notes. In due time, Isis revealed her divine nature and asked that the pillar be cut down. Taking therefrom the chest, she departed with it into a desert place where she performed certain magical rites by which the body of Osiris was temporarily animated. And by this animation she received from Osiris a son who is called the younger Horus, the child who was conceived of the dead. Now there is some confusion in the account at this point. Plutarch says that Isis left the body of Osiris temporarily to visit her son Horus, just mentioned, but the context of the fable would rather call for her departure to a secluded place where the child could be born without the knowledge of Typhon, who certainly would have destroyed him. Isis hid the chest in a remote and unfrequented place, but Typhon, hunting one night by the light of the moon, chanced upon it. Knowing its contents, and realizing Isis to be proficient in magic, he resolved to thwart her purposes, and tearing the body into 14 parts, he scattered them over Egypt. Now remember, 14 parts. Folks, don't forget that. From the inscriptions on the Metternich stele, it seems that Set must have imprisoned Isis and her son Horus. The goddess is made to say, quote, "I am Isis, and I came forth from the house wherein my brother Set had placed me," unquote. Thoth, the Prince of Law, again came to her assistance and aided Isis to escape from the house. Was it really a prison? Or was it really the house of Set? Thoth, also at this time, prophesied that Horus would sit upon the throne of his father and rule the double empire of Egypt. Upon the advice of Thoth, Isis hides the child in a papyrus swamp, thus saving him from the wrath of Set. Isis returning, having left her son at Butos and fashioning a magical boat out of papyrus, traversed the whole of the empire. As she met with the scattered parts of her husband, she buried each one separately. First, however, encasing it in a magical mummy composed of wax, incense, and grain seed. She finally recovered all of the parts of Osiris except the phallus, or the penis, which had been thrown into the river and devoured by 3 fishes. This organ Isis reproduced in gold. Remember this also. Remember the 3 fishes. for they represent ignorance, superstition, and fear. They also represent the church, the state, and the mob. And remember that Isis reproduced this member, this organ, in gold, and having performed all of the ceremonies necessary to ensure the life of Osiris in the underworld, she returned to her son Horus, and by the theurgic arts of which she was mistress, saved him from death, from the stings of scorpions. Horus, having grown to man's estate, and having received from his mother the tradition of his father's murder, longed to avenge the evil deed. Osiris appeared to his son in a vision, instructing him in the means by which he could overcome the hosts of Typhon. Now we are led to infer that Horus gathered about him an army which, meeting the hosts of Typhon, battled with them for many days, achieving victory. Typhon, according to the legend, was taken prisoner and turned over to the custody of Isis. Now Isis, being his sister, could not bring herself to put him to death, but set him at liberty, which so incensed Horus that he laid hands upon his mother and removed from her head the insignia of royalty. Thereupon Thoth gave her a new helmet, made in the shape of an ox's head. Typhon next accused Horus of illegitimacy, but Thoth proves his royal descent. Typhon again goes into battle against Horus. In fact, 2 battles are mentioned, in both of which Typhon is worsted. And Horus regains the kingdom of his father and is regarded, to at least a certain degree, as the actual reincarnation of Osiris. So here you've had a death and a resurrection. After its resurrection in the underworld, the shade of Osiris visits Isis, and in consequence thereof, she gives birth to another son, as it were, by a Holy Ghost, for she knew no living man. This child is called Harpocrates, and Plutarch says of him that he, quote, came into the world before his time and lame in his lower limbs, unquote. Harpocrates is usually depicted as a nude figure, his head adorned with a single curling lock of hair on the right side, this being, with the Egyptians, a symbol of youth or adolescence. He is sometimes depicted with an elaborate plumed headdress or wearing the double crown of the northern and southern empires. His finger is placed to his lips, which Plutarch interprets as a gesture symbolic of his childish and helpless state. The Greeks and Romans, however, considered this gesture to be a symbol for silence or secrecy, and from this has arisen the custom of placing the finger to the lips as a motion for quietness and secrecy, and we do it today. Statues of the god Harpocrates were placed at the entrances to temples and sacred retreats where the dramas of the mysteries were performed, as a sign that silence and secrecy should be observed in the holy places, and that all initiates were bound by vows of discretion. Harpocrates is also sometimes shown standing, and at other times he is depicted seated on the blossom of a lotus, just like Buddha. Although he is usually figured with childish immaturity of body, the imperfection of his lower limbs, as described by Plutarch, is not apparent in any of the Egyptian drawings. It therefore seems that the statements concerning this deformity should be more carefully examined. Samuel Squire, whose translation of Plutarch's Isis and Osiris, made in 1744, is still the most often quoted by Egyptologists, when he states definitely, quote, lame in his lower limbs. G.R.S. Mead translated the same essay much later and gives a slightly different rendering of Plutarch's words. Mr. Mead says, quote, weak in his limbs from below upwards, unquote. This difference in wording, though slight, may have an unexpected significance. You see, there's some general information contained in Synesius's Treaty on Providence that should be included in this Osirian epic. Synesius is of the opinion that Osiris should be regarded as an historical king, whose father, transcending in wisdom, instructed his benevolent son in all the secrets of the divine science of government. Synesius is moved to this conclusion by a desire to keep all speculation within the sphere of the reasonable. The Platonist bishop seems to have derived much of his account from origins foreign to Plutarch's treatise, or possibly he interpreted differently the restrictions imposed by his vows. Synesius, a prudent and conscientious author, wary of myths and fables, and exhibiting a truly Platonic conservativeness in his handling of subject matter, yet Synesius was beyond question a deeply religious philosopher and an initiate of pagan mysteries prior to his conversion to the Christian faith, and therefore may have hidden the true meaning of the fable. Thomas Taylor is of the mind that the treatise on Providence was written while Synesius was still a votary of pagan mysteries. Now, if so, the writing is unbiased and trustworthy and presents a fair picture of the mystical traditions of the Egyptians interpreted in terms of Platonic metaphysics, but only the exoteric would be allowed to be seen by the profane. Synesius inserts into his narrative a considerable description of the various character of Osiris, which he sharply contrasts with the vice-ridden nature of Typhon. He also explains in detail the process of election by which Osiris came to the throne of Egypt. The electional ceremony, as described by Synesius, is evidently itself a fragment from some secret ritual relating to the installation of a hierophant of the mysteries. Next, Osiris receives from his father an elaborate dissertation in the Platonic temper concerning the relative power of good and evil, in which he is fully warned against the machinations of Typhon. Possibly the most important sentence in Synesius's treatise occurs during this dissertation. The father of Osiris is made to say to his son, quote, "You also have been initiated in those mysteries in which there are two pair of eyes, and it is requisite that the pair which are beneath should be closed, when the pair that are above them perceive, and when the pair above are closed, those which are beneath should be opened," unquote. Now these words unquestionably have
shut down the game, I think.
incorporated into the narrative that the true significance of the whole Osirian cycle might not be entirely obscured. And I can tell you that the meaning, folks, is that the eyes above are the exoteric meant for the outer world, for the profane, and the eyes below are the esoteric meant for the initiate, the adept, the priest of the mystery schools only. Synesius does not describe the death of Osiris, but merely reports his vanishment and final restoration to the throne. In the latter part of the story, there was also introduced a certain philosopher who was a stranger in Egypt. This philosopher predicts the fall of Typhon and is an eyewitness to the recrowning of Osiris. Synesius says of this philosopher, quote, "He likewise then learned some particulars about Osiris which would shortly happen, and others which would take place at some greater distance of time. Vis-a-vis when the boy Horus would choose as his associate in battle a wolf instead of a lion. But who the wolf is a sacred narration, which it is not holy to divulge even in the form of a fable," unquote. Well, the lion, we know, has always been of the tribe of Judah. Such is the amazing tradition of the good king Osiris, the first victim, the first mummy, and the first resurrection. He dies and is born again in three forms. First, as god of the underworld, where he rules the justified dead. Second, as the younger Horus, in whose form he battles for his own honor. And third, as Harpocrates, the silent child. The latter two forms are regarded as incarnations or embodiments of his very self, yet he exists independent of them as the judge of shades and the lord of the resurrection. Now we know that Osiris was also known as the sun, and Horus was known as the child, or the young Osiris, the young Horus, the baby Horus. So after the sun set in the west, when it rose the next morning, it rose as the young Horus.
Sorry about that. Just be a sec. I'll bring it back up. I'm gonna let this play out, but I'll not be here. I'll probably be listening in on the side. This is good stuff, though. Just give me a sec. I'll get it back on. Almost there.
This was Anubis, the dog-headed.
So I think what's happening is just where I closed out that game, and it's been running for a long time, and I've had a lot of things open. Things are kind of freezing up a little bit. So here's what I'm gonna do. Just if you want to continue this, I was about 2 hours into the 4-hour one of Milton William Cooper Mystery Babylon. If you search that, you should be able to find it. I'm gonna actually start another stream to just re-upload this. people can chat while it's working, but I have to shut this one down now. So if you are not subscribed, go ahead, subscribe and get the notification bell. Not that I'm trying to get you to like just join or whatever, but if you want to listen to this from the beginning, maybe join a chat of people that are here. I won't be here at the time for the most part, but you guys can chat if you want. Just hit the notification bell and I'll have that up within the next 15 minutes or so. All right. Thank you. Sorry about the delay, and enjoy it when it comes up.